For over 30 years, the expanded universe provided fans with stories and insight into a galaxy far, far away. Though it's been over a decade since its cancellations, those stories still resonate with us today. As you're about to see from testimonials of the following fans who are still invested in that story today. Long live the expanded universe.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Adam, and I'm from the YouTube channel Red 5 Reviews. And I actually did not get into the expanded universe until my late 20s after it was discontinued. Whenever The Force Awakens was about to be released in theaters, I wanted to start reading the original stories to compare it to see how it would be in the new canon. I started off reading the Dark Empire trilogy, which I do remember vaguely my oldest brother reading whenever I was very young, and I was always intrigued to read it, so I definitely started out with that one. And despite my issues with the Emperor coming back, I really enjoyed the comic, and it's actually one of my favorite comics in all of the EU. Personally, my favorite character in the Star Wars Expanded Universe is Revan, or Darth Revan. I just love his character, I love his story, and that actually ties into my favorite video game or computer game in the expanded universe, which is the Knights of the Old Republic. I never played that on a PC. I actually played it on my tablet, and I was glued to my tablet for hours playing that game because I just loved it. I loved the story. I loved how you can just explore and upgrade your weapons and your character. It was just amazing, and to this day, one of my favorite Star Wars games ever. Each time I read an expanded universe novel, I feel like I am taken all the way back to my childhood whenever I first saw these films for the first time. The expanded universe has a very consistent tonal approach to how the films were, and I feel like it is the best continuation of the story. It has been amazing collecting these books and recollecting these books. And one of my personal favorite things about the EU are the friends that I have made in my journey of reading, reviewing, and collecting the expanded universe. It is filled with great people that I'm glad to call friends. And this is the best continuation of the Star Wars story. It really pains me to say that it has been discontinued. I really hope that one day we will get a new story, but for now, I'm just enjoying with what I got. The expanded universe is filled with great stories written by great authors that have an appreciation and respect for the continuity. And on that note, out of all of the expanded universe books that I've read so far, I would have to say that my personal favorite is Darth Plagueis, written by James Luceno. It's an amazing novel. I want to give big thanks and a shout out to Brennan from Quinlan Vos for having me a part of this project. Thank you so very much, man. And thank you guys, and may the Force be with you.
Hello, I'm Al from Archive Panic here on YouTube, and I've been an Expanded Universe fan since 2003, sort of. I was first introduced to the EU via the comic Jedi Mace Windu, and then by the excellent, one of the best, animated show, The Clone Wars from 2003 by Genndy Tartakovsky. It wasn't until later, however, that I became a true EU fan, started reading the novels and things of that nature when I discovered Matt Wilkins here on YouTube. And I finally got around to reading one of the novels. I read Darth Bane, Path of Destruction. Still one of my favorite books in the entire expanded universe. One of my favorite characters as well, Darth Bane. However, these days, gotta say, Supernatural Encounters by Joe Bongiorno, that's gotta be my favorite these days. To me, the thing that makes the expanded universe special is it takes a trilogy of movies that I love and it turns it into a universe. It turns it into this massive, interconnected web of stories and characters on a scale that no human has ever accomplished before. To me, that is fantastic. The level of continuity, of integration, we've never seen, probably never see again. Nobody wants to bother with this sort of stuff anymore. It's all right. That's what makes the expanded universe special. In my opinion, it makes the expanded universe great.
Hello there, I am ShadowDragon, also known as Grandmaster Aldrith, after the in-universe fan character of mine. I first got into Star Wars when my mother got me the gold VHS of the original trilogy in 1998. My 4-year-old self was obsessed with these things and would constantly rewind and rewatch the battles every single time there was one. It blew me away. In 99 and onwards, I would start seeing the prequels in the theaters. And I really liked the world building as a kid. It felt different, but I knew it was Star Wars. It was really good. In 2005, my mother would often go to a friend's house for a couple of hours. And these were the only times I could go on a computer and look through the internet. And I wanted to look at Star Wars. I love Star Wars, and the Revenge of the Sith just came out. And I discovered that there was a lot more to Star Wars than just those 6 movies. There was the Dark Empire trilogy of Palpatine coming back. There was the Old Republic. There was the Clone Wars. There was so many things coming out at the time that I didn't even know about. In 2008, my parents went on a week-long trip, and back in that day, everything was on YouTube. They didn't care about whether or not it was a bootleg or pirated or something. It was awesome. So I decided to go and binge watch the movies, the 6 movies, and the 2003 Clone Wars series. And I got hooked into it. I could not stop getting into more Star Wars. Next thing I know, I was playing Rogue Squadron, fighting over the moon of Kaizel and destroying the Imperial facilities in the mall and stuff like that, and it was so awesome. But sadly, it would be another decade until I could amass any appreciable collection. And in 2018, that's when the collection started. I began to go to the flea markets, MegaCon, you name it, and start gathering Star Wars. And of the stories and whatnot, I would say my favorite stories would have to be definitely the new Jedi Order trilogy. I mean, not trilogy. No, that's a Thrawn trilogy. Got them mixed up. The Thrawn trilogy is a good place to start, but the new Jedi Order is such a good story arc for the Skywalker children. But my favorite character would have to be Kyle Katarn, because he has been through so much. You might as well call him the Star Wars Chuck Norris. He is just a badass. It's so good. So I would like to say that Star Wars Expanded Universe is where all this is outside the movies. It began in 1976 with the novelization of A New Hope, and it ended in 2014, April 25th. It has affected me in such an amazing way. Inspired by these stories, in 2018, I began to write a series of fanfics around a Jedi named Aldrith. The Light and Darkness arc reveals a history erased by the Jedi and the Republic, telling of the final decades of the new Sith Wars. It is a heartwarming tale of brothers in war, fatherly love, and tragedy all throughout. The Lost Generation arc tells of the fate of the Jedi who were unaccounted for after Order 66, and a world of innocence lost to ashes. Developing Aldrith as a character and comparing him to other stories in this universe has in turn greatly changed how I view the world. I mean, it's really changed my political views, my religious views. It really has furthered my understanding of life and existence in general and my religious development. And I have got to showcase how obsessed I am with the expanded universe. So recently at MegaCon, I have got a bunch of stuff. This is not all of it. I mean, this is actually, some of this is my MegaCon stuff, but let's start with the books. Of the books, I have got novelizations of the prequels, as well as Labyrinth of Evil, Book of Sith, Imperial Handbook. And I can't read that, it's so dark in there. And those are my other books. You'll notice a trend, I'm obsessed with dragons. And here we have a lot of books. I have got these double layered, you can see Heir to the Empire. I recommend everyone who is interested in the Expanded Universe to start with that, as it's the sequel trilogy. You've got a lot of books. I've also got a lot of Halo as the Last Command. A lot of new Jedi Order, you can probably notice, and Legacy of the Force. And then I've also got Galaxy of Fear, Boba Fett, Will Fight to Survive. Recently at MegaCon, I picked this up. These are comic packs where they had a comic and 2 action figures. Here we got Boris Fela and Wedge Antilles. I've also got at MegaCon Galaxy magazine, rare thing to find. It has exclusive comics, Planet of the Hoojibs, a record player for ancient technology, Return of the Jedi comic. Omar Franciga got this signed at MegaCon. This is a rare thing to find, a box set of 4 comics. Got Omar Franciga to also sign this copy of Legacy of the Force. Well, Legacy Comics. I keep confusing the two because it's been a long day for me. There's also Jedi Outcast, Force Unleashed, Jedi Knights, Battlefront, the OG Battlefront, which they have just brought back this week. Awesome news. Although I really wish they would make a physical copy so I can own it in my hands. But I also got Starfighter, Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. Jedi Path book signed by Ewan McGregor and the Clone Wars actors. By the way, James Arnold Taylor has actually read this book, believe it or not. I asked him about it. He's read it. Believe it or not. I also got the Holiday Special and Droids and Ewoks. They're actually bootlegs because that's the only way you can really find those two. They've never been released on physical media. I also got action figures, $5 each at MegaCon. A lot of comics. These are all stacks of at least 20. Star Wars Adventures was sold in a different size than most of them. Splinter of the Mind's Eye comic adaptation. And then I've also got, it's not here. Got the movies, the Clone Wars, the OG Clone Wars, and also parodies and stuff like Family Guy. And I might as well show my Lord of the Rings collection too, why not? And also dragons too. Dragons. Probably my most treasured thing though is this. Joe Coherty's original illustration of the death of Borsk Felaya. Here it is, the Yuzhong Vong have destroyed Coruscant, and it is his last stand, right before he detonates a series of bombs that destroys the palace around him. And now finally, oh, I gotta show us just one more thing. Oh my God. I just realized this video is like 10 minutes long. Oh dear. I worked about 50 hours on this picture of a Duanagloan, which is a species from Star Wars Expanded Universe. They're essentially cuddly space dragons. And now we come to the final thing of this video, and that is, should we continue this series of awesome stories after this discontinuation 10 years ago? I say yes, absolutely. Just find a lot of people who are interested in developing these stories, like in the spirit of George Lucas, and people are going to love them. People are going to love these series. People are going to really get into them. I mean, people were into them so much. I mean, they were what kept people into Star Wars during the drought of the 90s. So absolutely, I would love to see these continued. And with that, I would like to say, may the Force be with you.
I'm Alex. I'm also known as MagnenoAlex. I didn't really grow up with the Expanded Universe. I watched the films growing up and liked them just fine. I played The Force Unleashed when I was younger. Didn't really know that that was connected to anything. It wasn't until sometime after Last Jedi, and regardless of how you feel about that film, that's fine. I was not a particularly big fan. But I liked Kylo Ren. I thought he was decent. And so I looked up Kylo Ren on YouTube, and then eventually led me to RK Outposts. I think it was on Geeks and Gamers. Don't really watch them that much, but I saw that video where he compared Jacen Solo to Kylo Ren. And I never heard of Jacen Solo before. I only knew of Ben Solo. Who's this Jacen Solo? And Ryan kept talking about the expanding universe, the expanding universe, the expanding universe. What is that? So then I'd find Matt Wilkins and his playlist. I don't know where he was at the time that I found him, but he was going through the expanded universe in chronological order as best he knew how. So I started watching religiously. Didn't really buy anything. And then again, it wasn't until over time I've been slowly collecting all these books and comics on Kindle. And it wasn't until COVID, really, that I finally decided to sit down and give these books a read. So I did. And 2019, which is a while ago now, it was almost 5 years ago now, but 2019 was a rather bad year for me. 2020 was fine for me, but it was a bad year for everyone in general, due to COVID and lockdowns and shutdowns and all those shenanigans. So I lost my job, and I didn't have much else to do. Wasn't going to college, but I could read some books. And so I started getting into it, and I became an Expanded Universe fan. There's so many things to love about the Expanded Universe. My favorite book in the Expanded Universe is a toss-up between, and it changes with the day and the feeling, but most of the time I stick to this one, and this one will be controversial for some. But my favorite book of the Expanded Universe is Supernatural Encounters. If you want me to give an honorable second, it's going to go to Traitor, which is the 13th book in the new Jedi Order series. And then Darth Plagueis is number 3. So we got the three heroes right there. My favorite comic I had to debate for a long time because I love a lot of the Expanded Universe comics. I love Tales of the Jedi, especially Redemption brought me to tears. I love the Republic comics and the nuance it gives to the Clone Wars and adding depth to so many characters. I love the Legacy comics and what it gives me for future events of the Star Wars Expanded Universe with Cade Skywalker and his development and his characterization. Plus Delilah Blue, need I say more? But when I continue to think about one that consistently had me feeling things, whether that be happiness or joy or sadness or misery or just pure-hearted laughter, it always comes back to the KOTOR comics by John Jackson Miller. Those are truly, even if it wasn't Star Wars, I think are some of the best pieces of fiction out there. And so, for my money, I have to stick with the KOTOR comics as my favorite comics in the Expanded Universe. Video game, right. It's KOTOR 1 and 2. It was never going to be... I can't really decide between KOTOR 1 and 2. They're both my... I love them both equally for a lot of different reasons. But, yeah... No, it's not, I like a lot of the other video games, but, nothing holds a candle to me in the Star Wars Expanded Universe compared to KOTOR 1 and 2. For what it does for the lore, for what it adds to the Expanded Universe, to just, it may not be the most fun in terms of modern day standards, but being able to be immersed in a story-driven Star Wars world for, hours is great. And there's World War II, and there's a lot to love about that, but I'm not the biggest fan of MMOs. Because then you have to see other people, and it kind of throws you out of it for a second when you see other people running around in the game, But in KOTOR 1 and 2, it is a single-player game, so I never have to worry about seeing somebody else talking to the same person I'm talking to finish their part of the plot. It's just me and the game, and I can be immersed and in love with it. And so, KOTOR 1 and 2, especially 2, does a good way of subverting, or I should say specifically 2, does a good way of subverting what Star Wars is without being disrespectful, which again, if you like the new stuff in Disney canon, that's perfectly acceptable. But to me, 2 was a case of 1 being acceptable and 1 being right on the money. So also give me a second. My change of location real quick. I wanted to get back to the good old thing. Actually, it was mostly because my phone was getting hot. So, but yeah. KOTOR 1 and 2. The gay chats of the EU video games. Favorite character. It's Jacen Solo. It's as easy as can be from start to finish, from beginning to end, from the Thrawn trilogy to Invincible of Legacy of the Force. Jacen's arc to me is phenomenal. It's controversial, but it's phenomenal. No matter where you pick, from the funny little kid to the experiences he has to go through in New Jedi Order, and everything in between and after. He is my favorite.
but a close second because it's my video, so why not? Zane Carrick from the KOTOR comics. It's something about him. He's not the best Jedi in the world. He's fairly average. He's not the strongest. He's not the smartest. He's kind of an everyday Jedi. What you and me would probably be if we were one. And his whole arc, being accused of murders he did not commit, to adventures he goes on with his crew, from the highs, the lows, the laughter, and the tears. I love Zane. And maybe I'm a bit biased, considering I voiced him. And for some reason, even though it was nothing official, voicing him has made me feel a greater attachment to Zane. Like, if Jacen Solo didn't exist, it would go to Zane Carrick. Because, while I identify a lot with Jacen Solo, anytime I really look at it, I think I identify more with Zane. It may have something to do with, again, with the fact that I voiced him, but regardless, I love Zane. Zane is me. And maybe that's a really cringe thing to say, but I love Zane, and he's definitely a close second for me. And I love this universe. I hope one day it can be continued. There are so many plot threads left over that are not completed, you know. And there's a way to be a win-win for where all fans can be happy. A couple novels every year. This universe means so much to me. And I mainly just want an ending for it. But perhaps one day we can. Anyway, that's my story. That's all she wrote. Thanks for watching. And I hope, on top of me, all the voices you've heard, whether there's more after me, or I'm the last one, or whatever, you know, and beginning, that people see this and realize here in 2024 how much love there still is for this franchise, for this particular niche of the franchise, because there's still money to be made here and stories to be told. Thank you. May the Force be with you all.
Hey, my name's Enki, and I love Star Wars. When I was little, just a toddler, my parents didn't have channels, and they would leave the special edition VHSs playing on repeat in the background. It was only episode 4, though, and episode 1 at the time, because episode 5 was too intense for me, and episode 6 had half-naked Leia, so, they couldn't show me that stuff. But I had my primitive little toddler ritual, and I would come out and chant and dance and jump around while I was watching it in the background. And it was my bread and butter growing up. And I became immersed shortly before middle school, became immersed in the expanded universe. I began reading the books, starting with Rogue Planet and the Young Jedi Knight series. And it had a profound spiritual impact on me, and it still does to this day. And I still read those books. The Star Wars mythos is like my Bible. I have a crazy dream of starting a Jedi temple and sharing the mystic and magic secrets of Star Wars with others. My favorite character is by far Luke Skywalker, all the way. His journey just gets started at the end of episode 6, and he accomplishes amazing things, and we get to see it every step of the way. Close runner-up is Qui-Gon Jinn. I love to see his development in the Jedi Apprentice series. And, his crucial role in the mythos and the mythological story. And my second... I have 2 other favorite characters that I like, but they're like... It's not like they're my favorite, but they're special to me. Tahiri and Jacen are both special to me. I relate closely to them in their own ways. And my favorite books. I love The Approaching Storm by Alan Dean Foster. Alan is a phenomenal author and a phenomenal influence in Star Wars in general. About how he worked with George in the making of Star Wars. And that's a phenomenal book. It's so vivid. The world building is excellent. I had an amazing dream about that book after I had read it, and it's really left a lasting impression on me. My favorite series are Jedi Apprentice and the Young Jedi Knight series. And I know I'm going to get a lot of flack for this, but I actually enjoy the Crystal Star and Children of the Jedi and the Jedi Prince series. Don't tell Matt I said that. All right.
Hey, I'm Arthur. Been an Expanded Universe fan for only about 5 years now. I'm one of those newer fans who found it after its cancellation, much to the frustration maybe of older fans. Yes, I neglected it my entire life. Loved Star Wars at a movie level my whole life. And as the new Disney-produced movies were coming out, I got into some of the Disney content, and then from there got into the Expanded Universe, and swiftly found that the EU continuity, Legends, the Expanded Universe, is far superior. I like a lot of the Disney content, but the substance of expanded Star Wars universe content is in the Expanded Universe, and it's... No matter how much effort or stories or quality is poured in to the Disney continuity, it simply can never be what the EU was and is. My favorite Expanded Universe character would probably be Tenel Ka. I know that's a common one, but she rules, especially Young Jedi Knights Tenel Ka. I think as a second choice, just as a different choice, I would probably say Admiral Pelion. He's not a flashy character, but he's reliable, and I think he provides an important perspective, being part of the Empire. Favorite Star Wars book would probably be Tim Zahn's Hand of Thrawn duology. Spectre of the Past, Vision of the Future really being the one if I had to choose one. But, let's be honest, the duology is one book. It is absolutely excellent, and is a good conclusion to the 90s era of Star Wars publishing, the Bantam publishing era. Though there are other books that are very close in terms of my regard for them. A lot of stuff in the NJO. There's hardly an expanded universe novel that I don't like. Regarding comic books, favorite comic book is Tom Veitch's and Kevin Anderson's Tales of the Jedi. That's an easy one. That's a lot of people's favorites. It's my favorite. Second would probably be John Jackson Miller's Knights of the Old Republic. Favorite video game would probably be Jedi Academy. I think it's a great improvement over Jedi Outcast, and I could play it without cheats, and I beat it. It's got great mission variety, and the lightsaber combat and mechanics have never been repeated or surpassed. They feel excellent, and we've got Kyle Katarn. Kyle Katarn completely rules. He's not the main character in Jedi Academy, but he's in it. Kyle Katarn, what a G. What does the EU mean to me? It means a whole lot, and I could go on and on. Simple version, it's been a consistent and healthy hobby and source of happiness for me for the last 5 years as I've been reading through it, and I'm approaching its end. And, I can find other things in life to occupy my free time with other than Star Wars, but what a tragedy that I'm going to approach the end of the expanded universe and all the material. And not only is there not more, because they're not publishing anymore in this timeline, but the story is not done. Which, brings me to the final prompt. Why would I like to see more EU? Because the story's not done. That's the simple answer. Why should we get more EU? Because the story's not done. And there's kind of a short further explanation of that and a longer one. The short ones, the story's not done. Conclude it. Give us a trilogy that concludes the story that some fans, not myself, devoted decades of their lives and heart into. What's the longer, more complicated answer? The story's not done. Well, why continue it? Is because you don't have to immediately conclude it. You can keep making stories in perpetuity. Excellent stories into the future, following the descendants of the Skywalkers, spin-offs in various eras, exploring new eras. The audience is there. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to my channel. This is Brady with Fine Editions. Today, I'm going to be doing something a little bit different. Brendan, aka Quinlan Vos, posted a video a few days ago. And he wanted to bring together a lot of the Expanded Universe content creators to put together a 10-year group video project. And he had a series of questions to ask all of us. And they were all Expanded Universe related things. I think his goal was to do something like what Disney released back whenever they discontinued the Expanded Universe. And that was, what does the Expanded Universe mean to us? Because they decided to turn their page and discontinue it. Make it not the priority canon that Lucasfilm would be promoting. It's crazy that that's almost 10 years ago. But he has a list of questions that he would like me to answer. So I'm just going to go through it. So you guys know I am Brady, and my YouTube channel is Fine Editions. And I've been doing YouTube about a year now. I like to post comic book reviews, book reviews, YouTube shorts involving Lego Star Wars and the Expanded Universe. I even do some unboxing for some Black Series figures. Now, how old was I whenever I got into the Expanded Universe? I'm old enough to remember whenever the Expanded Universe was still active. And to me, it was Star Wars at the time. It wasn't Legends, it wasn't old canon, it wasn't something else. To me, it was Star Wars. And that's what it was. It was Star Wars. But going through the movies, I watched them as a kid. I remember my parents would always say, oh, well, there's books. Oh, well, there's other content that expands it. Okay. I kind of wanted to know about them. I was actually given, I'll show a few source books. I was given, at the age of 8, the New Essential Guides. So this was the guides to characters, weapons, and I believe this was one of my first introductions to the expanded universe. My grandparents would have the books, and they'd give them to me. They'd get me them for my birthday, different source books. And so I'd look through them, and I'd see characters like Jacen Solo, Jaina Solo, Mara Jade, and even I think it was Sal Solo, Han Solo's cousin. I would see them and go, wait, they're related. How is this? What is this? And so I would read about it. My parents would read them to me. And so that's kind of how I knew the general understanding of Star Wars. And the continued story. My first book that I got into was the Truce of Bakura audiobook. I believe that was the first. But then there was another series that my mom read to me whenever I was young, and that was the Junior Jedi Knights. I don't know if she read all of them to me, but I think she read some of the first story arc about the Golden Globe. And that's where I really started to understand, okay, Star Wars is bigger than just the movies. There was also the 2003 Clone Wars series. I caught that on Cartoon Network. I was so upset that they were so short. I remember continuing to watch Cartoon Network, hoping it would come back on, but I later figured out how it worked. And then whenever I saw episode 3, I was like, there's Grievous. We saw this guy before. Oh, Palpatine was captured just like it is here. But I never dived into it really deep until I think I was 14, 12, 13, 14, around that. I was given the book Darth Plagueis. Now, I thought I had an understanding about how the Sith were. I had thought at the time that Darth Bane was an apprentice of Palpatine. I don't know where that came from. Someone might have said that to me, and I was like, oh, yeah, Palpatine's like Yoda. He's super old. But no, that wasn't the case. I was reading Darth Plagueis, and he started talking about Darth Bane, and I was like, oh, Darth Bane is before Darth Plagueis. I know who Darth Plagueis is. That's Palpatine's master. From episode 3. Well, I kept reading, and I saw the origin of Darth Maul. I had also been watching the Clone Wars series, and I could see the connections that they made there. But before I read Darth Plagueis, I started getting tired of Star Wars. Because the only thing out was the Clone Wars that I knew. And it was starting to kind of wind down. Well, I watched that once a week. I caught it on TV. Okay, that's all. I started getting a little bored of it. But Darth Plagueis is what really kicked it off. So I read Darth Plagueis, and then I went back, read Darth Bane, then went back even further and read Revan. And I was just so into the Sith. And I was like, yes, that's fantastic. Give me more Sith books. Well, they didn't make a whole lot. I had not read the comics, which if I had gotten my hands on the comics then, I would have gone nuts. But I needed an audiobook to listen to while I was at work. I worked on a farm, and I did egg cleaning for they had a free-range chicken farm, and they had a shop, and so I had to clean eggs, and so I'd always have audiobooks on. And my mom picked out Heir to the Empire. And I go, Heir to the Empire? That's about Han, Luke, and Leia. I already know. I've seen the original trilogy so many times. Give me more Sith. While I read it, fall in love with it. Fantastic. Great. Thrawn trilogy, fantastic. So I was like, all right, what's next? So then I look and I try to find it on YouTube, what audiobooks they have on there. And they had the Jedi Academy. They had Dark Fleet Crisis. They had Corellian Trilogy. I was like, what? This is fantastic. More story. And so that's kind of what started that side of things. And then I started reading all the ones in between. And then one time I was really bored. And I went to a comic shop just to see what they had. Well, they had like some complete series of the Dark Horse runs because Disney Canon was really popular. I would go to Barnes & Noble and get the paperbacks for some of the earlier arcs in the canon comics. But that was just a little too expensive for me. I didn't have a job. Excuse me. And so there were a box of Star Wars comics. They sorted out. Not really sorted out. They were just spread out. And it was like 25 cents to like 50 cents. And so I got like Mara Jade by the Empire's Hand, the whole thing for like $3. Whole thing of Golden Age of the Sith, like $3. Fantastic. I wish I could go back and get all of them because I just got the ones that were complete arcs, or maybe there'd be a few here and there, but I wish I went and got every single one of them. But I didn't, and that's what got me into the comic books. It just fed into my love for the mysteries of the Sith. Now the third question is, name my favorite Star Wars Expanded Universe character. Now, this is hard for me because I absolutely love what they did with Anakin and with Luke during the Expanded Universe. How they just expanded the character. So this is Expanded Universe exclusive characters. I would have to say, I really like Cade Skywalker. Let's see. Let me look. Jacen and Jaina solo. I like Anakin solo. Uluk Kaldroma. Exar Kun. I like Kip Daran. He's kind of like he's mentioned in the movies Darth Plagueis. Darth Bane, fantastic. So I can't just narrow it down. I'd have to go into different eras for that. But that's kind of my list there. Now, my favorite Star Wars Expanded Universe book, comic, or video game. That's gotta be a hard one because I absolutely love the KOTOR comic books. And also the Legacy comic books. I would say those are maybe some of my favorites. But I'm gonna say my favorite one, Darth Plagueis, favorite book, favorite video game. This is because I was a kid whenever I played it. Another thing that got me into the Expanded Universe, which to me it was just Star Wars. The Force Unleashed game, I had that on the Wii. Either KOTOR or Legacy. That might change for comic books. The next one is talk about how the Star Wars Expanded Universe affected me. Well, it definitely gave me a hobby of searching bookstores, antique stores, and all kinds of different things there. It made me want to read even more. It helped me read more because whenever I was younger, I struggled with reading. And now I'd say I'm pretty good at it. Now, as a fan, it kept me interested in Star Wars because the movies are fantastic, all 6 of them, plus the Ewoks movies. But it kept me as a fan. Now, there was a time whenever I did become a Star Wars canon fan and really obsessed about those, but it was the movies and the books and the comics made me lose interest. But I always had the expanded universe there. So it helped me as a person, a new hobby, and helping me read. But then as a fan, kept me interested and kept me interested in Star Wars. The next one is talk about why you would like to see the Star Wars Expanded Universe content continued. Okay, I was just talking about this on a Discord that I joined. But there are 2 storylines that I really like, and I would love for them to expand upon more, with one of them, they've tried to continue it within the Disney canon, and they've kind of overhauled it, and it's very filled with things. But for the EU, it's very barren. And that's because George Lucas wanted to basically do a bunch of projects in that time. That's the dark times. So that's actually right about here on my bookshelf. And so there are quite a few stories in there, but the Dark Times comic books I think are fantastic, a great continuation of the Star Wars Republic series. I would love to see that continued. There are some Jedi that still live, and we even see live until Legacy. What happened to them? What's their story? Something else I would like to see is the continuation of the legacy of Anakin Skywalker. So his children, his grandchildren, and even his great-great-great-great-grandchildren. So I think I got the right amount of greats there. But I would love to see the continuation of Luke and his family. Even the death of Luke Skywalker and Han Solo and Princess Leia and Lando. But I think what it would mean... What I'd like to see, even why I'd like to see it continued is, well, first off, it'll make Disney money. I have some issues with Disney, but they like money and I like buying things. So, hey, sounds like we'll work good together. If they continue what I like, I'll pay for it. They continued the Star Wars Marvel comics from the 70s. And I bought it from the rack. I even bought a trade paperback copy with issues that I already had, so it would be a kind of a complete story. If they continued the expanded universe, they wouldn't alienate these fans that have been there since the beginning. Not to say I've been there since the beginning, but I've caught up quite a bit, and I really like the continuity. And to me, if we got more content, it would be for those fans that don't like the Disney continuity. And I know they're trying to sell it, and they've been sticking with it. But if they just threw out a little bit here, a little bit there, like, shoot, Star Wars before Disney bought it was releasing comic book adaptations, not even adaptations, they were kind of like what-if stories of what the script kind of looked like earlier in development of the stories. And that's the Star Wars series. Or even the what-if comics, what are they called? Oh, Infinities. Like, they were coming up with stuff then. Why can't we do that, you know, in this new era we're in? They have the Star Wars Visions TV show, which is not canon to their stuff. And it's in its own separate canon. It's why do we have that? Well, actually, I know why we have that, because it's storytellers that want to tell a story. Well, why don't we commission other storytellers to tell other stories in this expanded universe that we love? But thank you guys so much for watching. And hopefully we'll get this message out to the people at Lucasfilm. And they'll see the passion that we have for these properties. And hoping one day that they'll continue them. Thank you so much. I'm really hoping one day Disney will continue the expanded universe continuity so I could have some more fine additions to my collections. Bye.
Hello there, my name is Brennan, also known as Quinlan Vos. I first got into the Star Wars Expanded Universe in 2017 when I was 11 years old. My favorite Star Wars Expanded Universe characters are Quinlan Vos and Jacen Solo. My favorite novel in the Star Wars Expanded Universe is New Jedi Order Star by Star and New Jedi Order Traitor. My favorite comic book series within the Star Wars Expanded Universe is Republic. And my favorite Star Wars Expanded Universe video game is Jedi Knight Jedi Academy. What the Expanded Universe means to me is several things. The Expanded Universe has been with me through good times and through bad times. It's always been there, a constant and reliable friend that I've spent and invested so much time in. I love the Star Wars Expanded Universe, and through it I've met so many great people and made so many great friends that I wouldn't have known otherwise. The Star Wars Expanded Universe has opened my horizons, has inspired me to want to pursue writing, and has been an all-around, huge, important light in my life. I don't know where I would be without the Star Wars Expanded Universe. So that is what the Star Wars Expanded Universe means to me. And that's why I would like to see it continued. I would love to see a continuation for the Star Wars Expanded Universe stories that I love, because there's some resolutions that we don't have yet. And I would be so thrilled if we got to have more Star Wars Expanded Universe stories to enjoy. Thank you.
Greetings, my name is Brian Borg. I'm the president of Twin Suns Foundation. I got into the Star Wars Cinematic Universe via Episode 6, watching that at home with my father. I distinctly remember that. It was a great memory. Then was introduced to the Star Wars Expanded Universe via my cousin, who was playing Dark Forces 2 at his home. Parents must have seen that, and they got me a trio of games for my birthday not too long after. Dark Forces, the original, as well as TIE Fighter, and then Rebel Assault 2, which features my favorite ship prominently in the opening levels, the B-Wing Starfighter. From there, I was introduced to the literary expanded universe while perusing the bookshelves at my local library around the age of 12, finding the Back to War, which was book 4 of the X-Wing series. Interesting place to start, but that didn't seem to bug me as I loved it. That book also introduced the character Corran Horn, who would become my favorite not too long afterwards. My favorite book, of course, being his personal story, I, Jedi. And then a little bit after that, with the release of Knights of the Old Republic, that became my favorite game. Still among my top games overall. While the Expanded Universe has impacted me greatly, obviously, I run or help run a nonprofit that's dedicated to bringing Star Wars books to children's hospitals, libraries, schools, that sort of thing, to ensure that the next generation gets to enjoy the stories just as we have. It has also impacted me in that I learned to build computers because one of the games I ended up getting later on, Force Commander, was not playable on my computer, and I didn't take no for an answer. So I learned how to upgrade my computer and did. I really enjoyed that game, by the way. And then the only other thing I would like to add to this is why I believe the Expanded Universe should be continued. The stories were not completed. There is a lot of storytelling left to be told. I'm under the impression that, frankly, that the stories should never end, and that every generation going forward should add to this tapestry that has already begun to be woven. So, thanks for listening. Bye.
Well, hello there, I'm Callum of Callum's Cantina. I was a very young age when I first discovered and got into the Star Wars Expanded Universe. It has to have been when I was about 6 or 7. When I saw the prequels, I was starting to look up stuff about the characters on Wikipedia. That was definitely a big factor into getting into it. And then my first books were the Jedi Academy trilogy. And so I got into it that way. But I loved that every piece of information informed on each other and added to the universe. And it all came together to one cohesive universe. Now, favourites. I have trouble with them. A favourite Star Wars EU character. I mean, I recently read Izard's Revenge. I gotta love some of Mirax Terrik. Just a whole sort of great characters. Kyle Katarn, Mara Jade, the Solar Children. Jaina Solar has been a favourite for a long time. Even great casts of characters, like in the Knights of the Old Republic comics, with Man Hieroglyph, Jariel, and too many characters, gotta look it up. Zane Carrick. I didn't even look it up, I just had to think about looking it up and I remembered it. I've recently read the Republic comics, I'm now starting into the Empire comics. there's just so many good characters that how do I pick? And it's the same with like favorite books, comics, and or video games. It's like a favorite novel would just be, how do I even pick, man? You've got novels of different genres. Like in the horror genre, you have Death Troopers, Red Harvest, and the Galaxy of Fear series. You have a Top Gun in Space with the X-Wing series. You have the epic sequel trilogy in the Thrawn trilogy with Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, and The Last Command. I can't pick just one. But if I was to pick a favourite video game, I would say that Knights of the Old Republic is my favourite video game for story and choices. Jedi Knight Jedi Academy would be my favourite for gameplay. The Star Wars Expanded Universe and what it means to me. It means a lot to me. It is something that has been a mainstay of something that I've loved growing up, ever since I first experienced it. To me, it is an inspiration. This is one universe that had a single continuity through the whole thing. I don't think any other intellectual property has ever grown to be so large and yet keep a cohesive continuity, especially given all the different authors and writers and people involved in the projects. It is an inspiration to me as a storyteller, someone that wants to tell stories through film and through written mediums eventually. If anything ever takes off to be anywhere near as big, I want a continuity like that. Of course, we know about the sidelining of the expanded universe, the virtual decanonization. That has had a big effect on me personally because I have gone through the stages of grief. The amount of hatred that I had towards it, that I've now resolved, and the amount of things I've gone through because I've been doing stuff on YouTube, I've been part of this drama that's happened in the Expanded Universe fandom. I've learnt a lot as a person in how I interact with people and how I interact on an online platform. Without the Star Wars Expanded Universe, I don't know if I would even be doing things on YouTube. And why I would like to see more Star Wars Expanded Universe content continued now, there's a catch-22. I think I always want to put the caveat that I want it done well, because we all know what will happen if the EU is not continued appropriately and with respect to the continuity. But why I would like to see the Star Wars Expanded Universe content continued is basically because we had no transition period. It feels like we got shafted 10 years ago. And it hurt. And it still hurts to bring it up again, even though a lot of that I've had come to peace with inside myself, it still hurts. Because it seems like the people that made the decision at Lucasfilm and or Disney just don't respect the expanded universe at all. We are left with plot threads hanging, series cut short. Do I need to name any? Force Unleashed 3, the Legacy comics and the Dawn of the Jedi comics, and then we have SWTOR and what may have happened with SWTOR if it had more of an attention to continuity focus, and everything in between basically. There's a list of things that could have come out. Star Wars 1313 was virtually finished. The devs put all that effort into the game and then... nah. Not gonna come out at all because, we don't like Expanded Universe now. See the passion I have for it. But this passion... Actually, I just reorganised my shelves. This is perfect moment to say I've gotten into some more manga. And then I have gotten some novels and things of other franchises. Where do you think that money would have gone if the Expanded Universe continued? It wouldn't be into other franchises, I can tell you that. I would be going, if there were still good stories and they kept up the quality of the writing and the attention to continuity, I want every single new release. There's so many great stories in the Star Wars Expanded Universe that are left to still be told. And I see literally no reason why they couldn't continue it alongside the new canon timeline.
Hey guys, Captain Henson here. So, decided to participate in this little project. So, first up, my name is Captain Henson. Small YouTube channel, very small, but you know, I make up for it with my very massive, ever-growing collection. So, first up, what the EU, how long the EU has been with me. So, I laid this out in one of my earliest videos. So the EU has been with me for as long as Star Wars has been with me, in that it's been there for as long as I can remember. As a kid, in my dad's office, he had, I don't know why this assortment of books, but the junior novelization for Phantom Menace, a hardcover of Heir to the Empire, standard hardcover for Heir to the Empire, standard hardcover for The Crystal Scar, paperback copy of The New Rebellion, and then a science fiction book club hardcover for Jedi Trial, and a standard hardcover for Labyrinth of Evil. Like I said, weird assortment. Also had the Star Wars storybook, for those who know what that is. Also had, I was gonna say the Revenge of the Sith plug and play, but that didn't come out until 2005. Anyway, and along with those, I also had, or my dad had, the visual dictionary, along with the 30th anniversary edition. So the EU has been with me for as long as I can remember. So I would see those books on the shelves, and I would even flip through the visual dictionary. Wasn't a reader at that point, but you know, I was able to see what Star Wars was beyond the movies. And then of course, you know, you get, you know, the micro series, started playing the video games later on. For a while, I had the first issue of the Clone Wars micro series digest comics, but again, later. But yeah. Yeah, for me, the EU was just Star Wars. And, you know, that's how I view most expanded material when it comes to other franchises. Anyway, so, favorite EU character? So this one's tricky. I'm still going through the EU, so I have a long way to go, so I have a few choices here. So first up, Cole Sarah, the narrator for the Renegade Squadron video game. A very minor character in the grand scheme of things. He's only ever made a few appearances. But I think, along with the concept of Renegade Squadron, you know, I think he is a interesting character, as simple as he is, just this rebel alliance fighter who, with Han Solo's backing or help, created this squadron for the rebellion that did a lot of the really dangerous missions. And as Sarah points out, this squad wasn't made up of idealist farmers. They were made up of, you know, the rough kind of crowd, the ones who really wanted to stick it to the Empire. And then eventually, this squadron was forgotten to time. It wasn't until Tyone, however you pronounce her name, discovers like one reference to the squad and somehow tracks Sarah down to tell her the story. Again, there isn't like a lot to this character, but again, just what he represents to the rebellion as a whole, I think is really interesting. Another choice I thought of was Tahiri Vila from Junior Jedi Knights. Now, I know she appears in later books, New Jedi Order and all that, but I've only read the Junior Jedi Knights. But in terms of her in those books, I thought she was really interesting, honestly. I thought she was more interesting than Anakin. Although, you know, what he went through in those books was also engaging. But, you know, Tahiri being this bubbly, happy personality who was raised by Tusken Raiders on Tatooine, even had a pet bantha. And somehow that not, like, really messing her up in the future. And then there's the fact that she goes barefoot because she grew up on Tatooine and is happy that she can just not have to wear shoes, which visually I think is really interesting because Star Wars doesn't really have a lot of barefoot humans. But it's also interesting, like I said, from a visual standpoint. And I think it really helps her stand out. So I am curious to see where her story goes when I get to New Jedi Order, Legacy, Fate. Yeah. I'm not really good with figuring out my favorites for everything, but favorite book, Death Star. I couldn't tell you what it is about that book, but I just love it. I've read it twice already, both times on my own accord, and I know I'm just gonna like keep going back to it. You know, first time I read it, very early on, we get the Maigito mission from Battlefront 2 is referenced, and I was like, wow. And then that game is referenced a few times later on, and it's like, I love that. So, again, I couldn't really tell you why I love that book so much, but it's the one that's just, like, stuck with me. It's the one I want to keep going back to. Favorite comic? Now, this one's more difficult. I was easily able to say Death Star is my favorite EU book or novel. Comic was tricky, but I decided to go with the Dark Horse Darth Maul comic from 2000. I love Darth Maul. Pre-TCW, he's definitely up there as one of my favorite Star Wars characters. Just for how simple he is. Again, before TCW. What you saw was what you got. And that's all he ever needed to be. And so in this comic, we just see him be a powerhouse. Him just decimating the Black Sun. And then, of course, I got giddy when these events were referenced in Shadowhunter. But yeah, it's a simple story. Just Darth Maul decimating the Black Sun to pretty much take them off the playing field. And plus he has a really cool fight with a Night Sister. Or Dathomir, and yeah, I think it was a Night Sister. Okay, favorite video game? Gotta go with the original Battlefront 2. I mean, of course the story is amazing, but that's just a game that I can just keep going back to. You know, I could go to instant action and just play on a few maps and feel good about it. What the EU means to me? Well, the EU showed me, or gave me more of Star Wars. Star Wars is one of my all-time favorite franchises, so here I have more material which has been able to expand that. Being able to see more of the characters that I like, exploring more of the universe at various points in time. And for those who've seen my EU collection videos, you know how deep into it I am. I am invested in this universe. This extension of 6 movies that not only do I love, but have meant so much to me as far back as I can remember. So in that sense, it's not... What the EU means to me, it's more accurate to say what Star Wars as a whole means to me. And, I'm not going to say that, it, gave me hope at a dark time in my life. No, none of that. It just... I fell in love with this series as a kid. My love for it has only grown over time as I delved more into it. More stories, the behind-the-scenes stuff. So I'm gonna stick with it. Regardless of whatever new material comes out. I will always have this Star Wars, the 6 films, the expanded universe, as the Star Wars that I grew up with, the Star Wars that I'm invested in, and that's all I need. Alright, well, happy to participate. Want to thank Quinlan Vos for asking me to participate in this. Well, till next time, this is Captain Henson, signing off.
Hi, my name is Charlie, and my name is EU Awesome Star Wars on YouTube and Instagram. I became a Star Wars fan at the age of 7, and it would have been around 2008, and a Star Wars Expanded Universe fan around 2010, so it would have been 9. I got into the Expanded Universe through the Old Republic Encyclopedia, of course the Old Republic era in general, and of course the Force Unleashed video games. I really like Galen Marek and his character development through those games. My favourite Star Wars comic book line would be the Dark Empire comics, and my favourite EU character would be Anakin Skywalker, and my favourite EU book would be the Darth Plagueis novel. Expanded Universe means a lot to me because for as long as I've been a Star Wars fan, it is the official and original canon, and it connects so many storylines and eras and expands the entire saga. From just the prequel trilogy and the original trilogy 1,000 years before and 1,000 years after, and so many more stories in between. Star Wars wouldn't be Star Wars today without the expanded universe. The prequel trilogy got influenced by it, and of course the original trilogy became richer over time from the expanded universe. What I hope to the future, and why would I like the Star Wars expanded universe to continue, would be obviously more stories. The entire saga, the entire storyline of the EU isn't finished. There's a lot of gaps in between, and there's a lot of stories to be continued. There's a lot of stories that ended quite abruptly. And I also think there are a lot of amazing video games and storylines that could be made into a novel, such as the Force Unleashed 3 game that got cancelled. I think that would be amazing if that actually became a novel somewhere down the line in the story. So again, the Star Wars Expanded Universe means a lot to me. It is something that I really like, and it's something that I really want to be continued.
My name is Chaim, also known as Chay. I'm 39 and live in Israel, but grew up in Alaska and Florida, where my love for the EU began. After watching the Star Wars trilogy on 1995 VHS release, I wanted more. I went to my local library in Alaska and found the Droids The Kalarba Adventures trade paperback, and the classic Star Wars trade paperbacks from Dark Horse, the collection of daily newspaper strips. In 1998, I got the hardcover collection of the Jedi Prince series as a bar mitzvah gift. I read it and loved it. I then bought newly released Wraith Squadron. I opened the book and discovered the timeline of other books. From that moment in 1998, I was hooked that I had to read it all. I set Wraith Squadron aside and bought all the Bantam books and read in order, starting with Truce at Bakura. I've kept up with reading all the novels and comics since. It's hard to narrow one favorite EU character. So many great choices. Jacen, Anakin, Quinlan, Asharad Het, so many more. Also hard to narrow down one book or comic. Some of my favorites: the New Jedi Order series, A.C. Crispin's Han Solo series, MedStar duology, Coruscant Knights, Republic Commando series, X-Wing and Wraith Squadron series, Dark Empire, Tales of the Jedi, Dark Times, Legacy, and so much more. EU has been a big part of my life for many years. These stories are classics, an essential reading for any true fan of Star Wars beyond the films. They flesh out and expand the story beyond the movies very well, and it's what people want. Biggest tragedy was when Disney decanonized it. All those countless hours consuming these beautiful stories, all the hard work done by the authors, all put in the junk pile, and ignored for the sake of convenience for future storytellers. It was a lazy and careless decision on their part. EU deserves to be included in canon, cherished, and its stories continued. Supernatural Encounters does a good job solving the problem and resurrecting EU by including both EU and Disney canon in one universe, and I applaud that decision. Disney, it is better to cherish and support your fan base, not alienate it for the sake of convenience. Let us resurrect EU.
Hey everyone, I'm Baras and I make expanded universe memes and sometimes I give comic and book reviews. I was really young when I first discovered the expanded universe. My dad is a huge Star Wars fan and he had a lot of Star Wars comics and books. I was probably in first grade when I really started reading EU stuff. My favorite EU character is Exar from the Tales of the Jedi comic book series. I like him because he's not a straightforward villain and because of his journey from being a Jedi Padawan to becoming the Dark Lord of the Sith. He's a really amazing character, and if you've read the Tales of the Jedi comic book series, I'm sure you can agree with me. My favorite EU book is Darth Plagueis. My favorite comic book is Tales of the Jedi, and my favorite video game is Star Wars: The Old Republic. Being part of the EU community has given me a sense of community, and I love coming together with other EU fans to discuss our favorite stories and characters and theories. It's really awesome. I personally would love to see more EU content because there are many stories that deserve a proper ending, and there are many parts of the EU which have been mentioned before but never explored, and I would really love seeing these new stories. I have to give a huge thanks to Brennan for letting me be a part of this amazing project, and may the Force be with you.
Hi, my name is Christopher Young. I have been a fan of the EU since probably 2006 or 2007. It started with seeing the visual guides, dictionaries at my friends' houses that had more than just pictures from the films. It had things from the original Clone Wars miniseries. It had comics, illustrations from books, and that's how I learned about the EU. I kind of got more into it with the release of the Darth Plagueis novel. I got to see more of Sidious, who was and is my favorite character in all of Star Wars, especially as he is depicted in the EU. And Darth Plagueis remains my favorite EU work. Since I was young, I've had the opportunity, the blessing to attend the first Legends Con, to meet many friends through the Final Sith Order Facebook group, through the Supernatural Encounters Discord, getting to talk to artists, writers like Joe Bongiorno, Abel Pina, and people who've been editors like Kyle Rawlings, Edward Dodds, many good names, good friends out there, good writers, people who really desire to keep the world of the expanded universe going, as I'm sure we all do. So may the Force be with you on this anniversary, and here's to whatever there is to come.
Hello, my name is Cody Shepard, also known as Jacen Skywalker, through my YouTube account on, YouTube. How I got into the Star Wars Expanded Universe was when I was 7 years old. That's the age I was, 7 years old in 2003, because I was born on May 25th, Star Wars Day of the year 1996. And I remember that what got me into the Star Wars Expanded Universe in that year of 2003 was when I was watching Genndy Tartakovsky's Star Wars Clone Wars 2D animated micro television series with my older brother, Daniel Shepard. I remember that at the time when I was watching it, that I was blown away with the exceptional, beautiful art of the series, but also the amazing story and the continuation of the story that was happening in Attack of the Clones, where the movie left off. And I was just blown away with the fact that Daniel told me there was so much more lore to the series, to the story, and because he was a massive Star Wars Expanded Universe fan at the time. I, on the other hand, didn't know anything else about that. I only was just thinking that Star Wars was just, at the time, the current 5 Star Wars movies, which were the 3 movies of the original trilogy and the 2 prequel trilogy movies, because at the time, there wasn't, well, in Episode 3, there wasn't anything for Revenge of the Sith yet. Revenge of the Sith was 2 years away. But I remember that when I was a very young child, that I went to go see The Phantom Menace in theaters with my parents as well as with Daniel and my younger sister. And the same thing was repeated 3 years later in 2002 when we went to go see Attack of the Clones. And during that time, I was completely blown away. I was shocked. I was entirely intrigued by the fact that the expanded universe existed. Daniel told me that there were so many stories, so many pieces of lore, so much history, so many books, so many comic books, so many video games that took place before the movies, in between the movies, after the movies, and everything that just tied in concurrently with when the movies were going on. And every nook and cranny, I completely was invested with the expanded universe at that time when we were watching the 2D Clone Wars micro series. My favorite Star Wars Expanded Universe character is Anakin Skywalker / Darth Vader, as in both when he was himself Anakin Skywalker and later when he fell to the dark side to become Darth Vader. My second favorite Expanded Universe character is his son, Luke Skywalker. And finally, to round out the trio of my 3 favorite Expanded Universe characters is, surprise, surprise, not quite a surprise, another Skywalker, Jacen Solo himself, but only just because, well, it's Jacen Solo. What are you going to do? And also, the reason why I chose Jacen to round out the 3, as in round out the other 2 with himself included as the 3rd, is because Jacen's story throughout the New Jedi Order, as well as through the Dark Nest trilogy and Legacy of the Force, was just, it was beautiful. It wasn't quite perfect, but it was very, very entertaining and very intriguing with how they were able to tie his story together with him repeating the same mistakes as his paternal grandfather. The reason why I love these 3 characters is because of the hardships that they went through whenever they fell to the dark side and when everything else around them just was falling apart. Anakin Skywalker himself, and as Darth Vader, isn't only just my favorite Star Wars Expanded Universe character, but he's my favorite fictional media character of all time ever, as in, he's my favorite character in the entirety of fictional media. I love his story as being the chosen one, the son of the sons, the one, every other chosen one name that you could come up with in the Expanded Universe that he was connected to. All of these different Force-using orders, organizations, cults, sects, denominations, everything. It's beautiful. My favorite Star Wars Expanded Universe book is the Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith novelization written by author Matthew Stover. My favorite Star Wars comic book series is the Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic video game tie-in comic book series. And finally, my favorite Star Wars Expanded Universe video game is a tie between the original classic 2005 EU Star Wars Battlefront 2 video game and Star Wars The Force Unleashed from 2008. The Expanded Universe had a great effect on me because it showed that there was so much more to the universe that George was telling in his story, that there was just so much lore, so much opportunity, so much beautiful chances to tell an amazing story in his sandbox, to play with all of the toys that he let every other author, every other writer, director, producer, developer, everybody, he let them have full reign to tell the stories that they wanted to tell with, of course, some restrictions here and there with what they could do and what they couldn't do. But it was still an amazing opportunity to see all of these stories being told by others. quickly, as George said in the 1994 reprint of the book Star Wars Splinter of the Mind's Eye, written by author Alan Dean Foster, they weren't really stories that he himself was destined to tell in the universe that he created. I loved reading all of the books, all of the comic books, watching the television series, playing the video games, reading the short stories, collecting the trading cards, just affiliating myself with every piece of lore that I could, every bit, every trading card, every scrounged up bit of lore that I could. Especially thank you to Brennan, also known as Quinlan Vos, Chris Nelson, and of course, the great Matt Wilkins, pointing out all these great, amazing pieces of expanding universe lore. Of course, with the former two mostly doing that, but Matt Wilkins also contributes as well with some obscure pieces of Star Wars expanded universe lore content. So he's also amazing as well. I love you, Matt. I love you, Brennan, and I love you, Chris. My girlfriend, now wife, Holly, loves all three of you as well. And we hope that you all continue to keep making amazing, great Star Wars Expanded Universe lore-related content videos on YouTube. Keep up what you're doing, guys. It's amazing work, and you always are the torchbearers that continue to keep the Expanded Universe alive, as well as everybody else. Marcel, the Revankist. Yes, Revankist. For many of you referring to him as Revanchist, no offense, it makes me always wonder, why are they referring to it as revanchist? I believe it's revankist, like anarchist, but I don't hold anything against you all. Potato, tomato. Of course, I say potato and tomato, but we can all have our opinions with how we say things. I don't hold anything against anybody, and I respect your opinions as well as you respect mine. So we all win and nobody loses. And not only just that, but Marcel, amazing with what he does. Scott Johnson, amazing with what he does. Dillon and Brian of the Twin Sons Foundation, you both are saints for what you're doing. God bless both of you, and may you always keep doing the right thing, and may the Force be with all of you for what you've done. The Expanded Universe affected me very much when I was younger, and it still continues to always hold a grip, always an influence, always just a piece of just existing on my soul, in my mind, everything else. Daniel might have moved to Australia and gave me everything that he owned at the time. Over half of my entire massive archives collection I own is because of him. I love you, Daniel. I don't know if you'll be watching this video that Brennan will be piecing together, but thank you very much, Daniel. I mean, I can still talk to you over the phone or any other way, but thank you very much, Daniel. You very much contributed to my love of Star Wars. The Star Wars Expanded Universe was, is, and will always be my favorite media of all time ever, and I love it through and through. There's always going to be love for the Expanded Universe in my heart. I love what Mr. Joe Bongiorno did when he finally, after all of the time that it took, when he released his book, Star Wars Supernatural Encounters, the trial and transformation of our whole Hextrathon expanded edition. It was beautiful to be able to read through that entire massive book, to be able to read everything through. It always is so beautiful to just read from the very beginning, to read from the very first story, the short stories in Star Wars, The Essential Guide to Warfare, reading all the way up until you get to Star Wars Legacy. And then you continue with the Star Wars High Name mini books. And then you continue after that when you get to The Storyteller. And then after that, the epilogue of Supernatural Encounters. And finally, the Fourth Precept. But however, that's not really where the story ends. The thing is, however, it always continues. It'll always loop. But that, of course, however, is the reason why I love the Expanded Universe so much. In a way, when it shows with the Fourth Precept, your love will never end. You can always go back and reread the entire series. You could keep rereading it as many times as you want. You can add an infinite number of reads to the reread, and you could always read through it. You can always discover something new that, no matter even if you read it 3,000 times, you'll never ever be able to pick up every nugget, every nook and cranny. And that's the reason why I love the Star Wars Expanded Universe with what it did, and that's why it has so much of an impact on my life And I thank George Lucas. I thank Mr. George Lucas above all else for his contribution to the entirety of American cinema. Not only just that, he contributed to Hollywood, cinema, theater, art. He contributed to media itself with his creation of Star Wars. All it took was just one story. And thank you, George Lucas. Even though you're not watching this or you'll never know about this, thank you, George Lucas, for just that one day in 1973 for writing the Journal of the Whills 2-page entry, Journal of the Whills, Part 1, which contributed to the creation of, in my mind, the overall greatest fictional media of all time ever. And that's all that I have to say. May the Force be with you, Brennan, and everybody else in the Star Wars Expanded Universe fandom community here on YouTube. Brennan, every other individual of the Star Wars Expanded Universe fandom community, may the Force be with all of you, and may you have a great day, a great afternoon, evening, or night, whatever it is, wherever you are. Thank you all. I love you all as my fellow fans. My wife Holly loves you all as our fellow fans, and may we all continue to keep the Star Wars Expanded Universe alive. And like I've always said in a lot of videos, hashtag long live the Star Wars Expanded Universe, the one true, official, and only Star Wars canon. May the Force be with you all, always.
Hey everyone, Corey here. Some of you may know me better as Dr. Royce Crater, and I am a lifelong fan of Star Wars and the EU. My parents introduced me to the original trilogy at such a young age that I don't even remember watching it for the first time. It's just sort of always been there as part of my life. But obviously it made quite an impression because they went on to get me the Rogue Squadron 64 video game, which I played obsessively every time I came home from school. I went on into some of the junior novels, and when I grew old enough, the adult novels, I was able to see the prequels back in the cinema, and it has been a lifelong passion of mine ever since, culminating in perhaps one of the biggest honors of my life, serving as an editor on Supernatural Encounters, which is a sort of lost EU work that has the author has brought into the light of day for fans everywhere to continue to enjoy. And I think the fact that so many of them have taken that opportunity shows that there is still a lot of passion and a lot of interest in the EU, even after its cancellation all those years ago. One of the common jokes about Star Wars fans and the EU is that every single random background character gets their own story. And while certainly true to an extent, that's one of the things that I love most about the EU and Star Wars. When you have a movie that has such replayability and you find yourself watching them over and over and over again, it's really neat to revisit these things and spot this person in the background and say, hey, I read a story about them that really resonated with me, that really spoke to me. It makes it feel like such a bigger, fuller and lived-in universe. The EU still has stories to tell and fans that are eager to listen to them. And that's why I'm so grateful to Brennan for the opportunity to be a part of this video, shining a spotlight on some of the more positive aspects of our community and our experience as fans. This long after discontinuation, it's very easy to find yourself becoming disheartened, disillusioned. Maybe you like some parts of the Disney EU, maybe you fully embrace it, maybe you don't like anything at all. It's a divisive time for us fans, which is why I'm really grateful to Brennan for this idea of bringing us all together to share something positive about this fandom, this experience that has meant so much to us all and that we love as fans. So thank you very much for listening, and may the Force be with you.
Hi, my name is Cotton, or my real name is Jordan, and I've been a fan of the Expanded Universe since, I think, 2014, when I was either 14 or 15. So, just after the decanonization / reboot, whatever you want to call it. My favorite EU character so far is probably either Jaina Solo or Darth Bane. I haven't gone through the entire post-Return of the Jedi EU yet, but I've enjoyed all the stories centered around Jaina and Jacen I've read so far, including the Crystal Star, praise Waru, and I really love the Bane trilogy. I'd say that is probably some of the best of the EU there. As for my favorite EU book, comic, or video game, like I said earlier, I haven't read through the entire review yet, but from what I've read so far, my favorite book is probably Darth Bane Rule of Two. I'm sure anyone who's read the Bane trilogy can understand why I like that one. I read that book in only 2 days, I think, which is pretty big for me, because I'm usually a slow reader. It takes me a lot longer than that most of the time. And I'd honestly say that the duel at the end is one of the best duels in all of Star Wars, probably. It's kind of funny to say that the best duel in a movie franchise is from a book, but, you know, that's the EU fan mindset. I haven't read almost any of the comics yet, so I don't really feel qualified to have a favorite comic, but out of the few I have read, I did enjoy Mara Jade by the Emperor's Hand. Can't really go wrong with Mara Jade. And my favorite EU video game is probably Jedi Academy. It's a classic. I wish we could have gotten more games set after Return of the Jedi taking place at Luke's Academy. I feel like there's still a lot of potential for stories about his Luke's students, you know, during other eras too that we didn't get to see. Like, the New Jedi Order is still very untapped, has a lot of potential still. As for what the EU means to me, or how it affected me as a person, well, it got me back into reading somewhat regularly, so that's very nice. Reading is a good hobby, so I like having something that encourages me to do it consistently. It's very helpful. The EU is also one of the things that kicked off my fascination with lore and world building. And of course, I have met a lot of friends and good people through it, which I'm very thankful for. And the EU has always been a great form of escapism. You know, the stories have been a great help in cheering me up during bad times, I suppose. For why I'd like to see the EU have continued, of course, I think that, you know, more Star Wars is better for everyone. I don't think anyone could really disagree with that. And I do just think it's a shame that so many longtime fans who are still around today had their stories cut off without any proper conclusion. So, and we'd all be very grateful if, you know, they got, if not an indefinite continuation, then at the very least proper closure. You know, these stories still have a lot of untapped potential. They're still very beloved, and there's still an audience for them, as I hope this video will help show. So that's my little ramble. Here's to 10 more years of the EU fandom.
Hello, I'm Dillon Spikings. On Discord and other gaming communities, you can find me as PurpleChallenger, and on Instagram, I go by Jedi Knight Spikings. I've been a fan of the EU for pretty much my entire life. Early on, it was just the video games, most primarily, and I played a lot of the PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3 era of games, some of the highlights being Battlefront 2 and The Force Unleashed 1 and 2. Those were definitely some of my favorite games back in the day. It wasn't until maybe about 3-4 years ago that I started getting into the books and comics and started this collection. But as soon as that happened, I dove straight into it, was reading as many books and comics as I could, listening to a lot of the audiobooks with Jonathan Davis and Mark Thompson as the narrators, as well as others. As far as my favorite characters, it's probably Darth Revan and Grand Admiral Thrawn. Revan from the KOTOR series. I loved both of those games. I based my entire PC setup off of him and got my first custom lightsaber as his Sith hilt. And Grand Admiral Thrawn, I've read the 90s trilogy, the 90s Thrawn trilogy about 2 years ago and fell in love with it. His character sits right up there with the list of amazing villains with Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine. As far as my favorite book, like I said, the Thrawn trilogy and Darth Plagueis is definitely up there. Those two probably go hand in hand, depending on which one I read most recently would dictate which one's my favorite. For comic series, it would be the Republic series, along with the Dark Times. I kind of group those together, but ranging from before the Phantom Menace all the way up to the Dark Times era, it's just full of phenomenal storytelling, and the amount of crossovers there are within the comic itself, as well as references to other material, is just amazing. It was a blast to read through. And then for video games, now it's probably KOTOR 1 and 2, just primarily for the story. Those games are amazing. As far as what the EU has meant for me, it's really been this amazing outlet for me to explore new Star Wars content over these past couple years, which has been severely lacking lately. And I needed a new outlet for new stories I haven't experienced. And I've got almost 40 years worth of content here that I hadn't read up on. So I've been spending my time going through it, and it has been the best time of my life. I absolutely love it. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Dillon. I am the Vice President and Treasurer of the Twin Suns Foundation, and have been actively involved in the EU movement since August of 2014. I've been a Star Wars fan since 1999, since seeing The Phantom Menace in theaters, And I can't really say how long I've been an EU fan, because my interest in Star Wars has always just been to find out more. And back then, it wasn't really the EU, it was just all Star Wars. What I loved about it was that you could watch the movies, and then you had these questions of, well, what happens next? What was this? What was that? And there was these answers to all of your questions, and even more, in this vast universe that you could dig into. And that all told one greater story of the history of this universe that spanned over 37,000 years. And although each of these individual stories, there's varying levels of importance to the overall galactic events, there's differences even in their quality in some cases of these stories. And even within the creators, there's differences in to how much they cared or didn't care about maintaining the continuity. But despite these issues, it still all worked, and worked as one large story. And 10 years ago, we had that completely closed off, and now we still have these questions of places where the story left off. We have unresolved plot threads, we have large gaps in the continuity, we have questions about certain contradictions within the continuity that for the last 10 years haven't been answered. And I would just like one day for it to be continued and us to get these answers. Just like back in the day, I wanted answers for what happens next. I'm still looking for those answers.
Hi, I'm Drake. I've been an EU fan since I was around 5 or 6 years old. At the local library I used to go to, there were a couple Rebel Force books that I used to absolutely love. And I remember also they had the Breakout Squad about the little Chiss boy in the Clone Wars. Reading them now, they're not that great, but there's still some fun stories. My favorite EU characters, I have so many favorite characters, but in no particular order. My favorites would be Jacen, Jaina, Anakin, Solo, Darth Krayt, Exar Kun, Quinlan Vos, Ulic Qel-Droma, and many, 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 many more. But my favorite EU book, original I know, I haven't read all of them yet, so my favorite is definitely up to change, but it's at the moment, it's Revenge of the Sith, the novelization by Matthew Stover. My favorite comic is Tales of the Jedi. My second favorite would be Republic, and then my third favorite would be Legacy. And my favorite EU video games are great, but my favorite has to be KOTOR 1, and my close second would be Empire at War. How the EU has affected me as a person or meant to me it is a massive universe of characters and locations and lore that I could really lose myself in and have hours upon hours of endless learning and fun. And it really has wanted me to be creative and create content or stories of my own someday. It's very inspiring stuff. My EU stories that I would want to see continued. This one's a bit tricky because there's so many EU stories that can still be told that could literally go on for decades. But I would really want to see what leads up to the Legacy comic, like how Jaina and Jag lived, what their lives were like, what their children were like, their children's children, all that kind of stuff. I really, really would want to see. I would also really want to see stories set in the 100-Year Darkness, because that is a very interesting time period that does not get explored like at all in the EU. It only really gets mentioned about with Leviathans and whatnot. But yeah, I think that the EU is great and it should absolutely be continued, and I love it. Bye.
Hi, my name's Eddie. My YouTube handle is Surfer-76, and I was about 20, roughly, so that's around the year 1997 when I first discovered the Star Wars Expanded Universe, and it was through one comic, and that one comic opened up Pandora's box, sent me down the rabbit hole, and here I am still enjoying it roughly around 25 years afterwards, 25 years later. My favorite expanded universe character, hands down, has to be Jaina Solo. I loved her character development, what she brought to the expanded universe, and she's a badass, absolute badass. My favorite expanded universe book is a tie between Darth Plagueis and Shadows of the Empire. My favorite expanded universe comic is a tie once again between Tales of the Jedi and Republic series, mainly when it concentrates on the Clone Wars era is my favorite. My favorite video game is X-Wing Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader for the Nintendo GameCube. Star Wars has meant so much to me throughout my life. It's a form of escapism, a positive escapism through the dark times and through good. It enhances good days as well. It's my favorite form of all fiction. And as a Star Wars expanded universe fan, I love the way it definitely outgrew the movies and made me love Star Wars even more.
Hello, my name is Elisa, aka Cashin Darasun. It's such a pleasure to be a part of this project and Brennan's video. And so let's answer the questions. I have a little cheat sheet. I've loved Star Wars my whole life, and my first childhood memory actually was of me and my dad and my brother watching episode 3, and it was like the Mustafar scene where Obi-Wan was, dueling with Anakin, well, at that point, Vader, and my brother was explaining to me that was Luke and Leia's dad, and ever since then, Star Wars has always been like a little part of my life. I always had toys growing up, merch, and I loved it. My favorite character is definitely Mara Jade Skywalker. She's just so special to me, I love a good love story, and her and Luke are just my favorite Star Wars couple of all time, and she's just a badass and has, like, the coolest outfits ever. If you've read the comics, you know that. She has, like, the most pretty dresses, and, like, her personality and just the way that she presents herself and fights, and, after the Last Command, she just became such inspiring character, and she took, she took what she believed and her power to be something better than what she was before, with this Vader's basically competition. For now, since I haven't finished reading everything in the EU, it's a lot. It's like a lot. My favorite book is definitely The Last Command. I just think that the way it lines up with, her killing Luke's clone, Luke, it was amazing to me. That was like peak poetry. Somewhat. And it's such a good book. The story in itself is amazing. They did cloning right. In that, the whole Thrawn trilogy, they did it right. I mean, it's not my favorite thing that Palpatine came back, but it's fine. It's better than what canon did. Well, Star Wars, as I said, has always been a part of my life. And whenever I had a bad time and I was being bullied in school, going through major life changes, I always turned to Star Wars. And I found myself in certain characters. And it's escape from real life to me. And I'm so glad that I was able to be a part of this project. And thank you so much, Brennan, for giving me this opportunity. Bye-bye.
Hey, Emmet Lefebvre of Star Map here. So, wow, I first discovered the expanded universe, I can't even tell you when, because I was so young. I really learned about it initially via some of the great games that were coming out that were sort of intrinsically tied to the expanded universe, such as the Nintendo 64 Shadows of the Empire game, starring Dash Rendar. I then played Star Wars Bounty Hunter. It had references, not even references, I mean, a lot of the plot had to do with Open Seasons, which is a comic book about Jango Fett and his origin story. And then I also played the Star Wars Clone Wars game that had the Force Ghost of Ulic Keldroma speak to Anakin in one scene, and that introduced me to Ulic. And favorite character, quick top three. Number 3 would probably be Ulic Keldroma. Number 2, I would have to go with Kyle Katarn. And number 1, I would say Dash Rendar. I have a video coming out about him and why I like him so much soon on my channel. Favorite media book, I'd have to go with Allegiance, just sheerly for how well it's written. Timothy Zahn is an incredible author, and he's written some of the best EU novels, I think. Comic book, it's a tie between Tales of the Jedi, the original Tales of the Jedi, and Open Seasons for me. And the expanded universe has meant everything to me. I ate it up as a kid. I was ferociously reading it, and it's what got me into creative writing. I remember in 4th grade, we had an English assignment to essentially write a book, or as well as we could, and mine was just a straight up blatant Star Wars knockoff, which featured a lot of the expanded universe characters that I adored. I'd spend hours and hours on the computer every day looking up different characters, playing all these expanded universe games, and it was my whole world as a kid. And I'm in my late 20s, and I've been kind of getting back into it, having a renaissance, really, of expanded universe content in my late 20s, and it's been such a blast. Some of the greatest stories and characters have come out of the expanded universe, and it really is in large part, why I am who I am.
The Force be with you. My name is Jack. I go by Exar Coom on YouTube. I've been a Star Wars fan since before I have memories. I can't even remember what my reaction to I Am Your Father was. I've also enjoyed reading since I was a kid in primary school, so delving into Star Wars books was only a matter of time for me. I went a long time knowing that somewhere out there were books and comics that told the stories between the movies that I'd always wanted to learn about, though it took me a while to actually pursue them. Eventually, my curiosity led me to asking my mum for a few EU books for my 18th birthday back in 2021, and my life has been better off ever since. I've had a long think, and even though I adore many of the characters the EU has given us, Ulic and Revan and Plagueis and Ferrus and Thrawn and Mara, even Gantoris, and Lumpy of course, I think it would be sacrilegious if I didn't say that Exar Kun was my favourite. I'm a big fan of Tales of the Jedi and the Jedi Academy trilogy. Dark Lords of the Sith and the Sith War were actually the first Star Wars comics I ever read, and he's just such a grand character, having caused so much chaos in the galaxy, and his involvement with the Yavin Academy is all just so interesting to me. I get a particular enjoyment out of characters that are legend even within the fictional universe they're from. There's also a level of attachment because I named my channel after him, so I admit to being a little biased. I just think he's pretty cool, you know? My favourite part of the EU has got to be Darth Plagueis. Whenever I answer what is your favourite X questions, I always reword it in my head to, if you could only have one X for the rest of time, what would you choose? And it always makes me realise the things that I truly value above all else, and it's no different here. This book is the magnum opus of the EU in my opinion. It's the prime example of what an EU story should be. Born out of a single line from Revenge of the Sith, it ties into a mind-boggling number of other established stories without stepping on any toes, which is particularly impressive as Luceno had 20 years of lore to balance at the time. Not to mention the absolutely phenomenal and intricate story that's told, and Luceno's perfect characterization of Palpatine. I could go on forever and ever about how amazing that novel is. When I've got the sand between my toes on the hypothetical desert island that we all get stranded on in these discussions, you bet that I'll be reading about the infiltration of the Bay Knight Sith into the highest levels of the Republic's government. The EU does a lot for me in my everyday life. When I need an escape, it gives me a place to go, but not only that, it has also helped me to become a better and happier person in general. To prove this, let's get sappy. I've collected 3 quotes that have stuck with me and mean a lot to me. Once defeat was conceded in the mind, its reality was inevitable. Now, I admit Darth Maul isn't the best role model when it comes to morality, though his discipline is unparalleled. Whenever I'm working towards a goal, say an assignment for university, and I find myself struggling and those doubts start creeping in, what if I'm not good enough? What if I do all this work only to get a low grade? I remember that failure can only have you if you give it permission. In order to succeed, you must fully believe that you are capable of achieving what you are attempting to do. So sorry that you hate. So useless hate. Simple philosophy, I know, but I believe it's that startlingly profound simplicity that really planted this quote in my mind.
Full of action and full of a very, very interesting basic philosophy that we all need to be reminded of.
As someone prone to being overcome with stress, anxiety, and anger, this quote carries a sentiment very important to me. In the same way that Obi-Wan is shown in the Jedi Quest series to compose himself by accepting and letting go of his anger, I remember these words when I'm feeling overwhelmed by negativity and in need of comfort. It would be naive to say that this mindset is the Cortosis shield to depression's lightsaber, if you will. But I think we could all use a reminder at times that giving these emotions the power to stop your day in its tracks and bring you down, it's just not worth your energy. It's useless. It doesn't serve you in any way. Remembering that helps me accept them and let them go. This final one I'll leave to speak for itself.
You weren't in the med lab. I thought I might find you here. We're just finishing up. See? Good as new. Anakin. The most difficult trial a Jedi must face is to look inside oneself. Often we see things we don't like, but these aspects are not set in stone. It is our decisions that shape our destinies.
I learned from Darth Maul to always believe that I can achieve my goals. Master Zhao taught me to only give my focus to matters that are worthy of my energy. And Obi-Wan helped me to use introspection as a means to improve myself rather than dwelling on my flaws. I hope that section wasn't too pretentious. Here's a lumpy gif, just in case, as an apology. It's hard to put into words other than saying having the EU continued would add another layer of excitement to our lives. Just imagine being excited for new Star Wars again, having it as an active source of joy rather than it simply existing in the stasis that it's been in for the last 10 years. Not to mention the fact that we could finally get proper endings to many of the prematurely cut off plot lines. Let's hope that this project can make some waves so that this dream of ours can finally become a reality. I want to thank you all for your time. Thank you, Brennan, for having me. And long live the expanded universe.
Hi, my name is Grant. I am 20 years old, and I am a fan of the Star Wars Expanded Universe. I have my paper here with the questions, so if I'm looking down, that's what I'm looking at. I first became a fan of the Expanded Universe around 2018 or 2019, or that's when I first got interested in the idea. But it wasn't really until later that I actually started getting into it and sort of engaging with the material. 2021 was when I read my first book in the universe. So I would say you could probably say that's when I started becoming a real, a more substantial fan. So I haven't really been a fan for that long, but I would say I'm pretty passionate about it. I would say my favorite character from the EU, it's hard because there are a lot of really good ones, but I would probably have to say my favorite is Kakruk from the Republic comics, and Legacy too. He's just it's something about the combination of his species and the fact that he survives through the entirety of both trilogies of movies, and then it's so late into the expanded universe. I just love thinking about what he was doing all that time, just his life. It's there's just so much so much material there, and it's like food for thought. It's really fascinating, and he's just a cool character. He just does a lot of cool stuff. In terms of my favorite book, I know this is kind of a basic answer, kind of boring, but it's got to be Darth Plagueis. I mean, Lucino he's easily top 3 like writers in the EU. I mean, I know some people might put Stover above him, but Lucino is really good. He's like, his prose is very good. He's super attentive to the lore. He basically does everything you could really ask of a writer in this universe. So he's great. That book is just great. And the more like you read it the first time, even if you don't know anything, you'll love it. And then the more you learn about the expanded universe, you start to appreciate it more and more. It's just like the gift that keeps on giving. I seriously, if you've never like read the stuff that it references, I recommend you do it. It's really cool. In terms of my favorite comic, my answer on this might change because I'm actually reading through some of them right now. I'm actually reading through Tales of the Jedi right now. But this is kind of a weird answer, but I think my favorite might be Invasion, which is not really very fondly remembered. But my favorite, that might be my favorite just because of, it's like the only time we get a really good visual depiction of the Vong, like the Yuuzhan Vong. And that's just so rare because, it's rare because, it's not rare because, but like there's such they're so hard to visualize, I guess, whenever you're reading the new Jedi Order books. Like they have all this exotic technology and stuff that it's like you really want to see how it looks. Like no matter how you imagine it, you just want to see how it looks. And when you read that comic, it actually gives you like it shows you what is being described, and I like that. That's just so, it's like endlessly fascinating to me, just being able to actually see that. It's really intriguing. But that might change though. Might change. I might, as I read through more, I might start to like others more. In terms of my favorite video game, it's got to be Dark Forces 2. It's just I'm such a sucker for like late 90s shooter games. I love Half-Life and Quake. So Dark Forces 2 is like pretty much just that, but in Star Wars. So it's just an easy win for me. I mean, it's just sweeps everything else. I do like Republic Commando though. That's another good one. And there's a lot of good ones. There's a lot of great ones. So in terms of how the expanded universe has affected me, I would say it's really the only reason I still like Star Wars, like at all, really. I mean, obviously, everybody loves the movies. The original, 6 movies are, I'll watch those any day. I'll have a great time watching them. I loved them as a kid. I still love them. But, 6 movies only really takes you so far. Like, it probably wouldn't be something that I think about that much. Just 6 movies in isolation. Like, I might come back to it from time to time, but it wouldn't be like, I wouldn't call myself a Star Wars like super fan if it was just the movies. There's only, you can only go so deep with those movies. But with the expanded universe, it's just an endless like supply of stuff to get interested in. It's like there's just more and more like areas of lore you can get invested in, and I don't know, it's just like, because I've been a fan since I've been interested since 2018, and I still love it to this day. I think about it frequently. I'm reading through a lot of it right now, and like that devotion would not have been inspired by just movies. So like it really is the only reason I'm still a Star Wars fan to this day, in a meaningful way. And finally, as to why the expanded universe should be continued, I mean, you could approach this question from any angle, and there aren't many wrong answers, but just like the things that I would like to see personally, Star Wars 1313, that canceled game. I mean, I know that was like kind of, I know LucasArts was kind of like a mess by the time the EU was canceled, like for different reasons. But that game, just like a full open world game set in the expanded universe, like a modern open world game set in that world. I mean, that's just crazy. Like that could be breathtaking. And we've seen like some of the demos of like, Coruscant on that game. I mean, that would have been crazy. Like that's like a game of, our dreams right there. And it's a crying shame that we never got that. Also, one of the, I believe this was confirmed. I think this was happening. I believe, but correct me if I'm wrong. The book that James Luceno was writing, he was writing a book about Palpatine that was set between, I think it would have covered like quite a few years. It would have gone from like the end of Revenge of the Sith to right before Dark Empire, I think. Although I don't remember all the specifics on it, but I know it would have covered a lot of behind the scenes stuff with Palpatine. It would have tied in very heavily to Dark Empire, and it would have sort of explored Palpatine's life, like Plagueis' life got explored in his book. And that idea is just insane. Like I would read, I would pre-order that. I would pay like an insane amount of money just to read that, because that would have been amazing. Just to see Luceno do it again, like what he did with Plagueis with that book, that would have been amazing. And I've also heard a lot of people say they would have liked to see him make a Dooku book too. I don't know if that was happening, but yeah, I would love that too. I mean, just anything that guy could do. And then again, there's tons of other stuff. One of my favorite aspects of the expanded universe was the source books. They tied together the universe beautifully. They have like, they bring together elements from like, the games, the comics, the books, everything into just like, they make it into one coherent thing. Especially towards the end, they were making a lot of really great ones, like Book of Sith. And like, there's just so much, there's endless potential with new source books you could make. They could just make stuff dedicated to anything. One of the things I really wish they could do, this wouldn't be that likely, but if they made a new essential guide to languages, like the languages of the Star Wars universe, because we got all the other stuff like warfare and characters and stuff, but if they finally made a book that explored some of the languages of the universe, that would be amazing. I mean, they don't do that stuff very often, even in the old expanded universe, but like that would be amazing. And there's just tons of stuff they could do. So I guess that's just my 2 cents. I love the expanded universe. I own tons of the stuff over in my library, and I'm going to continue to keep reading. So I hope you all continue to enjoy it just like I do, and thank you.
Dark greetings. I am Greyholm, and in commemoration of the 10th anniversary of the discontinuation and decanonization of the expanded universe that we know and love, I thought I'd just record this little audio clip for Brennan to use in his compilation video commemorating the EU and what it stood for and why we want it to come back. So, I got into the EU shortly after watching the original trilogy for the first time. I must have been 6 years old, and well, the movies blew me away. And, of course, I wanted to know what on earth happened next. So, I went to the library closest to me, and I just found books that said Star Wars. Grabbed them, borrowed them, brought them home, read them. Didn't care about any order, didn't care about the timeline. I was a dumb kid, I didn't go look. And so, eventually, I ran around trying to find every library near me and just grab Star Wars books. If I went to another place with a public library, I'd just borrow a Star Wars book regardless. And so I must have started with something like the Jedi Academy trilogy, but then I eventually wound up reading random books from the three big series at the end of the timeline. New Jedi Order, Legacy of the Force, Fate of the Jedi, in absolutely no order. I remember reading probably all the Old Republic books except Dawn of the Jedi and maybe Darth Bane. And I remember reading some of the Clone Wars tie-ins and Bantam era books and Maybe even some multimedia project books. Definitely one of the Dark Horse omnibuses of the Republic comics, and definitely Rebel Force, a bit of Jedi Apprentice here and there, and Matthew Stover's Revenge of the Sith novelization. Maybe all three of the prequel novelizations, just right after I watched the movies. And those were fun days, but eventually I went on to read other books, but as certain new things came out, and especially when COVID started up again, it was right after a certain traumatic incident at the end of 2019, and so I wanted to read Star Wars again, good Star Wars. What did I do? Went back to the library, started finding books again. I think that I had Revan and Annihilation from a young age. I think someone gave me money and I saw them in a bookstore. And I remember having the Jedi Path and Book of Sith and a DK character encyclopedia, but I never really had many Star Wars books. But as I started to read these, all of these great books again, then I just started collecting, and I still haven't stopped. So, I have no regrets, and it's been a few years when I've been back in Star Wars. As for my favorite character, well, to be honest, I can't decide, because there are just so many. I mean, if you look at if you've just finished reading the X-Wing books, of course, your favorite character is going to be Wedge Antilles or Wes Jansen or Corran Horn or Face Loran or maybe even Ton Fannin. If you've just read the New Jedi Order books, your favorite character is going to be Jacen or Anakin. If you've just read the Thrawn trilogy or the Hand of Thrawn duology, it's going to be Mara Jade. It changes every book, and so I honestly can't decide. But, well, since I'm technically still in the middle of a New Jedi Order reread, I'll have to go with Anakin Solo for now. But this will change. As for my favorite EU book, well, comic and video game, the easiest is a video game, because I spent so many hours playing KOTOR and KOTOR 2, so I'd probably go with KOTOR 2 because it's better written. Though both are spectacular, and while all of the other games are good, or mostly anyway, KOTOR had some special magic about both of them, especially the second one, which was unique, and they still are unique. As for comic, I mean, if I went straight for art, I'd say Dark Empire, but I'm less of a fan of some of the stuff that happens after Dark Empire 1, so I'll just say it. Tales of the Jedi Redemption, best thing Kevin J. Anderson ever wrote. I started with the Jedi Academy trilogy. I have a few doubts about it now, but Redemption's still spectacular. It's the best thing Kevin ever wrote, and I am willing to forgive him for a lot of sins that some accuse him of, a bit too harshly sometimes, because of his spectacular work with Redemption. As for book, okay, I have to say that in way of an ideal series, it's New Jedi Order, hands down. But as for the best single book, it's either going to be The Unifying Force by James Luceno, just because it has the full weight of New Jedi Order behind it. It's such a perfect conclusion to the saga, and when I last read it, I could hear the victory celebration music from the special editions just playing in my head, untriggered. And there were some magical moments in the EU, and that managed to happen, like in Junior Jedi Knights Book 4. Ygritte and Anakin at Yoda's hut, and it's such a powerful moment. And in Age of Victory, Yoda's theme comes up again too. And the authors just managed to capture that so well. But one other book manages to capture the spirit of Star Wars, arguably even stronger, and it's not hard to see why. Matthew Silver's Revenge of the Sith novelization. He got everything perfect. And it ties in perfectly with the movie. The two halves of a whole... Okay, George wouldn't see it that way, but... Maybe the novelization is 1/3 of a whole. Because you can hear the music throughout. You can feel the tension throughout. Stover explains some stuff which the movie just kind of skips over because it has to. And Stover goes deeper into the psyches of all the characters, especially at the start. But yet, at the end, he just lets the movie do its thing. He doesn't need to explain these things, it's all there, and you can just enjoy the entire spectacle while feeling the weight of Lucas's narrative just crash down on you, like the lava on Mustafar. So, I don't even know. Just like with characters, I switch back and forth between who's my favourite author. But it's almost always Lucino and Stover. Now, Brennan's last question is probably the hardest to answer because of how intrinsically part of my life the EU has been. I read a lot of books when I was young, in part substituting for, well, getting bullied at school, having no friends. And I just turned to books instead. I turned to imaginary universes in galaxies far, far away. And, well, one particular one stuck out the strongest, because I just spent so much time on it. And that all came from the expanded universe. It kept me through those times, and, well, now that I'm much older, I'm pretty settled, I think. I can even talk to friends about it, and we have long, deep conversations about what we love in the EU, what we don't love about the EU, and overall, why it was so great, how it affected us, how it made us better people, how we learned from the characters within those books and comics and games. And overall, I think that the greatest crying shame about the EU, regardless of whatever personal opinions people have about some of the books, some of the comics, some of the video games, whatever else, the greatest shame is that the EU was just suddenly cancelled without an end to those stories that we held so dear. And that's why, hopefully, we'll see a continuation someday. Fans have tried, but it won't be the same as if some of the old authors came back, or even new blood, people who grew up reading those books, could just continue it, like what Brandon Sanderson did with Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time. Some authors, like Mike Chen, for instance, was a huge EU fan when he was younger, and I'm sure that there are authors out there, whether or not they're currently hired by Lucasfilm, who would jump at the chance to write a Star Wars novel set in the expanded universe, to give the fans some kind of closure to those stories, the closure which they've wanted for years and years and years, and, well, still haven't gotten 10 years later. And there were some stories which couldn't be continued even further back due to various issues within Lucasfilm, and I'm sure that many people would love to be able to just bring those stories to an end, close the chapter in the book. But one of the best things about the EU was just how expansive it was. And so even the endings don't have to be an ending, as the EU proved time and time again. And even better than that, it still managed to stick to a clear continuity throughout. Sure, there were warts, but out of every fictional universe, the EU managed to maintain the best and highest levels of continuity across so many different mediums on top of that. And the fact that so many things are just hanging loose in the air is a tragedy greater than that of Darth Plagueis, as James Luceno wrote about in his final work in the EU. And, well, if new authors are more than happy to come back, I'm sure that some of the aging authors, unfortunately aging authors, like Matthew Silver or James Luceno, would be more than happy to come back and just write more about this wonderful universe that they spent so much time on and clearly loved so much, which, well, their fans knew and therefore appreciated. And that passion is what made their books so good, what made those books appeal to so many fans. But, well, that's part of the tragedy, isn't it? We never got an end to those stories. And we never got hope of new beginnings after those endings, which was what Star Wars always was about. It was so big, so vast, so expansive, and you could do anything. But unfortunately, 10 years ago, everything was cut short in the middle. And that's where we still are today. So, if anyone from Delvey or Lucasfilm hears any of this, please, give us more EU works.
Kia ora, I'm Harry Thornton from Aotearoa, New Zealand. For when I got started on the Expanded Universe, I've always been somewhat aware of it since I was a kid, but it always existed on the periphery for me, aside from reading a few wiki articles. It wasn't until after the buyout and the decanonization as Legends that I really started looking into it, parallel to the Disney trilogy coming out. Then I discovered Joe Bongiorno's Supernatural Encounters project, which really sent my fascination into overdrive, and, well, for favorite EU characters, probably Jacen from the old Marvel comics, who's almost emblematic of the EU itself. Treated as this laughing stock for years, and is now just this really charming product of his time made out of a weird creative burst. So, go Jacen. Favorite EU book. For books, Supernatural Encounters. Full disclosure, I was an editor on this project, but even if I wasn't, it'd still be at the top as this grand exploration of how the Star Wars universe began. For comics, my favorite comic is Tolotny Throws the Shape. For someone who openly didn't care about Star Wars, Alan Moore brought such an exciting and surreal ideas that have inspired some amazing later work, including as for what it's given to me, it's given me real appreciation for just the Star Wars universe as a whole. That for nearly 40 years, there was this space where authors and fans could play in this great big sandbox and have it all add up to this greater whole. And as a history buff, I love how that added detail and depth makes it all the more believable. I get why it's not everyone's cup of tea, but for me, it is such an important part of Star Wars history that it shouldn't just be mocked or overlooked. As for me, I've met so many cool fans and people because of it, and I even got to be an editor on this. This is amazing. So, from Aotearoa, New Zealand, thank you to the Star Wars Expanded Universe.
Hello everyone, I am the
guy behind the JD the Axle Gamer channel, and what you are about to see is my attempt to do a group project for an anniversary group project. So anyways, let's get into the meat of the video. My name is Jacen. My YouTube username currently, as of this video, is JD the Axle Gamer. I was very, very young. I was born in 95. Only 1 year later that I got into the expanded universe with Star Wars Shadows of the Empire on the N64. My favorite character of the EU is Kyle Katarn and Dash Rendar. My favorite video games are the Jedi Knight series and Shadows of the Empire. The expanded universe has affected me in ways that there can be extended continuities. So, yeah, I'll be sending this to the YouTube channel Quinlan Vos. His channel will be linked in the description. And I'll see you guys later. Peace out.
Hey guys, Jax Vos here. The EU has meant a lot to me. I've been into the EU since I was about 10 years old. I really got into it after this Disney stuff came up, and it became more important to me as I got older, because the story matters, the continuity matters. The continuity is so major, and everything is so meaningful in the EU. And my absolute favorite character is Jaina Sola. Honestly, like, her going from never wanting to be married to being married, I mean, that's a journey that a lot of people go on. And I love that. There are so many things. Jagged Fell, Quinlan Vos, Ben Skywalker. These guys are all fantastic characters, some of whom we don't know what's finishing with them. We don't know where they end up. We don't know how their lives are finished. And that's one of the things that I would really like to see told. And that's why I would love the EU to continue. And, Darth Plagueis is a fantastic book. I would love more Sith books. More books focused on the Dark Lords of the Sith. From Zana all the way down to Tenebris. We have very little information about these guys. We want more. I would love to know more. It's just, this stuff is so, it's so major, and I would just love to see it continued. Alright guys, I really do hope this helps everyone understand what the EU is, and I hope this helps get people to move forward on the EU movement.
Oh, hey, how's it going? Jeff here, and you might recognize me from my somewhat irregular guest appearances on Callum's Cantina YouTube channel, or more recently, Jax Vos's YouTube channel. Both those guys are on here. I don't know if they're backwards or forwards, but can't blame me for that. I don't know where they are. You also can't blame me if the links aren't below to their channels, but I reckon they are. Anyway, so long story short, you might recognize me from there, or you might not recognize me from being the admin of way too many Facebook Expanded Universe pages and groups, mainly because I just keep getting headhunted. That's a long story for another time, but there have been some ups and downs, obviously related to sneaking around the back of the fandom, but look, it's been fun. And I guess if we go straight into what got me into the EU first of all, that'd be a good place to start. I was born into it. That's the easiest way I could put it. I was born into it. I mean, my parents were Star Wars fans, so they had the Brian Daley Han Solo trilogy, Splinter of the Mind's Eye, probably all the Lando books, certainly at least one of them, made it home before I did. So the expanded universe was actually there before me. And I grew up watching the Star Wars films, obviously as a tiny child, probably didn't really know what was going on, although for some odd reason the image of 3PO and R2 going down the corridors of the Tantive 4 really stuck with me for one reason or another. Can't explain that, but yeah, love those two. And my actual, I guess, main interest in the expanded universe started very young. I was only 6 years old, and I remember this day well because what happened, I was out shopping with my parents, and I spotted a Star Wars book on the shelf. It was like a pile on a table of books, and I was like, wow, Dad, look! I ran over because one of the books was like, for me, it was a Star Wars book, but it was like a young reader's book, and it had really cool illustrations, and I could read pretty much all the words. I mean, my parents really, really instilled in me the love of reading, and so even at 6, it was a tackleable book. Tackleable a word? I don't even know if that's a word. Anyway, I remember this particular anecdote very, very well because not only was it the first time I got into the EU, but it was also my first ever purchase because Dad could see how excited I was, and he handed me the coins necessary to actually buy the book and kind of just pointed me towards the cashier, and off I went and just did the little, and the woman took my money and bid me good day, and I was suddenly the extraordinarily proud owner of the Glove of Darth Vader, which I know for most of you is probably not a particular strong point of the EU, but you know what? It holds a really, really dear place in my heart, and by the time I got home, we owned the first 3 copies, somehow, of the Jedi Prince. I think my mum behind me must have went, oh, there's 2 more, and grabbed them. But those particular books were my introduction to the expanded universe, and they inspired me a lot. They inspired me not only to write, because suddenly, what had happened, these films that I've been watching, I could actually read about their further adventures and what happened afterwards, which for me was really, really exciting, because it kind of ends with some Ewoks banging some stuff, and like, well now what? Which I guess is what's driven me through the expanded universe all this time, is this everlasting question of, now what? And yeah, so that was where I started, and I used to draw these little illustrations as well, so it really inspired me to draw, and I'd slip them inside the books, and they're still there. If you go through my library, there's these little bits of paper that I drew on when I was like 6, 7, 8 years old that are still in a lot of those books, and I mean, my parents kept buying them for me. That was something that just kept going. And even though I had other interests, so I was really into Transformers for a while, I was really into Ninja Turtles for a while, I had the somewhat obligatory dinosaur phase that every young boy, and I assume most young girls, go through. But the expanded universe was a constant. So when I bought Lego, I had to buy expanded universe Lego. I know that didn't come out till a little bit later, but hell, I bought them all because, yes please. And I have way too much Lego anyway. It's an unhealthy obsession. When I bought Micro Machines, I'd also buy Star Wars Micro Machines. When I'd buy comics, I'd also buy Star Wars comics and books and Star Wars comics. And you get the drift. Whenever I bought something that I was interested in, I also bought the expanded universe version of that. And whether that was Choose Your Own Adventure books or Goosebumps and then buying Galaxy of Fear, just throughout my entire childhood, that kind of kept going. And I used to get things mailed to me, and I still remember the big yellow envelopes that I could see from a block away going home from school. I'd come around the corner and you'd see this big, yellow thing sticking out of the mailbox, and like, wah, run towards it, really excited, because I knew that inside that envelope was a magazine, a young reader's novel, a game book, a bunch of cards, probably a poster that went straight up on the wall. And that was a lot of my childhood as well. And speaking of, I was a really, really good age for episode 1 to drop, right? Because I was not old enough for what I guess are some of the other things that some people don't like about the prequels, and I was still old enough, though, to appreciate all the expanded universe references that started to drop, because, man, I was super excited. I actually bought a little Obi-Wan action figure, which is still in my room. It's, again, very precious to me. And I bought that before the opening and took it with me, so Obi-Wan was with me on opening night, just waggling around in the theater. Man, I was nerd. And I love this movie, right? Because as soon as it went bam, and then there was, apart from the fact that it was, for me, amazing, there was all these references. Like as soon as I mentioned Coruscant, I was like, yay, Coruscant! I mean, I sound a bit older because I was practically 12 at that point, but you know, and the Boonta Eve Classic, when they dropped the name Boonta being associated with racing, like, wah! Or seeing Ki-Adi-Mundi. I mean, he didn't do much, but I've been following him in the Dark Horse comics for months beforehand, so to see him on screen was, woo! You know, and all those kind of things. All these little references just dropped in, blah, 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 blah. Exar Kun's lightsaber makes an appearance, not his actual lightsaber, but, you know, a double-bladed lightsaber. Like, wah! I know that from the comics, yay, you know, and so it was really, really exciting for me, and that excitement's kind of never died, to be perfectly honest. It just never has. All through my teens, I kept dragging expanded universe novels to school. Most of my original ones are really, really battered now because they bounced around in a bag full of other stuff, a Discman, probably an old banana. So they've been replaced over the years. I still have my originals. I don't throw anything Star Wars out. So I've still got my original novels, but I have bought since copies to, you know, replace those on the shelves so the shelves don't look that tatty. But yeah, the excitement was absolutely always there for me, which is, you know, another thing that's never gone away. Speaking of things that never go away, the EU never goes away. That's a terrible segue to the fact that expanded universe characters and works that I love, which seems to be another topic that we're all covering in this video. Really hard to say. I can't pin one down, right? Because how would you? How could you pin one down? A franchise that lasted, what, 38 years in the real world and like 26,000 in terms of lore, 26,000 years. It's really, really difficult to look at it and say, yeah, that particular character, that's the one. Not really, right? But what I can say is I could do a 2 or 3 hour video and break down some of the most memorable moments that I've really enjoyed or my most memorable characters, but there is no way I'm squeezing that into here and now. Absolutely no way. I would say, though, that I do tend towards stories that more involve aliens, which is a bit weird, but, you know, like when you're in the Star Wars galaxy, right, you want to see some aliens. And so when there are some stories that are around that you know, largely involve them, like Crossbones was one that a human, right, barely makes an appearance. Or the Hunter's Tale, I think it was, the Greedo EU story, which kind of got a bit steamrolled over by the prequels, but you know, those things I really, really loved as well, because, you know, they were showing an alien kind of point of view. Which, speaking of a different point of view, that's something else that I enjoy, is that not that I don't like hearing about Solos and Skywalkers and Kenobis and so on, like, obviously I do, I'm here. But seeing them through, I guess, other characters' eyes, so something like I, Jedi, would probably strike me as something where the main characters are there, but you're seeing things from someone else's point of view. Or, oh goodness, what's the other one that's a bit like that as well? Rebel Heist is the other, is another one that comes to mind, actually. There's a comic where it follows, again, the main characters, but you're seeing them through other Rebel agent eyes. So yeah, those kind of things always really struck me as great, because they expand on the universe, they make it seem bigger, they make it seem full, they give other facets of the universe life, and it's really, really exciting for me, again, to be reading that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's inspired me greatly. Obviously, it's admittedly my second most favorite novel series of all time, which might surprise some people, but, you know, come on, I've read a lot. I'm a very prolific reader, and for the expanded universe to still be number 2 is wonderful, and also is testament to the fact that I started so young reading the EU, and that's what got me into reading and blah-de-blah, so I probably wouldn't have my number 1 series without the expanded universe kicking me along the way quite heavily, so that's been a lot of fun as well. But yeah, so look, even though the expanded universe kind of got wrapped up 10 years ago, and that's sad, one of the things that the EU movement has done for me is make sure it stays alive, right? Because not a day goes past where I'm not messaged by someone, I mean, it's daily, right? That I'm messaged by someone in the fandom talking about a book they've read or a comic they've found, or just trying to straighten out a bit of lore because apparently I know a thing or two. And so that's always been fun for me, keeping up those friendships and everything over the years, and I've made some really good friends out of the movement, so that's been very, very nice. And there's been other things come out. Obviously 108, which I have mixed feelings about, but 108 came out. That was good. I guess the MMO, the Old Republic MMO, has had a whole bunch of short stories as well as expansions that are expanded universe. That's fantastic. Then we get things like Heart of the Jedi and Supernatural Encounters dropping here and there, as well as a whole bunch of old new stuff, which if that doesn't make any sense, but it's old stuff, but it's new to us because it's just been discovered or just been released. And Escape from Dargu, I am looking at you. When are you coming out? What's going on? Yeah, so there are still some things to look forward to in the future for the expanded universe, which is great. You know, other works coming out, old works coming out, new things being written sporadically, which is wonderful. A whole bunch of really dedicated fans. And I'd also say that the collecting never stops, right? I went through my entire life trying to collect every single story, all of them, every EU story I could find, I collected, and I still missed a few. So I've had to go back, buy some old magazines, buy a couple of old, bits and pieces here and there, old comic things from, you name it. I've tracked it all down. I now have access to every EU story ever published, just in various forms. And yeah, look, it's a love that I've had all my life, that I was born into, that has sustained the last 10 years. It will sustain decades to come, no doubt, as well. And yeah, it's I've created some wonderful friends, some wonderful contacts all around the world. I've been inspired to write, I've been inspired to draw, I was inspired to act, and of course adult life means no, Dad, you can't do that, but nonetheless it's inspired me to try, so that's good. But yeah, look, I better let someone else jump on, because obviously there's a lot to go through and there's a lot of fans that are really, really passionate about this stuff. So as they say, hooroo, may the force be with you. And I will see you on someone else's YouTube channel at some point, because I'm just too lazy to make my own. Yeah. Bye.
Hey, it's Jeremy here at Stupid Chainsaw Productions. And let's get into how I got into the EU. It kind of always was there. I couldn't pinpoint a moment when I suddenly realized the expanded universe was there, because my parents were both reading the Bantam era books in preparation for the Phantom Menace. So they read a lot of that out loud to me, because I liked Star Wars, and I wanted more of it. And the movie was just too far away. So I guess it'd be around 1997, 1998 that I remember Star Wars stuff, but it's probably before that too. Like I said, they were really into it in the 90s. So I've been a fan since the 90s, like basically since birth, I guess. I don't know. It's just always been there, like I said. And like with when I became an EU fan, I can't really name a favorite EU character. I like a lot. It just depends on what my flavor of the week is, you know? So, sorry, I'm just I'm not giving a whole lot of information here. I will say my favorite EU novel, though, is Darth Plagueis by James Luceno. If you don't know what this chronicles Darth Plagueis becoming Dark Lord of the Sith up until the events of the Phantom Menace, and basically sets forth Palpatine's plot within the Star Wars timeline. It's a big lore book. It ties in so many other stories, and I hand this to you, you're going to want more. You want to go off in this direction or that direction. And that could be anything from a video game to comics to movies. As for, let's say, comic, I love The Knights of the Old Republic by John Jackson Miller. I think it's a real fun story with some of the best character development in all of Star Wars. And for video games, I can't go wrong with Star Wars Battlefront 2. Do not get the Classic Collection. It's a waste of money. Now, let's talk about what the EU has meant to me. It's just always been there. It's like a comfy blanket you always want to have, you know? It helped me learn to read. It helped me get away for a bit when I was having some rough times in my life. It's helped me meet a lot of really great friends that I'll probably have the rest of my life. You know? Years of collecting. It's a hobby. It's I guess a lifestyle. I don't know. It's kind of weird to say. But it's a big deal to me, you know? And, you know, I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the Star Wars Legends timeline. With that being said, if they were, say, to continue Legends, I have caveats to that, because there's been a lot of fan attempts to continue Legends. And if we go down that route, there's got to be a hierarchy and sort of a checks and balances system so we don't flood the internet with garbage, people. Just because you don't think your stuff is garbage doesn't mean that someone else won't think it is, you know? I've read a lot of fanfic in the last few years, and practically none of it is worth reading, you know? Anything from continuity issues to basic grammar issues, you know? We need to have editors. There needs to be a system. There needs to be people checking for continuity issues and checking, you know, for basic grammar and spelling, punctuation, that sort of stuff. But it can be done, I suppose, you know. We just gotta have a balanced hierarchy of things, you know. Don't just be posting your Ewok love fanfic and expecting anyone but Matt Wilkins to care about it. Anyway, that's about all I have here. Have a good one.
Hi, my name is Jonathan. I am the imaginary brother of Quinlan Vos, Brennan. I would like to join in celebrating the Star Wars Expanded Universe. I first found out about Star Wars and the Expanded Universe when I was 5, when I watched all the movies, and as any 5-year-old boy would, I loved them. That became my whole thing of existence. And so I loved Star Wars. It was just so cool, so amazing, so much to love about it. Watched all the movies, the whole Clone Wars show, just whatever Star Wars I could find. I wasn't a big reader, so I didn't read the books. I still haven't read the books, but just whatever there is Star Wars, I always loved it growing up. My favorite Star Wars character would have to be Dash Jenner. I also, growing up, loved The Hobbit, favorite movies, and Legolas. Just love Legolas. So when my brother told me there was a Star Wars character based on that, and I found out about Dash Jenner, I was like, that's so cool. I love him. So then from there, that's where I read my first Star Wars comic. And now my brother read with me the Dark Times comic books. And I really, for not being someone who enjoys reading, those were good. I really liked them. And those are the best. I've read a bit of the Legacy comics. I read Dawn of the Jedi comic. None of them are as good as Dark Times, but still good comic books. Star Wars in my life has been... It's been a big part of it, I would say, from the time I was little. My brother and I connected on a lot of things when we were little, sports, all that stuff, but Star Wars was one of the big things that we always loved that together, and that was a shared experience. So he, for my birthdays and Christmases, would get me another Star Wars figure when I began collecting all the Star Wars figures. So I just grew up loving that, having that connection point with Brennan. And so I've got very fond memories of my childhood growing up just loving Star Wars. So it's meant a lot to me through the years, and I'm really glad the Expanded Universe is something that can continue to be seen in my life, as my brother has all these friends online who can be a good community and good friendships. So it's definitely something that connects people, and I've seen the ways it connects me to people in my life. I think it would be great if the Star Wars Expanded Universe was continued for the reasons I was talking about, building that connection. If they made more Star Wars Expanded Universe material that could be enjoyed without all that they're doing with it, if they just went back to the old way of doing things, then people in today's world aren't really going to care about movies from forever ago. So if they made new movies that will appeal to a younger crowd, but staying true to the old material, then that would be really cool to see how it continues to connect people even to this day. So I would love to see more Star Wars Expanded Universe continued, so that it can connect people in the way that I've seen it connect me and other people in my life. So Star Wars Expanded Universe is an awesome thing. It should be celebrated, and I'm glad to be part of this celebration. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Josh. It's hard to say when I got into the EU, because for me it was always a part of Star Wars. I saw the original trilogy around 97 or 98, which made me fall in love with the franchise. From there on out, if it had Star Wars in the name, I was interested. So when I went to the library, I'd borrow any Star Wars books I could find, mostly stories from the late 90s and early 2000s, and I got my hands on as many Star Wars games as I could, from Shadows of the Empire, to Jedi Knight, to Galaxies, to KOTOR. Star Wars was more than movies for me. It was an endless universe where the characters I loved from the films continued to develop and evolve as people. And it's that sense of development and continuity that I find so compelling about the EU. And that extends to new characters too. Luke Skywalker is my favourite Star Wars character, but my favourite EU character is Mara Jade. I think she really comes to life when Timothy Zahn writes her point of view. She's sharp-witted, savvy, and displays military efficiency, but she also has a strong moral compass and a sense of compassion, even when she's the Emperor's hand. She also serves as a brilliant foil to Luke, elevating them both, especially in the Hand of Thrawn duology. My favourite EU book is... well, I'll cheat and say the Thrawn trilogy, just because it moves the core Star Wars cast forward in such meaningful ways. Although for a less obvious book, I greatly enjoyed Survivor's Quest. My favourite EU comic is Republic, which really surprised me. I've never been a big fan of the prequel era, but Republic is so well written by John Ostrander and Hayden Blackman, and addresses so many of my issues with the era, that it has to take the top spot. It's a must-read for anyone, whether you like comics or not. Finally, my favourite game is probably Jedi Academy. I really like this point in the EU timeline, love Luke and Kyle Katarn, and being able to visit so many worlds accompanied by an authentic John Williams soundtrack really pulled me in. The game's lightsaber combat is so dynamic and fun, and I have very fond memories of playing multiplayer matches at internet cafes in the early 2000s. I'd say the Star Wars EU is just my happy place. It's utterly filled to the brim with incredible stories by talented writers and artists, many of which I'm only just discovering now. It's always been a part of my life, and these stories have had a tremendous impact on me. In particular, Timothy Zahn's writing and characterization has greatly affected my own work as a storyteller. I truly think any fan of Star Wars can find something to enjoy in the EU, and I remain confident that one day we'll get some brand new stories as well. But even if we don't, I feel the EU is so rich and complete that I'm grateful for and content with what we have. Thank you to everyone who's ever contributed to the EU and who's helped keep it alive all these years. And happy exploring to others like me who have just rediscovered it and are falling in love all over again.
Hi, my name is Nick, and I've been a Star Wars fan since probably 2006, where I saw Revenge of the Sith on its home video release. I then read Last of the Jedi at the Scholastic Book Fair, probably making Ferris Olin one of my favorite characters. Could say one of my favorite books is Jedi Search, as well as the Jedi Academy trilogy as a whole. And I have just really enjoyed being inside the Star Wars EU for the many, many years at this point that I have taken it in. At this point, I've come very close to finishing most of the existing content. And, you know, a lot of us understand that that takes quite a bit. So, would I like there to be more Legends content? Yeah, I think so. I remember when Disney bought Star Wars, I was in 8th grade, And I was probably the only guy in school who really was not excited about the prospect of what was going to happen. And, a lot of people seem to enjoy what has happened since. I have certainly taken it in, watched what I was interested in. It's all right, but I really would like there to be more EU.
I am the Ketamine Frog. When I discovered Star Wars The Expanded Universe, I was 18. It was in 2019, and it happened because of my major disappointment with Disney's sequel trilogy. My favorite Star Wars EU character would probably be Mander Zuma or Quinlan Vos. And my favorite Star Wars EU book would be Darth Plagueis, given how beautifully it connects the whole universe, or at least prequel era of it, together. I was majorly affected by the EU as a fan, as it was what actually caused me to keep my interest with Star Wars. Without it, I would probably not be really interested in that universe. Even though I really liked movies, EU was what truly made me a fan of the franchise.
Hey, name's Christian, sometimes I go by Quack, and as far as I'm concerned, there's no such thing as too nerdy, that is for sure. So the first time I got into the Star Wars Expanded Universe was actually in 2002, right after Attack of the Clones had come out. I was 4 years old, and the 2D micro series had started coming out, and I remember being so confused because it said Star Wars, but I didn't know what these stories were. I didn't know what was happening. Like these weren't the movies, and they would release these very, very short segments of what was going on after the movie we had just seen, and I was so interested to know there was things outside the movies, that there were stories being told elsewhere, and I started looking for more Star Wars. And I'd say what really full sent me into exploring what the core of the EU was and what was out there for me was when I had actually gotten the Star Wars miniatures set, the ones where it was a tabletop game, and it would come with cards, and they would all have little lore bits. I remember reading about the Yuuzhan Vong because I had a little Yuuzhan Vong figurine. The figurine showed all kinds of information. It was telling me about what their motives were, what they were doing, and after that, I couldn't get enough. I started getting the books to learn more about this. I wanted to know what happened, what was going on in this huge, huge world that I had never seen anything like it before. I'm 25 now, so my brain has practically been molded by Star Wars at this point. That's 20 years of my life. Most of my life, I've been absorbed by these stories. Picking a favorite EU character, that's a tall order, but one I'm going to try to answer regardless. And it's difficult because so many EU characters offer so much and bring so much to the table in terms of storytelling and characterization. It's just really not an easy choice. I mean, you've got Kyle Katarn, you've got Revan, you've got Luke Skywalker and his family, and you've got the Solos, and you've got so many offshoots. It's just, how do you make that decision? But if I look back on my time reading Star Wars and playing Legends games, and the one thing that more often than not was a huge motivator for me to delve into the stories was what was going to happen with the Solo twins. They were this constant lure of potential and this unknown quantity of how is this going to affect the world around them? How are they going to be affected by the world around them? And what role are they going to ultimately have? Like, there's so much legacy there with those characters, and the way they're written really just speaks to me. The way they play off each other. Jaina and Jacen are just, I couldn't get enough. I was smiling almost every time I was reading some story that had the two of them in it. I mean, they're amazing. My favorite Star Wars EU book might be, I think it's down to two. I think it's down to Darth Plagueis and Unifying Force from the New Jedi Order. both books by James Luceno. Both of those books just hit the right notes for me for different reasons. James Luceno has a way with his lore that just gets me so invested, so interested. The way he ties everything together is so fascinating, and I'm a big lore buff. I like to know all the little nitty-gritty details, and the way he gives us that is just so satisfying. The way he wrapped up everything and the unifying force is bravo, is all I can say, is bravo. Like, how do you even bring that many books to a satisfying conclusion? And he does it. My favorite comic series from the EU has definitely got to be Republic. I remember being a kid, and it was my first series, so that's probably a big part of it. But I remember I got into it by opening up the action figures that came with the Dark Horse comics, and I remember finding out, oh my gosh, there's a Tusken Raider Jedi. That's insane. There's more of all these different characters I only saw, but now I get to know who they really are as people. And the way that war is depicted, just top tier. The art is amazing. I just love it in every single way. My favorite EU video game, this one, it's between two again, and it's between Battlefront 2 and Knights of the Old Republic. Knights of the Old Republic because it had a story that absolutely captivated me from start to finish. The twist just was so good. And Mass Effect is one of my favorite game series of all time, and I love it for the same reasons I love Knights of the Old Republic too. The crew dynamic, the different ways you can affect the people in your crew, the people in the hub worlds. It was so good. I really hope that remake ends up happening. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Also, Battlefront 2 Classic, while that might not have the same story, the immersement of when I was a kid and the idea of just being a random soldier in that huge war you would see on the screen or read about was amazing. Like, I could just die and I was replaceable, and it just felt so epic and grand in scope. And it's definitely my most played Star Wars game for sure. There's no way it's not. I knew those cheat codes. Up, 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 left, down, 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 left, up, 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 left, right was invincibility for Battlefront 2 on PS2. So good. So it's between those two. I'm probably going to give the edge to Knights of the Old Republic just because that story, it's just, you can't replicate it in the same way. I really think it was special for its time, and I'm glad we got it. The Star Wars EU really taught me what it meant for the first time in my life to be transported to a world that wasn't your own in a way that I had never experienced before. It taught me what escapism was, and it showed me that it can be deep and interesting and mature and compelling, and it can tug at your heartstrings, and it can make things just seem so vivid and alive. And it did that for me in times where I needed it, where I felt like I couldn't really go anywhere, but I could go into that world, into that galaxy, into that whole experience. I could really be there side by side with Luke Skywalker as he's overcoming his own struggles and as he's figuring out his place in the universe. And same thing with his father and his son, and this whole generation of people just in this world that was so real. And the Star Wars EU was a teacher to me when I didn't have one. It was a friend to me when I didn't feel like I had any. It was responsible for a large part of who I am today and why I think the way I do and like the things I like. And I think it really sparked my creativity in a special way. And I have many loves, but Star Wars, it was my first. That is for sure. Why exactly do I want the EU to be continued? I want it to be continued because it's what I fell in love with. It's not what is coming out now, and people can like that, but what I really fell in love with was this entire storyline and narrative that had been built upon, and there were so many layers and so many different things happening, and a lot of those things can turn into even greater things. And there's so much potential there just waiting. There's so much that hasn't been finished that could just be brought to us in a new and interesting way and finish off threads that never got finished, and characters can go in directions that we've always been wondering about. And I feel like give me your money. I will buy it. You release it, I will buy it. I am willing to support this. Just like any good thing, I want it to continue. And I think that it can. I don't think that it needs to be done. And they have the perfect way to not confuse people. They've already set it up right here. Just keep putting these on the new ones and we'll know. You know, anyone who wants to get into Star Wars, they'll know this is that and this is that. And I'm waiting anytime. I will take my money. I'll give you my money.
What's up, YouTube? Hey, Quinlan Vos put out a video requesting that members of the community do a video talking about their love for the expanded universe and what it means to them, because we're celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the decanonization of the expanded universe. I thought this was a pretty noble cause of Quinlan to try to put together this video project, so here's my entry. I'm not too great at these, but I'll give it a go. Let's see what the first question is. The first question here is, what's my name? Hey, I'm Kyle Rawlings. I am the lead project editor on Supernatural Encounters and Cult Encounters. Also working on the Han Solo translations. And as far as Supernatural Encounters and Cult Encounters is concerned, I'm also writing and directing the Supernatural Encounters audio drama adaptation. Lots of words. It's going pretty well. So that's what I do there. And then I am also the owner and founder of Legends Consortium, LLC, the company that hosts Legends Con. So yes, we did the only expanded universe convention that exists as of right now. We did our first one, Legends Con 1, in September of 2023 at Burbank, California, September 9th and 10th. And we are doing Legends Con 2, fortunately, in Arlington, Texas, March 15th and March 16th, 2025. It's going to be incredible. So that's me. Let's see here. What's your next question, Quinlan? Mention the age that we got into Star Wars. It was before the special editions came out in theaters in 1997. I've gone into it before, but that pretty much marked a very special time in my life when my family split up a little bit, a lot of it, when A New Hope came out in theaters, and I went to see that with my mom, and it was something that kind of brought us together after the fact, if you would. But before that, the video games, everything. The first novel that got me into it, Shadows of the Empire. Wouldn't you be surprised to hear that the favorite video game that I loved for the Nintendo 64 was also Shadows of the Empire and the first Rogue Squadron. After that, forget it. Psh. I read Shadows of the Empire, and after that, completely invested in the expanded universe. When I was 14, I worked for 14 until I was about 16. I worked for a person who, under the table, as far as a maintenance person. And they weren't exactly famous for paying me, but they did pay me one day with an Xbox, the first one, and the first Knights of the Old Republic video game. And after I got that, and I spent untold countless hours playing that, that's when the obsession began. All of what you see here, that's when all that began, after Coder. Beforehand, the Shadows of the Empire days, the Star Wars Insider days. Insider was the first thing that I bought with my own money. Before all of that, it was just a love of Star Wars. Get everything that you can. But as far as the collecting mindset, after Coder, all of a sudden it shifted, and everything became very serious. And I spent a lot of time scouring pieces that are still here today. But yeah, so as far as the next question Quinlan has for us is, what does the expanded universe mean to you? And to me, I can point blank tell you, it means everything. For Legends Con 1, the amount of money that's on the line, this very house that I'm standing in to talk to you was on the line, to make sure that could happen. Legends Con 2, very much the same way. Everything's on the line for this community, because I believe in you. And of all things, we have to have a place that it's okay to come together and celebrate Legends. We're 10 years out, from the buyout, if you would. And there are plenty of people in the community who really held the spear, or not spear, held the torch rather, after that buyout to keep the hope alive. And I would like to say that we are working with many of them, as we did on the first con, on the second con, to make sure that our community can come together and heal. And that's the whole point. That's the whole point. Continuation, great. Coming together after something traumatic like that happened, it's been 10 years, and I still don't think that as a community we're over it. And that's okay. People don't have to be. But what I want to do is bring together once more everyone that we can into a peaceful place where we can just love the EU. And I'm putting literally everything on the line to make sure that can happen. So when people ask me what the expanded universe means to me, I can quite literally tell you that it means everything. Thanks for the opportunity to drop a line here, Quinlan, and you have a good day. Cheers, YouTube.
Hey, what's up, everyone? My name is Lance. I go by the Star Wars EU team as well online. I was 14 years old when I first got into the EU, so 2019, I think? It's crazy, it's been that long. My favorite Star Wars EU character is Anakin Solo. I've always loved Anakin. I really related to him a lot in a lot of ways. My favorite Star Wars EU book is Vector Prime. My favorite comic is Tales of the Jedi, and my favorite video game is KOTOR. The EU has quite literally changed my life. I've met some amazing people, and hopefully next year, less than a year now, I'll meet these people for the first time at Legends Con, God willing. Not only that, I've learned some incredible lessons from these stories and these books, and certainly the expanded universe has changed my life for the better. And the reason why I want to see more EU content is I want to know what happened. What happened to Jaina? What happened to Jagged? What happened to the original three, Luke, Han, and Leia? What happened to Nomi Sunrider? What happened to Vima Sunrider? What happened to Delta Squad? What happened to Omega Squad? What happened to um all these different characters? The Star Killer from Force Unleashed 2. What happened to any of these? What happened to these guys? And another question I think needs to be answered is why is the Skywalker family, the Fells, Solos, and the Skywalkers, why are they so distant from each other in Legacy? There's a variety of questions. They don't have any answers, and that's because it's not finished, right? And I think that is why the EU needs to be continued. So.
Hello, everyone. My name is Liam, also known as Sea Spider on YouTube. When I got into the expanded universe, I was 15 years old. I had no idea that there were ever any Star Wars books or anything about the expanded universe. I had seen the movies. I thought they were cool. I wasn't really a fan of Star Wars because I didn't really care too much. I just thought the movies were cool. But it really wasn't until I got into the expanded universe that really I felt like I had finally become a fan of Star Wars. I was at a Comic Con one year and I had met Timothy Zahn. It was kind of, I didn't really know who he was at first, Now I know him as a really awesome and legendary author. But I just didn't know who he was. And so my dad started kind of explaining it to me. He had shown me some of these books. He'd shown me the Thrawn trilogy. And I was like, oh, what's that? And so I decided to pick up the books for the first time. Man, I was blown away. I was truly blown away. These books they're just an absolute masterpiece. I can't I can't even I'm struggling to find my words here. It was so good because you wonder what happens to the characters after episode 6. It's just the perfect continuation. I mean, it really Timothy Zahn, he's able to capture that original trilogy feeling. All the things, all the characters, he just gets the characters perfect. Um, this is the perfect continuation of that trilogy, and he's able to introduce these new characters as you're reading through Heir to the Empire, and by the time you're finished with the trilogy, you feel like you've known them all along. You know, they don't feel out of place or anything like that. These characters you immediately are attached to. There's so much weight to this trilogy. It's just absolutely amazing. And for me, the trilogy just kind of got better and better. My favorite book from it's definitely The Last Command. Thrawn is just such a great villain. You have all these really cool characters like Jura Sabaoth, and you get like Mara Jade, who and Talon Card. You get all these characters that become really big EU characters as the books expand. Because that's what I like about as they were making these books, the authors they would read the other books and they would say, I like this. You know, I'm gonna put this in my other book. It's really cool. And not just the books too, even the comics. You know, you get to see how that story builds. The Young Jedi Knights series, which is kind of like the foundation of the Han Solo children. You get to see Jacen and Jaina grow up a bit more right before you get into the hard-hitting New Jedi Order series, which really raises the stakes because now you see characters dying, you see all sorts of crazy things happen as this new alien race, this extragalactic threat, the Yuzan Vong, they start to invade. It is so cool. And everything is tying in perfectly. The continuity is like no other. There are little to no contradictions in the expanded universe, and the story is so epic. It's this one long saga. Like, if you're doing yourself a disservice if you aren't checking out some of these books. It's just truly amazing. I mean, you grow up with these characters and you see the trials and tribulations that they have to face, and you get to see how Luke grows, how all these different characters grow and their children and all this other stuff. It's wonderful. And you know, you might be wondering, okay, I've only seen the movies. How do I get into the expanded universe? My biggest recommendation is the Revenge of the Sith novelization by Matthew Stover. If you're like, well, I've seen the movies, so how do I get into the EU? This is it, man. You know, this is a great example of truly expanded the universe. This goes beyond what the movie can show you. Everything in this is dialed to 11. If you want even more epic lightsaber battle fights, the whole Count Dooku encounter lasts for like hundreds of pages. It is insanely good. That whole section on the ship. You see the Darth Vader's fall to the dark side. It's so much richer because you get more into Anakin's mind. And you see there's so much more dialogue and added scenes. So you get to see how Palpatine's manipulating him even more here. So it's just so good. And especially how it ends. It really sets up everything that's to come next. And I love how at the end, you know, as you're seeing into Anakin's mind, you realize the final trap of the dark side, the cruelty of the Sith is you do all this to get power for yourself, but in the end, what you have is just yourself and no one else. And it's really great. It really captures Anakin's fall. This is the ultimate companion piece to that movie. In fact, this is better than the movie. This is a million times better than the movie. I have read this book so many times. I've read a lot of the EU books multiple times, but this one especially. This is the perfect starting point that I would totally recommend to anybody. Now, if you're a comic book guy, this is one of my favorite comic books that got me into the expanded universe. Was Tales of the Jedi. It tells about the Jedi and Sith 5,000 years ago. It's really great. It goes through this character of Eula Keldroma, and you see him fall to the dark side and his redemption arc. It is so good. It it goes through all these different volumes that you can collect, but you can also get it in single issue. It's the art, by the way, is just beautiful. I love all the expanded universe art. All these characters. I can't believe I went most of my life not knowing who these characters were, because it really makes the Star Wars story so much better. You should totally check this out and learn about Eula Keldroma. The story is so much fun. You will have such a blast reading these, especially if you're already really big on comics. Well, let's say that you're a video game person. You know what I recommend? I recommend The Force Unleashed. This is one of the first things, in fact, right after I read the Thrawn trilogy, I played The Force Unleashed right away. It's another really great entry point and one of my favorites, because you get to play a Star Killer who is just an absolute boss. He's the Kratos of the Star Wars universe, and man, the story does not feel right without him. His arc in here is so good. He's such a great character. I love the story so much. He plays Darth Vader's secret apprentice and he just gets to kill everything. gets to crash down a Star Destroyer. It even shows that on the back image. It is so much fun. The crazy amount of force power that you have as you play the game. It feels so good when you're holding the controller in your hands. You really know what you're doing. It's so much fun just sitting there and just blasting enemies with lightning, just doing all these crazy lightsaber combos, especially if you have like the Wii version. That's even more fun. This actually turned into a multimedia project. There's different versions of this game that you can play, and they're all amazing. There is no story in my mind or on any piece of paper, on any film, nothing. There's no other story out there that is better than the expanded universe, in my opinion. It's just unlike any other. There's no story out there that has better continuity than the expanded universe. It is a beautiful masterpiece. I love it so much, and I'm so glad that I decided to start reading it. And I think that any Star Wars fan out there who really likes the movies is going to benefit so much from getting to see their stories continued through the expanded universe. It is by far the most amazing story I've ever read. It's so huge, and it's amazing. So I will see you guys later. May the force be with you.
My name is Logan of the Logan Likes Legends TikTok account, and I got into Star Wars through the expanded universe. My first formal introduction to Star Wars was through the action figures, and the main ones and the first ones I collected were the 2003 Clone Wars figures. And from there, I got into the games. And the first games, probably favorite games, were Force Unleashed, Battlefront, Republic Commando, Empire at War, Knights of the Old Republic, and the Lego games. From there, I got into the comics because of the comic figure 2-packs. And the most memorable ones for me were Empire, Dark Empire, Republic, Tales, Crimson Empire, Tales of the Jedi. And then I transferred into the books. So for the books, it was Kenobi, Shatterpoint, Skywalkers, the Han Solo trilogy, Thrawn trilogy, Tales of Jabba's Palace, and Plagueis. And from these, some of my favorite characters, probably Zeta Magnus, Darth Plagueis, Thrawn, Cal Skirata, and just one of my favorite things about the expanded universe is how it expanded upon the characters that are already there. We have so much backstory fleshed out. Episode 3 novelization, Anakin, Obi-Wan, Palpatine, Count Dooku, all these main characters are just getting so fleshed out, so expanded, so much more depth added to them. And that's not just for the movies either. That's for the entire universe. You have these books, like the source books, the essential guides, the essential atlas, warfare, that are just making the universe feel so lived and so real. It's almost like ancient history, real history. All these topics like economics, politics, socio-cultural issues, all of this real world stuff is simulated in an entirely fictional universe, but it makes you feel like you're reading a history book about something real, something tangible. The expanded universe is just a massive sandbox of ideas that all these authors and fans are building upon. Something that's loved, something that can be touched and manipulated, and it's just amazing. And for me, it really affected me as a fan of Star Wars because it's changed how I viewed the movies, the films, more appreciation for them. Episode 1, Phantom Menace, was probably the weakest one for me before the others came out later. Darth Plagueis novel, Cloak of Deception, the Darth Maul books, built upon this film so heavily, this era, and made it so much more appreciative for me. This movie that I thought was so weak and boring is now one of my favorites. And for the EU, I would just love to see it continue. Just so many plot lines left unanswered, so much potential for stories to be told. It's an infinite sandbox of opportunity and ideas for fans to love and experience for generations to come, as they had for generations past.
Hi, my name's Luke Van Horn, just recording this video quickly on my lunch break while I'm at work. I didn't want to miss out being part of this 10-year memorial, I guess, for the cancellation of the expanded universe. I've been a fan since roughly 2006. At that time, I was in graduate school, and for various reasons, I was concerned I might have been clinically depressed. And so I went to see a counselor at the counseling center on campus, and they told me that I was actually not technically clinically depressed. I was close, though, very close. And one of the things they told me to do was find a new hobby, something not something I was already interested in, but something new that I could invest myself in that would give me something to focus on and so forth. And I thought about it, and I thought, I've always been a little curious about Star Wars. I've loved the original trilogy ever since I was a little kid. And I'd read one novel, the Shadows of the Empire novel, back in the 90s when it came out. And I liked it. And I was vaguely aware that there were other novels and comics and so forth. And I'd heard that they were all interconnected, not like, say, Star Trek, where the novels and comics and everything are just all separate things. And that got me interested. And I thought, that could be something that could be a new hobby. I would enjoy exploring that. So I tried it, and I went deep into it, to the point where I got to trading collecting tips with Eddie von der Heyden, for any of the older fans who remember his amazing collection. I went really deep, and I loved especially the interconnectivity of everything. That was my favorite part of it. And so it's not surprising that my favorite author would be Abel Pena, just a total master of the lore and making connections between widely disparate sources. And then, of course, I love the other lore masters as well, like Jason Fry, Joe Bongiorno, Rich Handley, Dan Wallace, and so forth. They're just my absolute favorites. I love their stuff. I love the source books, love the role-playing game materials. There's just so much lore that can be dug out of those sources. Because of that, and I think it's partly my personality for loving the obscure, my favorite characters tend to be not the most popular ones. A lot of people are going to say, my favorite character is Jaina Solo, or something like that. Not me. I was always drawn to people like, say, Darka Nil, or Rani van Wasaki, or, just these really obscure characters. I love that stuff. And that's partly why I've been loving, Joe's supernatural encounters. It's just interweaving from so many obscure sources. So that's how I got into loving the expanded universe and collecting it, and it really helped me. It really did at a very difficult time in my life, and I've loved it ever since. So on this somewhat sad occasion of the anniversary of it being discontinued, I just wanted to say to all my fellow EU fans out there that it's wonderful, and keep enjoying it. I do too. Thank you.
Hello and dark greetings. My name is Marcel, otherwise known as Revanchist on YouTube and other social media platforms. Or, if you're Matt Wilkins, I'm known as Ravenkissed. It's my pleasure to put this video together for Brennan, talking about the expanded universe and what it means to me, particularly in the context of decanonization, which occurred roughly 10 years ago this month. I remember exactly where I was and how I felt when I heard the news. I was working in front of my computer, much as I am today, and someone sent me an article linking to StarWars.com, which told us that all these books, comics, and video games that I had come to love over the years and invested so much time and money into were being rebranded as Legends. And not only that, but they were being discontinued, those stories, so that they could focus on a new timeline. And I remember thinking to myself, wow, what a kick in the pants. Not only are they discontinuing Legends stories, but I'm also being told that they don't matter. My views have evolved since then. I think that these stories matter now more than ever. And perhaps always mattered, and it was just really my inability to understand that at the time because of what the rights holder was telling me. But particularly in contrast to the new stories that are being put out today, I think that these stories, the expanded universe stories, have withstood the test of time. Mere words cannot adequately describe what a profound effect the EU has had on my life. These books and stories and comics were the friends that were always there. I could, regardless of what was going on in my life, I could pick up one of these stories and transport myself to a galaxy far, far away. I've always been a fan of the films for as far back as I have memories, the original trilogy. It was in 1997 that I discovered the expanded universe, particularly in the context of Shadows of the Empire. I played through the N64 game. I was 10 years old at the time, and got to the ending and saw that Dash Rendar survived. And I remember thinking to myself, wow, there has to be another story with Dash Rendar out there. And so I booted up my 56K modem, because that's how old I am, and found myself on the Jedi Council forums at theforce.net. And from there it exploded. I read, the Tim Zahn books. I read the Tom Veitch comics. And I was forever, at that point, an expanded universe fan. I became heavily invested in the timeline. What are my favorite books? Darth Plagueis is currently my favorite book in the expanded universe. It changes every now and then. Other honorable mentions go out to Tales of Mos Eisley or Tales from Mos Eisley Cantina and Darth Maul's Shadowhunter. It wasn't asked, but favorite author would be Michael Reeves. I love his work. If you haven't read any of his stuff, read it. It's incredible in my opinion. Favorite expanded universe character. Well, my favorite Star Wars character overall has traditionally been Lando Calrissian, but favorite EU characters, probably Jaina Solo and Corran Horn. I know that last one might be a bit of a hot take because a lot of people say that he's Gary Stu, but I love that whole Jedi and Starfighter pilot combination. It's always been a favorite of mine. Other favorite characters, like I really like Kirkanos as well from Crimson Empire. Mara Jade, right? These are characters that have always inspired me over time. Nomi Sunrider. Favorite comic, probably, well, if anyone knows me, they know it's Tales of the Jedi, but to follow Tales of the Jedi up, I also love Dark Empire. I like the Knights of the Old Republic comics by John Jackson Miller. Favorite video game is Star Wars Rogue Squadron for the N64. I've put countless hours into that game. I also used to love Star Wars Rebellion when I was a kid, the computer game. And I love Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. I think those are fantastic games. And I still, to this day, defend the battle system in those games, even though other people have said that it's outdated. What has the EU meant to me? I think I kind of described that in the beginning of this video, but again, I don't think there's any other IP that I can think of that has built up such a grand mythology around it as Star Wars has with the expanded universe. You know, here you have this just coming together of all these different creatives, authors, artists, anyone you could think of, and largely respecting one another's work and contributing to an overall timeline. I mean, that's why I got invested in the expanded universe, because I wanted to know what happens next, and also what happened before, and what happened in between. And these are the stories that allowed me to answer those questions in a way that made sense to me. And, you know, other than some things that have come along the way and contradicted, largely fit together in a way that again made sense to me and made these stories matter because they all follow up on one another and they all reference one another. Again, I think it made me like a better student in school because I would sit there and learn the history of this fake galaxy far, far away and analyze these stories. So I can't even begin to describe how much I owe the expanded universe and what it means to me. And would I like to see more of it? Absolutely. I am one of those people that thinks that there are thousands more stories to tell in the galaxy far, far away, particularly within the expanded universe, now known as Legends timeline. I remember talking to friends about this, and Matt Wilkins particularly, how like we were talking about how many stories in the New Jedi Order alone. Like there's 19 books and the Invasion comics, but how many stories can be set in that 5-year period? Like this is like the World War II of the Star Wars universe, right? And like there's just so many different stories that could be told in that brief period of time. And if you extrapolate that over 25,000 years and more, I think that the possibilities are endless. I would love for my children to continue to read expanded universe stories as they come out. So, I continue to hold out hope that that Lucasfilm will eventually return to the Legends timeline and put out more stories for us to enjoy. But until that time, I have, like on both sides of me, I'm surrounded by a treasure trove of beautiful, wonderful stories that I will forever cherish. And so, thank you again for contributing to this if you have, or even if you're just watching it. I hope that you read some Expanded Universe and enjoy.
Hello there. My name is Mariam Skywalker, and you can follow me on Twitter at Mariam Skywalker. I actually started reading the Expanded Universe when I was 13 years old, reading the Thrawn trilogy. And here's the funny part. At the time I didn't know it was Expanded Universe, and at the time I was, oh cool, a Star Wars book. And at the time I was so clueless also, I didn't know what Expanded Universe and current canon are. But in 2022, when I was 21, my good friend on Twitter, Nazo, told me that the Thrawn trilogy was Expanded Universe, and he told me about the Expanded Universe and the differences between Expanded Universe and current canon, and I was hooked and very interested about the Expanded Universe. Then, in the end of 2022, I started reading more and more Expanded Universe, and I became an Expanded Universe fan for almost 2 years now. My favorite Star Wars EU characters are Mara Jade, Starkiller, Kyle Katarn, Jan Ors, Scout, Mission Veo, and Zalbar. My favorite EU book is The Last Command. My favorite EU comic, although I started reading it last week, is Dark Empire. My favorite EU video game is Force Unleashed. There's a lot of things that the Expanded Universe has affected me, like being creative and connecting to a character that really reminds you about yourself, and exploring your imagination, also being inspiring to being a writer. Honestly, I would love to see a lot of characters in the EU that deserve a continuation about their journeys and storyline, and I would absolutely love that the new generation of Star Wars fans to really check out the EU because of the beautiful stories behind the books, comics, and the video games.
Hello, this is The Project that Brennan from the Supernatural Encounters podcast asked us to do about the 10th anniversary of the EU being officially ended. I got into EU with Death Troopers. Great book. Wasn't a great introduction to the EU franchise, just simply because it was kind of just a zombie book with Han and Chewie shoehorned in. But then the next book I read, Darth Bane, really good book. Loved it. Bane as a Sith character is really cool because I grew up on the 2003 Clone Wars show. And like when Yoda is like, "You are dead," I was like, okay, well, yeah, it's pretty cool. So I saw it. And then I moved on. Like the next big thing that I really loved was KOTOR with Zane Carrick and his supporting cast. I thought that was a really cool concept. I thought these were all cool characters. The art was great. And then I moved on to recently Tales of the Jedi because someone in your guys' community was like, "Hey, get on Tales of the Jedi. It's really good." And I read some of the beginning of Tales of the Jedi with Oda and my favorite character of all time, Uru. The man, the myth, the legend, Uru. And I loved Uru. I thought he had the coolest name on the face of the planet. And I thought, his sacrifice when he defeated all those Sith warriors was really cool, and I just stuck with it. And so that was my introduction to EU, and I'm still going with it. I still got a lot ahead of me, which is always great. And what's my favorite book? Probably Shatterpoint so far. Love Shatterpoint. Mace Windu is such a cool character. And I think one of the prompt questions was, when did I start? Mine started around 2021. After a member of your guys' community said, "Hey, get in on it," and I got in on it, and I've never looked back.
Well, hello there. My name is Matthew from the Geeks Attic YouTube channel, and I absolutely love Star Wars. My journey with the expanded universe began back in October 2012 when George Lucas sold Star Wars to Disney. Now, back then, I wasn't a big fan of reading. I didn't like books. I thought they were lame. Like my entire life, I thought books were dumb. Occasionally, I would pick up a fantasy story, I'd read it, and I'd be like, all right, but that's kind of boring. But when George Lucas sold Star Wars, I piqued my interest. I went off to the bookstore, picked up a random book off the shelf, and it just so happened to be Death Troopers by Joe Schreiber. And this right here is the book that got me addicted to reading. Now, who is my favorite EU character? That question, a little hard to answer because I have not yet finished reading the Star Wars Expanded Universe. I'm going to have to go with the easy answer here and say Darth Bane. I think Drew Karpyshyn did an excellent job developing that character over 3 books. Nothing was handed to Darth Bane easily. He had to take it for himself. He had to start from the bottom up. He's just a great character, and it appears in 3 excellent novels. The best Star Wars Expanded Universe book that exists is not the Crystal Star. Why are you here? Go away, please. Yes, yeah, run along. Bye. That was weird. I don't know how that got here. Darth Plagueis. This is the one that is the greatest Star Wars book, in my opinion. Great jumping in point for anybody who likes Star Wars because it ties in so well to the other movies and the other books. When I picked up my first Star Wars book, it honestly changed my life. It's funny that Death Troopers was the book to do it. Of all the Star Wars books that I picked up off the shelf, I'm so glad I didn't pick up book 2 of something. I love these books. It got me hooked in reading. Of course, I ventured off from the expanded universe some. I started reading the Star Wars Disney era for a while. And, it got me to become a professional reader. They would send me advanced copies of books for the Star Wars Disney canon, and I even got a snippet of one of my reviews on a canon book, on the mass market paperback. And that was something that I never imagined ever doing. But it's thanks to the Star Wars expanded universe getting me to that level. But of course, since, a couple last year or the year before, I decided to abandon the Disney era stuff, and I just focused only on the expanded universe and whatever other interesting book that I find. Do I want the EU to continue? Do we need more books? Yes, it would be nice to have more EU, but no, not with the current publisher that's putting out the Disney stuff. I went down the Disney road a long time. I read a lot of those books. They're different vibes, though, 100%. They're completely different from each other. The way that they feel when you read them, like the EU is comfort, the Disney era is not. I don't like political agendas being pushed in my Star Wars book. The EU really doesn't do that. EU is like a real escapism from this world. It's going into that galaxy far, far away, as where the Disney books are focused on social issues and political issues at hand in our world. So it's not really escapism. So if someone else, a different publisher, steps in and says, hey, we're going to publish new Star Wars books, and we're going to kick it off with John Jackson Miller, James Luceno, all those types of authors. Bring in some of these bring Joe Schreiber back, Drew Carpathian. If they were to bring more books with those authors, like kick it off with that, with a different publisher, yes. Guys, let's celebrate the EU. Let's keep reading it. Let's keep posting videos. Keep posting your podcasts. It's such a fun thing to be involved with. I love the EU community, and I've made several friends in it, and it's changed my life, and I think it's changed many lives. So pick up a Star Wars book and have some fun. How did you get back here again?
Hi there, my name is Maxine. I am also known as Strictly Star Wars on Instagram and on YouTube. And this video is for the special video that Brennan's putting together, Quinlan Vos, on YouTube for the 10-year anniversary of the EU's discontinuation. So jumping right into it, I've been a Star Wars fan since I was 3 years old, and I've been an EU fan since I was 13, and I'm 23 now, so it's 10 years. So Star Wars has just been the most important thing to me in my entire life, and it's really shaped who I am, and so is the expanded universe. And I got into the EU through mainly reference books, so I would pick up the little guide to characters and everything, and I would learn about them, all the different characters and events, and that's what kind of opened the door. And then I kind of worked my way up and, read the novels and the comics and everything. The EU is just my personal Star Wars. I love it so much. And it just means the world to me because these stories are super impactful and they have such great messages, and they've really shaped my character and given me things to strive for and things to hope for. And given me hope in the darkest of times, when I'm feeling anxious or depressed or anything like that. I know I can rely on those stories to help me bounce back. Specifically in the EU, some of my favorites, Darth Plagueis is, I've read it 5 times and I absolutely love this book. But my favorite Star Wars thing just ever in the history of forever is New Jedi Order. Specifically, I love Unifying Force. This book is absolutely phenomenal. But New Jedi Order is my favorite Star Wars project that has ever existed, and I love it so much. And also my favorite character, in case you couldn't tell, is Jaina Solo, because Jaina is honestly someone that I've looked up to since I was little, since I got into the expanded universe. Jaina has always given me something to idealize and strive for, and to be she's always someone that I've looked up to as a role model, and someone that I could emulate and be and strive to be, because she's so tenacious and independent and strong, and I've always wanted to be that way like her. And I still do to this day, and she's just someone who inspires me, and I love that character so much, and she's just my favorite Star Wars character ever. And I'd love to see her story continued, not only for my sake and other known EU fans, but for the future generations who want to experience that character, because Jaina and so many others are so powerful and so impactful that I think a lot of newer fans could definitely jive with and really connect with. Now I think the EU should absolutely be continued, and I'd love to see it continued one day, so that more readers can come into the EU and have a full history to really delve into and experience, and get attached to. And I want to see it continued because I want to see all of my favorite characters' stories finished. Jaina, of course, Ben Skywalker, Tahiri. I want to see where they go and where they end up and what happens to them. and of course all the new characters they could introduce as well. So really the possibilities are endless with it, and I feel like it could draw in so many new fans to the EU. And Star Wars is such a generational thing, and so is the expanded universe. I know it's something that I'll pass down to my kids, and if they want to read the expanded universe and get into that like I did. Star Wars is absolutely a familial thing, and family is just such a big part of Star Wars, like in the universe and out of universe. So yeah, I absolutely would love the EU continued, not just for established EU fans, but for the people who are yet to be EU fans. So I think that about sums it up. Long live the expanded universe. I really want to see it continued, and just a shout out to all my amazing friends in the community that I've met and who have supported me and had my back and just been the greatest people I've ever known. So without further ado, may the force be with you, and have a great day.
Hi, my name is Max. I hadn't been a Star Wars fan since elementary school, but around high school I really got into reading science fiction novels, and because of that I decided to check out the first 5 entries in the New Jedi Order series, and I was instantly blown away. Ever since then, I have been on the road to try and read everything in the Star Wars expanded universe. My favorite Star Wars character is probably Chewbacca, if only for the fact that my grandmother knitted me this humongous Chewbacca stuffed animal as a kid. My favorite expanded universe novel is still probably the first one I ever read, Vector Prime. R.A. Salvatore completely immerses you in this world, and I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. Vector Prime isn't just a great Star Wars novel, it's a great novel, period. The expanded universe was a remarkable achievement in science fiction and deserves to be continued.
Hello, I'm Michael Henson, or you can refer to me as Michael H. Viper on YouTube. When I first got into the old EU, I was about 10 to 13 years old, and the first of my encounter with it was the Jedi Prince series. I also read The Young Jedi Knights and Junior Jedi Knights, as well as the Galaxy of Fear books. I also enjoyed playing the old Battlefront games, as well as the Force Unleashed. Not to get confused with The Force Awakens, which some people do sometimes. My favorite EU characters, I would say, are Mara Jade and Starkiller. To me, as both a Star Wars fan and as a fan of the EU, or Legends if you prefer to call it Legends, to me personally, I really loved how they expanded the story of the movies, and it really shows how there is just so much more stories, because it's a whole other galaxy. There are so many billions of characters they can read about and learn about, as well as expanding upon the stories of the big three from the original trilogy. And I feel that it does a more fleshed out story of Star Wars, with things like what happened to the rest of the Empire after Return of the Jedi, the enemies that emerged afterwards, the enemies that emerged beforehand, and it just really gave you a sense of what a huge universe Star Wars is.
Okay, so to speak for a couple of minutes on what the Star Wars Expanded Universe means to me. Um, I hardly even know where to start, to be honest. I guess my first time seeing a Star Wars movie, I was 6 years old, and I was being babysat by my uncle's girlfriend of the time, and she put on Return of the Jedi for me. And it just blew my mind. The space battles, the lightsaber, the everything, you know, and I was asking her all these questions, and, you know, that poor girl, she was probably 20, and just, she probably didn't even know she was putting on the third movie of a trilogy, you know? So that same uncle also happened to have the Dark Forces Jedi Knight game on his PC. So I started thinking of him as being kind of like my Star Wars uncle. And I would go over to his place, and I don't even think I really played the game. I like made my character in the multiplayer, and I would just make a new one every time I went over, and like that was half the game for me. A few years later, you know, I would get an Xbox, and you'd have like Knights of the Old Republic was probably my first time in a video game that had a really big twist that blew my mind. I was maybe 12 when that game came out. But to back it back up, I guess, to the books, at my public library when I was in first or second grade, having now seen the movie and made my character at my uncle's place, I went with my grandma, and we would get, I think first I got the Junior Jedi Knight books with Anakin, Solo, and Tahiri, but then very quickly I moved up to the Young Jedi Knight books with Jaina and Jacen Solo, and Lobaka and Tenel Ka, and in a very real way, I feel like I grew up alongside the Solo kids, you know, as they went from kids to teens to adults, you know, it very much mirrored where I was at in my life, though they were always a little bit older than me. I guess in that way, it almost felt like they were my own older siblings, kind of. And I'm an eldest child, by the way. I only have a younger sister, so I don't have it's the closest thing to a proxy I have for what that feels like. As I got into high school, I went to high school between 2004 and 2008, which was like peak Star Wars EU. It was when the New Jedi Order books were wrapping up and the Legacy of the Force books were just getting into full swing. I got into comics around that time, and so yes, I was into your Marvel and DC, but I was also reading the Knights of the Old Republic comic, the Legacy comics. I think at that point, Rebellion was ongoing from Dark Horse, but I made a point of collecting a lot of the Republic and Clone Wars trade paperbacks, as well as the Tales of the Jedi. And it was cool to see all of this stuff like come together. You know, you'd see the Jedi Praxium on Yavin 4 and the Young Jedi Knight books, and then you'd see it again in, say, like the Jedi Academy game, and then you'd read the what's that trilogy called? The Jedi Search? It might be actually just the Jedi Academy trilogy, where you see Luke found the Jedi Praxium on Yavin 4, and then you might read the Tales of the Jedi comics, and you see the, I don't remember the name of the species, the Masasi, building those same temples that would later be Luke's. And I could go on, I could gush. You know, or like seeing Korriban in the comics, and then seeing it Korriban in one of the games. It felt like there were layers to the series, and the more you would peel it back, the more of it you would find. And, you know, I found Star Wars when I was very impressionable, I guess, and it really left its mark on me. And while the movies are crucial, they're the core of the franchise, the EU is really what elevated it to like epic mythical proportions. And in a lot of real ways, it was my first love, you know. I'm a fan of a lot of other things, but there's nothing like Star Wars. And I have tried to get into the new canon, and some of it's okay. There are some good Marvel comics, and I see potential in the High Republic, but it's just not the same. It's not treated. It's this is supposed to be a celebration of the EU, not sad fest about what the state of the franchise now. So I won't get too into that, but yeah. I guess that's all I have to say. I love the Star Wars EU with all my heart. I have Star Wars tattoos. There's one of them, kind of a Han and Indy, and I probably always will. I want to get a big tattoo that has a bunch of the expanded universe Jedi on it. Mara Jade, the Solo kids, Tahiri, Jax Pavin. Oh, like reading the Plagueis book. If you've read the some of the other books set around that time, basically like from Cloak of Deception, the Darth Maul, Shadowhunter, and maybe the Episode 1 novelization. If you've read those, and then you read Plagueis, and it all like kind of ties together. It's so good, and that's Jax Pavin's father in the Darth Maul Shadowhunter, or is it Saboteur? I don't know. One of the Darth Maul books, and again, it's like when you realize that when you're like reading it, and then you're reading another book entirely, and you're like, I kind of recognize this name, or this sounds familiar, and then you check Wikipedia, and then you're like, oh my god, that's the dad of this character that I liked from this other thing. And it, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have the words for it. I love the Star Wars EU. It's where my love for Star Wars comes from, and I still love it to this day. I own every novel, almost every comic. When I was in high school, I unfortunately had to spend a few weeks in the hospital, and my parents brought me the ongoing Knights of the Old Republic and Legacy issues, and as well as I think maybe got me a trade. Crimson Empire, it might have been. And so, I don't know, it got me through some like dark times, and I wouldn't be who I am without it. I know that sounds like I'm speaking hyperbolically, but this franchise has helped inform my sense of morality and even my sense of myself. And I want that for future generations, for my kids. There's glimmers of hope. There's projects like Supernatural Encounters, the Patterson cut of the Kenobi show is quite good. Even this, that's celebrating 10 years of the end of the EU. There's still a lot of fan love for this stuff out there, and while there's not new stories being commissioned by Disney to be Hand of Thrawn 45 is fan fiction, but it's very good fan fiction. He really knows his stuff, or they really know their stuff. So while it may be the EU may be officially over, it is far from dead. It is far from gone. It is very much in our hearts, very much in our minds, and I can't believe it's been 10 years since Crucible, and that book ended the way I really wish the sequels had, or even had a scene in it with Han, Luke, and Leia together in a cantina in a galaxy far, far away. And that is where I guess I like to still think of them to this day, with their feet up and commiserating about all the good times and bad, and having earned their peace, I guess. So I'm really happy to have been able to share this. I know I've probably gone on a little long, but I don't know. You can't just sum it up, such love, in just a few sentences, So thank you to Quinlan Vos for putting this project together, and for I think Michael Lynch is the person who got me involved in this, so thank you to them as well, and may the Force be with you.
Sukuigar, everyone. My name is Nazo Servant Arc. Some know me on Twitter, some know me on Discord. A couple on YouTube. Most just call me Nazo. My real name is Matt. And I've been a fan of the expanded universe, I'd say ever since I was maybe like 8 or 9 years old, in the early 2000s. I believe my first introduction into the expanded universe was Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast. Phenomenal game. I loved it as a kid. Though I used the cheat codes a lot, so there's that. I also really loved the Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars. Most of what I knew about the EU back in the day was through lore books that I had growing up. I didn't really have a lot of the books or comics. Have a lot more now, obviously. Actually, now that I think about it, was probably more like 10 or 11 when I started going through it. Basically, I grew up with this portion of the Star Wars universe, learning about the stories and the lore and the characters when I could. As for, I know one of the questions was, do I have any favorite characters? And my God, there's just so many I can't list. I'll try to list as many as I can, but I can't promise anything. So obviously, one of them is obviously Kyle Katarn. I absolutely love Kyle Katarn, the Chad, the space Chuck Norris of Jedi. I also love characters like Thrawn, Mara Jade, the obvious ones, Darth Bane, who's kind of like the anti-Luke Skywalker sort of thing. And then, of course, I love a lot of the lesser-known characters like Vilmar Grok from the Republic comics, or Bomo Greenbark from Dark Times, and then even as well as like books, like in I think, what am I thinking of here? Like in the Jedi Apprentice series, it's just I don't know what they did with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan's characters. I don't know. It just there's one good character I can think of is Didi Otto and his daughter Astri. Those were some pretty good characters. There's also characters from the X-Wing books as well, like Tycho Selchu, Corran Horn, Wes Jansen, Derek Hobby Clivian, Vert Sabinring, Ton Fanon, Garrick Loran, aka Face. There's more. I'm not Callista, Callista Masana or Callista Ming, depending. Gilad Pelion. There's just so many great characters in the expanded universe. And again, I'm just trying to think of some. Theron Shan, Jedi Master Nostaral. I'm going into the Old Republic now. Kind of really like some of the characters from MedStar Duology and Yoda Dark Rendezvous. Again, names are escaping me right now, so I'm kind of nervous with this whole thing, sorry. One I do have an answer for. As far as my favorite expanded universe book, so far, because I'm not fully through the entire expanded universe, but so far my favorite book is Kenobi. It's just such a simple yet wonderfully told story. John Jackson Miller does a fantastic job with it. Favorite comics, I've got to go with Legacy because I have a long-standing love of that series. I grew up with it. It was one of my first couple of Star Wars comic series that I ever really got into, and even today, it's still my favorite. Video games, I'm either going to go with Jedi Outcast or Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords. Probably The Sith Lords, considering how it has a much stronger story. Probably probably already covered this bit. What the expanded universe has meant for me. It has meant friendship, community, enriching stories. Part of the reason I love it was the effort to detail with continuity. A lot of people don't talk about it or don't know about it, but the EU used to have, or at least old Lucasfilm used to have what was called the hierarchy of canon, and it was a good way to clean up mistakes and continuity errors. And even though not every continuity error in the EU was cleaned up, plenty of them were because of the hierarchy of canon and because they placed such a tight thing on continuity. I mean, it got a little loose with Dave Filoni's Clone Wars, but I can let that go because I do enjoy that show. It's not one of my favorites. Actually, as far as Disney content go, I prefer Rebels. But anyway, yeah, just the expanded universe in general. These great stories, great characters, and I've been surprised at how much more of it I've loved than I haven't. There's a few stories that I haven't been the biggest fan of. I'm not going to talk about them right now, but just these, even continuing to experience these great, incredible stories, this universe, and I even got my dad a little into it. He's interested. We're doing audiobooks together, and it's such a fun, enriching experience that we have, and it's just I love it. Yeah, I would love for the expanded universe to continue under the Disney banner. It's now called Legends, but I would love for them to continue that timeline because I feel like it's a waste. There are so many unfinished stories and so many more stories that they could tell. But all they really do is reprint the old stories. The only the newest content I've thought of that they did was Marvel issue 108, and it is a fantastic issue, and it makes me wonder why they aren't tapping into this gold mine more. Again, I've listed my reasons on Twitter why they should continue it. Reason number one, obviously, is most of the lore, most of the stuff is written already. So you have an entire branch of universe in general, just to jump off from and do as you please, and I mean, within reason, obviously. You don't want to go so overboard that it makes no sense to the rest of the canon. And to people who are worried whether or not people would be confused as to whether or not it would be, part of the current canon or Legends, they put the Golden Legends banner on every reprinted book and comic now. So it's not like it would be that confusing if you released a new one. It actually wouldn't be confusing at all now that I really think about it. And for those who don't want it continued, I can understand where you're coming from, considering that Disney was the one that decanonized it. And the best part about them, if they continue the story, if they ever decide to, at least, is that you don't have to acknowledge any new stories, since it's not officially canon to Lucasfilm anymore. It's really more just a canon to fans of it now, myself included. But since it's not officially canon to Lucasfilm, the best part about them continuing is that if you feel that it doesn't fit the rest of the expanded universe, I've got good news for you. You don't have to pick it up. You don't have to read it. You don't have to include it. You can still have the stories and the universe that you already have now. It's not like it's going anywhere. And I know that probably sound like what some would classify as a Disney shill in that regard. But what I mean is like, if you don't want to continue with any of the new content that they create, you don't have to. But for those of us who would love to see more of this universe, love to see our characters, our beloved characters that we already saw, and would love to see them in new adventures, because as much as I love elements of the new canon, the fact that they only have like one tier system, which is their canon, it makes it ripe for contradictions, and I can't follow that. I'm honestly glad that it has fans, that there are fans that care about. I'm glad that they love it, that they can experience Star Wars for the first time with it. But it's not for me. And I don't mean that in the rudest sense or anything. I'm glad they love it. I'm glad they enjoy it. And I even enjoy some of the stories. I love Rebels. I love Andor. But I would really love to see the expanded universe, the old EU legends, to be continued. Because it would mean so much. And I'm not the only one, obviously, because there are other fans who are on here that want to see it, happen. And it would just be fantastic, It would just be amazing, and it would reach a new generation who want to get into the expanded universe but don't know where to start. And old fans who have loved this series, this franchise, this portion of the universe for as long, we can help with that. That's the one thing I don't understand, because some groups of fans in that regard, they treat people who are brand new to the expanded universe like pariahs because they like some of the Disney content. And I'm thinking to myself, why? They enjoy a different Star Wars, and if they're curious about learning the expanded universe, you shouldn't belittle them in that regard. Just because they aren't super knowledgeable. Sorry about that. But I'm not saying every EU fan is like this. I've met some wonderful, great people that would love, if you're interested in getting to the EU, they'd love to help you, myself included. I'd love to help you. If you were that curious, that interested, getting into it, look me up. I'm more than happy to help. But anyway, that's all I got for y'all. I got to get back to some of my new stuff. I'm still going through the unabridged of Wraith Squadron, and I'm currently reading the manga adaptation of the current canon story Lost Stars, but I'm guessing some of y'all don't care about that. Don't worry about that. Anywho, thank you again for listening, and I hope that Lucasfilm hears us and that they bring back the old EU Legends, the expanded universe, as a separate, enjoyable timeline for longtime fans and for new fans who want maybe you're new to the franchise and want a slightly different perspective. Stories that maybe speak more to you than they would someone else. Anyway, I hope this helps, and I hope it helps all of us continue to be great Star Wars fans who enjoy our own content and our own stories, and help continues to reach others. All right. Thank you.
Hello, I am Noman S. Land. I am new to YouTube. This is actually the second video I'm making. I saw the prompt for it and kind of rushed out the channel because I wanted to be a part of this so much. I originally got into Star Wars, I'm going to be honest, I don't even remember. It's one of my earliest memories. I remember watching the original trilogy for the first time, and I was avid young reader, and went to the library and they had these books, and I wanted to know more. I had to read them. I read all I could get my hands on, and I could get my hands on a lot of them, apparently. I've read a lot of them now. And it's so amazing. There's so many, and I read them, and I didn't care about series order. I would read the fifth in a series without having read the first four, and I would run around my backyard. I remember and attack bushes, pretending I was a Jedi, pretending the bushes were stormtroopers, attack them with a stick. I'm not gonna lie, that still happens from time to time. I love it. And my favorite character has to be Thrawn. I love that he's menacing, he's intelligent, he goes up against Force users even though he doesn't have the Force. I love so much about that. And I like that he's not a villain. Well, he is a villain, but he's not evil. He doesn't come across that way. He comes across as this threat, this force of will, almost. And I love that. I love Valkorion. I know this is going to be a hot take, but I like him. He's cool. I love the Magnol. That's a deep cut. It's really obscure, but I like it. And I like that there are those dark, obscure areas. That's one of the areas of Star Wars I like the most, but I like that there are pockets within the community. You have this person who really, really only reads prequel era stuff, or this person who only reads Return of the Jedi, post Return of the Jedi. You have this person who really just plays the video games and KOTOR, Public Commando, Battlefront, and you don't feel left out. You don't feel like it feels like one big community. It doesn't feel like a bunch of smaller communities, and no one feels like, oh, I haven't read that. It's amazing everything we have and how rich, and there's so much to learn that I find out about something I haven't experienced, and I don't feel like, oh, I missed that. I feel like, ooh, this is something new. And I love that about Legends. Favorite story, it's impossible. There's so many to choose from. The Open Seasons comic, the Thrawn trilogy is amazing. I love the Revan novel. I love the KOTOR video game. There's so many to choose from, and they're all so amazing. It means so much to me, Legends does. I wouldn't be the nerd I am today without Star Wars. Without Star Wars Legends specifically, I wouldn't have been in the library reading as much. I would have still done it, but I wouldn't have been as invested, and I wouldn't have been as invested in the science. I wanted to know how a lightsaber worked. I was looking into stuff like that, and I wouldn't have done that without Legends. And it shaped my relationships with people. There's people I know that all we do is talk about Star Wars Legends, and that's how we started, and now we're close friends. And other people I know, and it's a great thing. I love it so much, and it's shaped me in many ways. If it ever were, Quinlan Vos suggested in prompt video to be renewed, just to finish some of the loose plot ends post Crucible and those kind of things, I would love that. But I'm thankful for what we got. I'm thankful for this rich, deep lore and the storytelling that was so, you could tell people loved it. Both the creative teams that were responsible for it, the community, it was a work of passion for a lot of people, and some casual fans could enjoy it too.
Hi, I'm Noxarian on YouTube, and I got into the expanded universe when I was roughly 10, 11 years old through Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2, and my favorite characters are Kreia and Revan, in that order. So what the expanded universe means to me is quite honestly something new, relatively new from my end, because only in the recent year I started to discover books and really get into them and to explore different timelines. Which is very, very entertaining and very, very fun. And you could really see like the quality of writing and the story and the complexity. It's very entertaining. So I would love to see that. That's why I would love to see more of that. Even though I have tons more left to discover, by the time I catch up to everyone else, I still would love to see more. So I would take this opportunity also to say that apart from the Legends universe, expanded universe, I would love to see more content from creators themselves that is more collaborative, such as this project, which is really awesome to see how when people engage, it's just that much more wholesome and more interesting, which is why I really enjoy looking into like book clubs on YouTube and collaborations, and when people play games, but from a lore perspective, when they really enjoy the story and not just for the gaming aspect. It's really nice to see collaborations within the community, and I would love to see that alongside, of course, the expansion of the official content. But whether or not that's going to happen, we're not going to get into that. But yeah, and I'm very happy to be part of this community and to be contributing something to it. So yeah, looking forward to more content on all ends.
Only Good Games here. I want to shout out to Quinlan Vos, Brennan, for having me on this video. And today we're going to be talking about why I got into the expanded universe and when I got into it. And we'll just start off by saying I got into the expanded universe about 2012, about when I got out of school. It was something that I would do late at night in my free time, and it was something that would take me away and take me into their universe, and I absolutely fell in love with it. My favorite character in the expanded universe is Jacen Solo, but my favorite character in all Star Wars is Luke Skywalker. So I wanted to follow Luke Skywalker's journey, and I really felt like I was Luke, and I was going through these stories as I read them, and it was just, a lot of these stories really just affected me, and they really hit deep. And just going through the expanded universe, a lot of people have said this, the continuity, I think, is something is beautiful, and there's not many things out there that follow continuity so well as the expanded universe. It's been 10 years now since it's been gone, but with all the stories that we have and all the amazing contributions people have given to the expanded universe, it's really like it's still here. There's so much stuff to read. There's so much stuff I've already read, so much stuff still to read, that to me it's like it's going on forever. I'd say my favorite book series is the Fate of the Jedi series, because it just meant a lot to me, and the ending, it just absolutely left me in a state. Seriously though, that ending with Vistara, and just not knowing what happens in her story, and not knowing how Luke's story concludes, and everyone's story concludes, it just was painful, still is painful. So anyone who gets to the end, they realize that this is pretty much it, and we're not going to get any way to wrap this up, or you're just going to be left to imagine what could happen. And it's sad, but I would love for the original writers that are still with us to form a sort of, coalition or group, and I think it would be cool if they could continue the expanded universe and finish any loose ends, but do it in the way it was intended, because that's the only way that I would like to see it continue, is if it was going to be continue as it was supposed to be. So for example, Christy Golden, I would want her to finish Sword of the Jedi and do what was intended. And Troy Denning, would want him to do all of his books that he had planned, and anybody else that had stuff planned, I'd like to see them, wrap up any loose ends. But I mean, I'm someone, I don't think it has to end. I think Star Wars could go forever. So I think if they wanted to continue it forever, I would be down with it. And I just would love to see the expanded universe continue as it was. Like I said, the expanded universe was something I did, and it took me away to another galaxy and made me feel like I was there. So to me, Star Wars does happen. It just happens in a different timeline, different galaxy. It's happening somewhere else right now. It could be a multitude of different things, but I definitely, like to believe in my own way that Star Wars is real.
Hello, I'm Richard. You might know me online as Magical Sheep. And today I wanted to talk a little bit about what the Star Wars Expanded Universe has meant to me as we're approaching the 10-year mark since decanonization. So first I wanted to talk a little bit about, when and how I got into the Star Wars Expanded Universe. And I think it's really intrinsically tied to how I got into Star Wars, which was, I think it's second or third grade. So I'm like 7 or something around that. And I was in my school library and I checked out a book on Lego Star Wars, and it was one of those like guides to different sets that had existed since then. And so I bring it home, and my dad sees, oh, you checked out this book, but you've never seen the films. So let me fix that, right? So I ended up watching Star Wars in release order, so 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. And I was kind of like, okay, those are the films. I loved them. I have I can still remember a lot of the times when, I first saw boarding the Tantive 4, the stormtroopers entering, Luke and Vader's final duel over Endor. Again, very fond memories of that. But, so I had finished the films, and I was kind of like, it's done, but my dad is a huge collector of science fiction books and Star Wars books. So I was going in his library one time, and I was kind of looking through, I see, a bunch of Star Trek, Perry Roden, all that. And then I see a bunch of Star Wars books. And so I was kind of curious, and I ended up writing down like all the names of the books he had, which was a bunch of Bantam era stuff. And I'm like, oh, great. And so I looked online, found a reading order. And so I ended up reading the Heir to the Empire and the Thrawn trilogy first, and then my second series was the Jedi Academy trilogy, excuse me. And I think those two series really just, I fell in love with the entire universe. Timothy Zahn, man, the Thrawn trilogy is just so amazing in that it captures the feel of the film so well in book form. And I actually credit that a lot with me also just loving reading in general because, I wasn't that much of a reader beforehand. But basically after that, I would basically spend my summers just going to the library and going to the libraries in our local system. And I just have a checklist and I try and check things off and read as much of the EU as I could. And because I was quite young, I actually still do have a lot of fun going back and rereading just a lot of the stuff because I was very young. And so you kind of rediscover the magic again. It's wonderful. And so that's kind of how I got into the EU. Still love kind of learning and reading about new EU things because one of the consequences of doing that when I was kind of on the younger side, just going to libraries, is that you end up having some gaps. But I think that leads to more fun when I can kind of come back, as I move into high school and now I'm in college. And again, I get to fill in the gaps. It's really fun. You get to see things that you missed before. So in terms of favorite Star Wars EU character, I'm gonna go with, I'm not sure if this is a popular pick, Jacen Solo. Really like seeing him emerge as, and I think I'll add to that, Jaina Solo, because I think the two are kind of inseparable, and you get to see their development as they kind of grow up and become these Jedi and ultimately take very different paths. I have a lot of opinions on Jacen's fall. Would love to talk about that sometime. But I just think those two characters, you kind of get to see their journey as Jedi from start, well, in Jacen's case, to the end, and kind of their evolution. A bunch of authors ended up handling them, but I think that's done in a really good way that fleshes them out as characters and gives them a lot of interesting moments and character depth. Okay, so in terms of favorite EU book, comic, and video game, I'm going to handle this as 3 parts and kind of cheat a little bit and give an answer for each one. So in terms of my favorite EU book, I really, really like the Thrawn trilogy. If I had to pick among the Thrawn trilogy, it would be The Last Command, but there is another book, which is The Unifying Force, that I think is probably the kind of best ending in the EU that there is. Obviously, again, a lot of the post-NJO stuff didn't really get a chance to have a proper conclusion because of decanonization. But with that said, I just feel like Unifying Force is the perfect, end note to, perfect bookend to the New Jedi Order series, which is my favorite series in all of Star Wars. So kind of it fits as the perfect capstone. It's a great ending. I know a lot of authors have talked about what it was like working in NJO. I'm really interested in that, learning more about the creative process, and kind of looking at old interviews at Legends Con, kind of talking with some of the authors involved was really, really interesting. But ultimately, I do think the Unified Force serves as kind of the best ending to a series that I could ever imagine. And some of the moments, again, it's just so epic in scale. Absolutely love it. In terms of comic, that's hard because I don't really feel like I have a completionist understanding of Star Wars comics. I'm currently working my way through some of the older like Marvel UK stuff and in preparation for reading Supernatural Encounters, which I'm really excited to do. But in terms of what I have read, it would either have to go to Legacy or John Jackson Miller's Old Republic comics. Honestly, I'll probably lean toward the Legacy comics just because I think it's really interesting what they're able to do with making connections and kind of, we skip a generation or so between the ending of like Crucible, Fate of the Jedi, Millennium Falcon, that type of ending period, and then where you go to Legacy. And so I think I'm not sure I agree with everything, but I think the kind of seeing the threads being drawn between the two is very, very interesting. So I really like the Legacy series, but again, the Knights of the Old Republic comics are also really up there. In terms of favorite Star Wars video game, I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I'm gonna say Star Wars Empire of War, but specifically the Empire of War expanded mod. So that's Thrawn's Revenge, Fall of the Republic, and coming out, soon, I hope, Revan's Revenge. I really like the kind of, larger scale. I'm not really an FPS person, so kind of being able to play an RTS, especially Thrawn's Revenge, it's just so well made. Huge technological leaps from the base game Forces of Corruption combined with, years of dedicated, a very dedicated development team building up all the lore and, taking everything from the EU and trying to put it in the mod. It's fantastic. I'm also kind of biased because I have been watching Corey from Corey Loses play Thrawn's Revenge far, before I was actually playing myself. But again, that has to be my favorite video game. Other than that, it would probably be, Knights of the Old Republic 2, probably. But Empire War in a decided first place. So then I wanted to end with kind of what the EU has meant to me. That's a hard question because I think, I got into the EU I consider it to be a pretty formative time in a person's life, kind of when you're young, when you're deciding your interests. And I think it really, obvious on some level, it's kind of obvious in that I was able to, find something that I really loved reading and that really galvanized my love of books, reading, and everything like that. I also think it kind of gave me, a different outlook, I guess, if that makes any sense, on things like, sciences and kind of nerd culture as a whole, if that makes sense. I did make, quite a few friends when I was kind of in elementary school who also liked Star Wars and were also interested in the EU. And so that was, again, really, really fun to interact with them. And, I'm incredibly thankful that such a durable and resilient community exists. After decanonization, I kind of read the EU to some extent, but I really wasn't involved in the community. I kind of ended up going to Legends Con because it was kind of near me on a bit of a whim, and met a bunch of people who I hope to see again at, future conventions, but really just showed me that there is such a dedicated expanded universe, fandom out there. That was really inspiring. But, I, through Star Wars, basically, that kind of served as a gateway. And then I got into Star Trek. Credit to my dad again for helping me break into that and kind of showing me. I watched, the original series first and then The Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. But yeah, I would say the EU just made me kind of feel like I was a part of this universe in a way, if that makes any sense. Where I could, I used to say, oh, I know more about some EU aspects than, what I'm learning in school or whatnot, right? Like, I literally memorized the mile to kilometer conversion rate based on the length of an Imperial Star Destroyer, right? So it's little things like that kind of, it's hard to explain how much it kind of becomes part of your, not just your identity, but also just a part of your life and kind of how you're, going through the world, observing things, reading other things, and just learning as a person. And, I spent a lot of my time in my childhood kind of wishing I was in, the Star Wars universe. You kind of grow out of that to some extent, but a part of you really doesn't. I'm just going to say that. But overall, the EU has been a really, really powerful but kind of, underground driving force in my life behind a lot of things that what I like and what I do. And I think that's something that I'm very thankful to appreciate, and that this opportunity gives me a chance to kind of think about and verbalize. I wanted to end just a little bit by talking about what I hope the EU can become. Again, I'm someone who kind of somewhat recently got into what I would call the EU community, because when I was very young and reading, I was not permitted by my parents, probably, for good reason or whatnot, to go on to things like forums. So I wasn't really engaged in the community a lot. Then, as I'm going into high school, I kind of got active on some of the EU Reddits and a couple forums. But it's really only been recently that I'm kind of trying to get back into the community. Obviously, it's pretty hard because I'm very busy, but that is definitely something that I'm hoping to engage more with. I know that community has probably always been there, but that's something to me that I'm personally looking forward to. And, I think the 10-year mark, Brennan may cut this, but I think it's, a good chance to reflect on kind of what we lost in some ways. I'm not looking to relitigate the Disney versus the EU debate, but for me, the EU will always be something that is extraordinarily special, and Disney can't really replace that with what they're doing for canon, although again, I'm not, maybe for people who are kind of in the same age as I was when I first uncovered the EU, it means something for them, right? So I'm not trying to pass any type of normative judgment on that. I'm just saying, for me personally, the EU will always, and continue to hold a very special place in my heart. And so, this 10-year mark for me is a bit bittersweet. I remember I lived through the, decanonization in 2014. I was not super old, but I'd been reading enough EU books to know that I really liked it. And, when I kind of first read Heir of the Jedi and kind of Tarkin and Aftermath, you can call this confirmation bias, but I felt like there was something fundamentally different with those books than with the EU. Tarkin less so, but I was kind of just like, okay, back to the old stuff. I'll continue to enjoy that. And I think, again, at this 10-year mark, it's just I'm just treasuring what the EU has to offer. I'm nowhere, I'm significantly along the road, but I'm not at the point where I've kind of can call myself completely done with the EU, having read everything. There's so much more to explore, and I'm just looking forward to, continue engaging with that, to get more involved in the community. And again, I hope to see everyone at, Legends Con 2 and or other conventions. And yeah, I hope we can continue loving the EU and celebrating what it was together. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Robert Newnham. You might recognize my voice from the trailers for Supernatural Encounters and the Atlas Appendix. I helped edit Supernatural Encounters and Cult Encounters, and I'm also narrating the audio drama. I grew up with the original trilogy special editions on VHS, followed by episodes 1 and 2 on DVD. Revenge of the Sith wasn't out yet. Now, I properly discovered the EU when I was about 13 or 14. I found Heir to the Empire in a bookshop, read the blurb, and was surprised to see that it took place 5 years after Return of the Jedi, which until then I thought was the end. It hadn't occurred to me that there could be more story after that. I remember being up in the middle of the night, reading the part where Luke speaks to Obi-Wan for the last time, who tells him, "You're not the last of the old Jedi, you're the first of the new." There was a period of time in 2010 and 2011 where I got really into the games. This started when I found a copy of Star Wars The Best of PC, a collection that included Knights of the Old Republic, Battlefront, Empire at War, Republic Commando, and Jedi Outcast, all excellent. I later played and absolutely loved Dark Forces, Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy, and Knights of the Old Republic 2. As for the comics, Tales of the Jedi was not only one of the first Star Wars comics I ever read, but one of the first comics I ever read. Now, these are 3 different mediums, and for a typical licensed property, you wouldn't expect there to be much overlap between them. In the case of the Star Wars Expanded Universe, you'd be dead wrong. As I said, I grew up with Star Wars, and when you're that young, there's the tendency to think of a fictional world as being borderless and limited only by your imagination. It lives in your head. As you get older, though, you start to see the edges of it, that it doesn't just exist in the ether. Each story only exists because someone sat down and wrote it. And yes, sometimes there'll be the odd mistake or missed opportunity, or a story that isn't great. All in all, the expectations you have when you're young aren't realistic or reasonable. But for me at least, the Star Wars EU might be the closest a fictional world has come to meeting them. It reached that point that not a lot of others do, where what started as just a collection of stories by various authors that maybe reference each other here and there became something more, where every story added became part of a much larger structure, where all the pieces are interwoven with one another. This includes a multitude of different authors and mediums. There's very little of it that doesn't feel in some way meaningful to me, and it would appear that others feel similarly. This project, and the success of LegendsCon last year, which sadly I wasn't able to attend, both illustrate the fact that even a decade after its end, the EU still has an audience. Right, I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you for listening, and thank you to Quinlan Vos for allowing me to contribute. Apologies for not including my favourite character or story, but honestly I struggle to decide what my favourite anything is.
Well, thank you so much for watching. My name is Scott Johnson, and I've been an Expanded Universe fan for almost 28 years now. I first got into the EU back in '96 with the Jedi Prince series. My favorite character is A. Sherrod Het, and my favorite book is Yoda Dark Rendezvous. Now, when it comes to fiction, the Star Wars Expanded Universe has really been the only fictional brand of storytelling that I've ever closely followed throughout my life. And when it comes to the Expanded Universe, boy, have I followed it closely. I have bought the EU books, the EU comics, RPGs, magazines, reference guides, video games, tabletop games, card games, action figures, pretty much anything under the sun that you can imagine that was Expanded Universe related that I've been able to get my hands on. I've tried to collect it ever since the 1990s all the way up until its premature end in 2014. And even since 2014, I've had the opportunity to sort of go back and collect quite a few things I hadn't realized I had missed along the way. And you might be asking, why would anyone go through all that trouble to collect all this material? What's the point of all that? Well, I collected all that, and I did all that because the Expanded Universe really was so special, and still is special because of the tremendous amount of care that was taken to build up such a great story over the years and to integrate the storytelling together across so many different forms of media content, all the ones that I had mentioned: books, comics, television shows, pretty much anything that you saw that was Star Wars that told a new original story or expanded upon anything from the films, any little detail about a character or a planet, all of that was cataloged, and all of that, it fit together so seamlessly with the other material. In fact, they built this official holocron continuity database that was meant to keep track of all these sorts of things. And all of this made for one combined mega story that was the EU, the Expanded Universe saga that told stories across comics, novels, television shows, magazines, RPG material, video games. All of that was together. Everything counted. And that's what made this so great and so unique. It really was such a shame that all of this ended so abruptly in 2014 when it didn't need to be that way. So much of the talk around that time was that they had to end the EU because of the new films. But we've seen since then that wasn't the case, because we've had new non-canon separate storylines. Things like Star Wars Visions come out since then. We've still got the Old Republic MMO still going strong. That is EU material. We even got Marvel 108, the comic book that was a true continuation of the Expanded Universe that, as far as I can tell, sold pretty well. So why do I say all this? Well, today I'm here to ask for more of that. I'm asking for the EU to officially continue. We want more new EU stories. We want Lucasfilm to use this tremendous asset that so many people have built up throughout the decades, and to not keep that shelved away. We want to know what happens to characters like Ben Skywalker, like Jaina Solo. We want a resolution to The Force Unleashed 2. We want these loose threads that are left unresolved to be explored, and to take the opportunity to explore these incredible characters whose story is not over. And it's certainly not a big ask. Even one novel or one short story collection per year would go a long way in making fans happy and bringing some new life into this continuing storyline that has mainly been put on pause since 2014. And hopefully you'll see from this video that there are a lot more like-minded fans like myself who want to see the expanded universe continue. Let's make it happen.
Hello, I'm Skyriver Chronicles, and this is my entry for Brennan's video celebrating the expanded universe. I discovered the EU around 2014, or at least before the decanonization happened. I jumped into the EU via the Old Republic era and instantly fell in love with the story of Revan, who also happens to be my favorite character in the EU. My second favorite character would probably be Mitra Surik, with Knights of the Old Republic 2 being far more deeper and philosophical. It just hits different, and I love Mitra's journey in that game. I think it shows how well written a story is when you can go into depth about what the characters are thinking and feeling, what motivates their actions and decisions, and what makes them into the characters that we know and love so much. And the fact that so much of it falls in line so well with the larger Star Wars narrative as a whole makes it that much more special to me. I'd love to go deeper into my reasons for loving these characters' stories, but I want to save that discussion for my Expanded Universe blog. Eventually, I will probably be discussing them in greater detail when I hit the Old Republic era chronologically in my EU read-through. So stick around for that if you're following me on either Instagram or WordPress. My favorite book from the Expanded Universe, or rather tome as I like to call it, is Supernatural Encounters, The Trial and Transformation of Arhul Hextraphon. Ever since I discovered the EU, I was always curious if there was a creation account of the Star Wars universe, and this book is everything I've ever wanted and more. Every sentence, every paragraph, every chapter is so jam-packed with goodness, especially for those who have read through the Expanded Universe a couple of times. I've only made it about halfway through the Expanded Universe myself, and I'm still blown away by the incredible attention to detail that went into creating that book. Joe Bongiorno took over a decade to create this magnum opus, and it shows. As far as my favorite comic goes, I haven't read a lot of the comics, something I am slowly remedying, but my current favorite is the Dawn of the Jedi series. Not only was it great to see ancient Jedi, spelled J-E'-D-A-I-I, before they actually became the Jedi and Sith that we know today, but I also loved seeing the tie-ins to my favorite Star Wars games of all time, Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. If you hadn't guessed by now, I'm a pretty big fan of the Old Republic. I haven't read a ton of the Tales of the Jedi comics, but I've read some of the segments that tie in even more to those games, so I can't wait to read through the rest of that series. I'm already really enjoying what I've read so far, so I can see that possibly taking the #1 spot as my favorite comic. For me, discovering the Expanded Universe was a wish come true for me in two ways. As a child, I've always wanted there to be a fictional universe that had its own history, with its own people, with their own stories to tell, a place where I could instantly travel to by simply opening up a book. And once I discovered the EU, I hoped that there was a creation story for the Star Wars universe as well. So you can imagine my absolute delight when I discovered the first edition of Supernatural Encounters that Joe Bongiorno had made available to the fanbase for free on his website. It was everything I dreamed of in a creation story for my favorite franchise of all time and so much more. And now we have the extended edition, the release of which I waited patiently 10 years for, and that patience was well rewarded. The love and care that Joe put into his work, and not just Joe, but so many other creators who wrote for the Expanded Universe, is something that has always touched my heart, and I can feel that love and care for these stories whenever I engage with them. If the Expanded Universe were to continue, I hope that it would be continued with the same type of love, care, and attention to detail for its universe, its lore, and its beloved characters that have brought so many of us a lifetime of joy. An expanded universe that took us away from our own world, away from its trials and tribulations, to a galaxy far, far away. Thank you, Brennan, for giving us this opportunity to share with the community and beyond what makes the Expanded Universe so precious to us. Again, I'm Skyriver Chronicles, and may the Force be with you, always.
Hello there, I'm Sombrector. You may know me from my YouTube channel, where I talk about Star Wars, as one might imagine. I'm honored that Quinlan decided to reach out to me to participate in this, so here's my EU story. It's a difficult question to say when I was introduced to the EU, because I think there are 3 phases, you could say, because my introduction to Star Wars at all began with the EU, you might say, because it was one of 2 things. It was either watching the original Tartakovsky 2003 Clone Wars, or this comic right here with Quinlan Vos, fittingly, in Portuguese, if you're wondering why that's Jedi Twilight. So that was when I was 4 or 5, 6 maybe. I got more invested into Star Wars in 2008 for my 11th birthday with The Force Unleashed. This was the point where I'd start calling myself a Star Wars fan. I became truly invested EU fan when I recall I visited a friend's house and I saw he had one of those very rare statuettes of Fixer from Republic Commando. And I said, "Oh, what is this? It looks like a clone trooper crossed with a, Spartan from Halo." And he said, "What? You've never seen a Republic Commando? What is that?" So what happened was I got Repcom, read Order 66 that summer, and I was hooked ever since. As for my favorite EU character, well, for that I'd have to say the man who introduced me to it all, Captain Fordo, baby. Absolute legend. If you want to go, beyond just aesthetics and rule of cool and whatever, I love Revan right here, and I love the original depiction of General Grievous, Kimayan Jai Shilal, as mostly as written by Abel G. Pena, and his fantastic backstory for him that I adored. Let's see. Today, my favorite EU book. That's rough. Again, I have a very, very personal attachment to Order 66. I know, controversial, but it worked hooking me. But for best, I'd probably have to say Darth Plagueis. I mean, it's James Luceno. What can I say? What can I say? For comics, I guess technically the continuation of the first one, that first comic I ever read, that being the Republic comics, specifically, all the Clone Wars stuff, Jabeam, Seleucami, all that good stuff. And favorite game, well, it's either Republic Commando, KOTOR, or the classic Battlefront 2. Gotta love that stuff. Now, as to how the EU has affected me as a person, well, I mean, it got me to read, clearly. Besides that, it's just been a lot of my closest friendships have been due to this shared interest in, because I mean, you meet someone who likes Star Wars, great. You meet someone who likes EU stuff, it's like, okay, you're hardcore, we are definitely going to get along. And as for why I'd like to see it continued, well, what can I say? I mean, 10 years ago, when the Great Canon Purge happened, I did not take it well. But, there's some bits of new canon I like, but for the most part, it does not compare to this absolute beauty. Disney is missing out on a lot of money, I think. Like, look at every time they, there's merch for, be it Black Series, KOTOR stuff, or more recently, Mara Jade here. Those always sell like hotcakes. And Disney, you're missing out on a lot of money. by not continuing, stories under the... I mean, you're still republishing things with the Legends banner, the old ones. Why not make new ones? Okay. But the main thing I'm sad about is, unfinished stories. Be it Sword of the Jedi, be it... we did in a roundabout way, we did get a lot of stuff answered with supernatural encounters right here, which I am very thankful for. But there's still such a vast amount of time period to be explored. I mean, the entire 1,000 years of the new Sith Wars, we've only seen the last 5 decades. So much left to be explored. I mean, there is, of course, the Old Republic MMO, but there's still so much more space for all these diehard fans just waiting to give you money, people. That's my 2 cents. Thank you for inviting me on here, Quinlan. May the Force be with you.
Hi, I'm Ryan. I'm Son of Luke on YouTube, and I discovered the Expanded Universe when I got a little book for Christmas called Legacy of the Jedi, and I really got into the Expanded Universe after Revenge of the Sith came out, and I wanted more stories within this universe. I thought 6 movies just can't be enough. I have to learn more about this universe. My favorite characters are probably the Solo kids and Ben Skywalker, really characters that we literally see grow up from childhood. Is so cool just to learn everything about them. It's something that even as the movie characters, we don't really see them from, when they start out as babies being raised. But I think with the books, you get more in depth into these characters, not just the ones introduced in the EU, but from the Star Wars movies as well. My favorite book would probably be Courtship of Princess Leia, my favorite standalone book, that is. My favorite book series might be either Legacy of the Force or New Jedi Order, just for the impact that it had on the storyline and the characters. Favorite comic series is easily Tales of the Jedi, without question. It's just such a really cool look into the past of the Jedi. I love the art style. I think it works very well. As for what Star Wars means to me, it's really a reward for any Star Wars fan that's dedicated enough to want to explore beyond the movies and learn that there's this massive continuity that's carefully constructed and kept in line with each other. It's a big sandcastle project that George Lucas allowed authors and many artists to contribute to his universe and grow it. And, a lot of that could just be crap, but it turns out to be, when you get real talent behind everything, it turns out pretty good. I want to see more of it continue. I just think it's such high quality that it's a shame for these stories, this massive storyline, to just come to an end. They owe it to themselves to make more stories in that universe. And that's really what Star Wars means to me.
All right, so to commemorate the 10-year anniversary of Star Wars Legends being, called Star Wars Legends, I figured to get in on this, I'm going to go ahead and jump in and kind of explain the EU from my perspective, in a sense. Who am I? I am Spencer. I have been a Star Wars fan since, for as long as I can remember. It's kind of hard to imagine a time in my life without Star Wars. I saw the original trilogy as a kid, and I loved it. I adored those movies. And I knew that the prequels were going to be, coming out, and they would explain my questions that I had about, how did Anakin Skywalker become Darth Vader? How did the Republic end up becoming the Empire, and all that. The prequels would set the stage for that. But I had a lot of questions about what happened post Return of the Jedi, because, there was none. And that was the big talk on the playground at school back in the day, was,
would there ever be a 7, 8, and 9? And because I was first, second grade around here, and I remember asking my dad, I was like, hey, what happens after episode 6? And he'd go, well, I guess Luke Skywalker trained Jedi and they, lived happily ever after. And I'm like, well, no, that's not enough, right? Like, I actually wanted to know, what was going to happen. And so I've explained this story before, but in fall of 2002, I believe it was October or September. It was one of those 2 months. Believe it was October. We went into the school library any other day. This was 3rd grade. And we go in and we see, my best friends and I, we see a spinning rack of Star Wars books. And they just happen to be the Young Jedi Knights books. And so I didn't know when they took place in the timeline. I just saw Princess Leia and C-3PO on the, one particular cover. And so we rushed back to get them. And when we got them, we, basically, we're so excited to see that, like, oh my gosh, this is this is a continuation of Return of the Jedi. This is, the post the movies. And it was exciting to see, like, oh, Luke Skywalker, set up a new Jedi Academy. He's teaching his niece and nephew. He is doing this. Han and Leia got married. They have kids. They are doing this and this and this. And then, oh, who are these new characters? They're kids? Okay. But then who's Lobaka and Tanel Khan? And it explained that to me. And we read the series out of order, but it didn't matter. It was what we wanted, right? It was more Star Wars. And it felt, even to me as a kid, I'm like, this feels like a natural continuation of it. You did the parents or the grandparents and then the parents and now they're kids. And I'm like, that's really cool. It's, it's keeping that going. So I remember we wanted to play at recess Young Jedi Knights when we played Star Wars, and it was a duel to see who would get to be, Jacen solo. That was what was really funny was, back in the day before that, it was always a race to see who could be Luke. Now it was, I don't want to be Luke, I want to be Jacen. And I remember I got stuck being Luke, which is hilarious because Luke, I've always said, is my favorite character. And I got stuck being him. And so you laugh now, but it just, it was just something, just to think like, wow, that was my perspective at the time. So that was the expanding universe. And, we continued on, and Attack of the Clones had just come out, and then obviously we had the Clone Wars, and so then from those books starting getting into, I remember, I think like the Star Wars Adventures from episode 2 were the next things that I read, and then the Young Boba Fett series, and then the Clone Wars novels, and like Jedi Trial, Shatterpoint, all those guys were coming out, and so we were getting into those. The Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars was out, and so we were really into those. And I still remember at the premiere of the first episode of Tartakovsky's Clone Wars and being like, wait, that's it? It was only like 5 minutes, And so, but just being, glued to the TV watching those. The library put out DVDs so you could go and watch them. I remember renting those all the time. But then Sith came out, and that was it, And I just kept going on from there. And Star Wars never left. A lot of my friends and family, they still liked Star Wars, but they were moving on to other things. There were other franchises that were coming out and starting. The MCU was starting in 2008. The Batman Begins movies were big. Transformers, I remember they were talking about. Skateboarding, sports, all this different stuff. People were just getting into other things. And, they still liked it, but again, there were no more movies. And so for them, Star Wars was over. And for me, I had a buddy in middle school and high school, aside from my other friends because we would all move to different school systems, but we, stayed in touch and we hung out a lot still. So I only had like one, two friends really. My other friend, he would occasionally like check in on Star Wars, but for the most part, he had moved on. The other guys, they read occasionally, but then it really only ended up being me and then one of my two friends, or one of my three in particular, who knew this stuff. And so, because I remember we got Legacy of the Force Betrayal like around the same time, so we were able to talk about it. But that was it, you know. But I never had a lack of Star Wars content, you know what I mean? Like, I was still getting new video games, new comics, new novels. I was going back and reading the stuff I'd missed, collecting. I was, you know, Star Wars never went away. I was getting new Star Wars stories. And so it was, you know, it was just an amazing thing. And I always loved telling people, you know, oh, here's what happened post Return of the Jedi. And they were like, what? And I'm like, yeah, it's in everything but the movies, you know? And so over time, the expanded universe became my favorite thing about the franchise. And so when, you know, Disney bought Star Wars, I was a little hesitant, you know, just because it was kind of like, uh-oh, like, you know, are they gonna respect and keep all this continuity intact, you know, because that was unique. You know, I love Marvel, but Marvel has had a gajillion reboots, you know, minor to major, it doesn't matter, they've had them. Star Wars never did. It was pretty straightforward of what was, you know, canon and what wasn't, because they told you, you know, if it doesn't have infinities, it's part of the canon. And so then when, you know, the expanded universe was deemed non-canon and was moved to the Legends category, I was very upset by that, because, you know, it felt like, okay, well, all this time and all this money that I spent on doing this, you know, it felt almost like it was a waste of my time. Like, you know, almost like, well, no, we don't care about you anymore. Thank you for giving us money for Star Wars product for all this time, but you're done, you know. And that's how it felt. And it was sad. It was very frustrating. And so, you know, there was some anger, there was maybe some righteous anger, but eventually it led me to meeting an incredible community of Star Wars EU fans and being able to get on here and talk about it to, you know, all these different people and share opinions and listen to other opinions and just have a good time, you know, and making more friends just because of that common connection and that common theme of we love the expanded universe. So it's kind of the saga, I guess, of my side of things in a nutshell. So continuing on, who is my favorite EU character? That's an easy one. I have a lot. I love a lot of these Star Wars characters, but my favorite one is gotta be Jacen Solo. I love Jacen Solo for many, many reasons. Jacen was obviously one of the first characters I got into at the expanded universe. We were close enough in age when I first started reading Young Jedi Knights that he felt like an older brother, that I could relate to him. And also in the sense of, he was kind of I've heard people call him the Aquaman of Star Wars, where he was kind of into, you know, his own thing, he was into nature, he was in those kinds of things. And then, fast forward, you know, he kind of starts to question some things, and he starts to, you know, look into this and almost was kind of like an outcast in a sense, because, you know, who was going to be the most popular person? Well, it was Jaina. Jaina was the most popular of the Solo twins, and probably still is. But Jacen was always kind of that guy that I'm like, yeah, you know, like in my friend group, I wasn't the cool one. So there was kind of that whole relation that I could have with him. So in watching him, like in New Jedi Order in particular, I remember going like, I get what Anakin's saying, but I also get what Jacen's saying. And so it was kind of that whole thing, and just was rooting for the guy pretty much from Young Jedi Knights on. And he went from, you know, making me root for him to making me sad and upset with Legacy of the Force. But it was just an incredible story. But I bought it, you know, I bought why he was doing it, and I bought his, you know, his motives. And so Jacen just, to me, is just kind of, he's just as much Star Wars to me as like Luke or Anakin as a protagonist. And, you know, so much so that we named our oldest son after Jacen. That, you know, and it's spelled the same way as it is in the EU. So Jacen just is a very, very special character to me. and easily my favorite, easily. And I just find him most relatable as I was growing up with him reading this stuff. My favorite book in the expanding universe, there's a lot, but if I had to pick, I'd pick Legacy of the Force as a series. But if I can only pick one book in that series, I'd pick Invincible. To me, Troy Denning just knocked it out of the park with that incredible conclusion of, making it why Luke can't go after Jacen, and an incredible epic battle between the Jedi, the Corellians, the Galactic Alliance, and the very sad ending to Jacen and his character. It was very, very upsetting, in a good way. It was emotional, and Troy Denning just putting those Young Jedi Knight quotes before each chapter. It was just like, oh man, because I remember reading those, because I read that Young Jedi Knight series so much, and so just hit really close to home. Epic conclusion to an epic story. I could go on and on and on about why I love Legacy of the Force, but I'll save that for another day. My favorite comic in the expanding universe, that's a tough one because there's so many good ones as well. But I'd have to throw it a toss-up between Knights of the Old Republic and the Clone Wars Republic series, but I think I'm going to have to go with Republic, because when people say, like, why do you like the Clone Wars era in Star Wars, I point to that particular comic book series. It was dark, it was gritty, it was real, and it was war, man. The art was incredible. It kept honoring the characters, but yeah, it didn't glorify the war. I mean, it got to the nit and gritty, and I loved how the authors and artists based it on like real things. I thought of like the trench warfare from World War I in the Battle of Jabim, and it was just, again, it's what the expanded universe does, right? It expands the universe, and seeing all these battles. Tartakovsky did a great job with it, but to me, the comics were where it was at in the Clone Wars era. So, hands down, the Republic series. Favorite video game? People might get angry at this one because it's not Knights of the Old Republic. It's Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast. I love Kyle Katarn. Those are like my first real like Star Wars games. I delved into like Rebel Assault 2, but Dark Forces 2 was like my first like hardcore. I remember my dad and I just going nuts and playing that thing together. I got it on Christmas, and so Christmas Day, we stayed the night at my grandparents and just trying to power through that game. And I remember another weird memory I have with that game, the second one, was I had pink eye in 3rd grade, and so I had to stay home for like 2 to 3 days till I wasn't contagious anymore. And I powered through so much of that game. So when Jedi Outcast came around, I was so excited to see that. And not only were the graphics better, but the lightsaber combat was, oh my gosh, it still is. There's no other game. I mean, you could say Jedi Academy, but to me, that's just an extension of Jedi Outcast. But no other game since that has been able to create that awesome of a lightsaber experience. Hands down, my favorite. And then on top of that, the story. I mean, I don't want to give away too many spoilers. If you haven't played it, go get it on Steam or whatever and go play it. Or Switch or whatever. It's on so many things now. But the story was just so compelling. It was a revenge story, and it was a guy trying to find his place in the new Jedi Order, and it just made me want to keep playing. Because yes, the gameplay was fun, but the story is what hooked me in. It's when you have an amazing story with great gameplay, you have an incredible video game experience. So, as much as I prefer board games over video games, cannot emphasize enough how great Jedi Outcast is. So, Jedi Outcast, I love it. But there's so many other good games too, but Outcast is my favorite. So, I've people will often ask, why are you so upset about the expanded universe? Why are you so hung up on that? Why is that the thing that you focus on? And that's a good question, because most people, and I don't blame them from this, there's nothing wrong with it, but most people are pretty much, when they think of Star Wars or, want to get into Star Wars, it's pretty much just the movies. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But for me, the expanded universe made me the Star Wars fan that I am today. All these books, comic books, video games, short stories, guides, all of that, it made me this huge fan. I don't think I would be this into Star Wars without the EU. I would probably own the movies. Would I buy them a gajillion times over like I have, like on DVD, Blu-ray, digital, VHS, I've even looked at the Laserdisc copies. Would I be that interested in them? Probably not. I'd probably own them, but not watch them, 3 to 4 times a year like I usually do. I don't think I would care that much about it. To me, it'd be something, like any other, series where I'm like, it's good, but that's it, and move on to other things. The EU is what kept me because, again, it expanded the universe. It made me, whenever I watched the movies, it gave them more depth and meaning. I think George Lucas is a genius, but I think that the EU just complemented his films so well and gave them more depth and more meaning. So I can watch them and not just get what Lucas is putting in there, but then knowing, like, this is what happened between, during, after the movies. It makes it more of a vast universe and not just so narrow. I've always said, the movies is a great peek. You can look in through a window at this amazing landscape, but the EU is where you can actually open the door and walk past the window and actually into it, and it makes it more meaningful. And I'm not saying every book, every comic, every game, every story in this is perfect, but for me, the good outweighs the bad, and it just makes Star Wars more impactful, more meaningful. These characters, these stories, the lore, it's so compelling to me, and it makes me want to constantly revisit it. So if we never got any more Star Wars Legends, that'd make me sad, but I'd be okay with it because I have a treasure trove of stories. I have 6 incredible films and an amazing treasure trove of stories in the expanded universe. So to me, Legends is my continuity. It's what I follow. It's what I choose to do. But it is just a treasure trove of stories. And I always say, if you want, if you want to see something different than what the current canon is, this is a great alternative, and I'd highly encourage it. Another thing that it's done, as a side note, is it has connected me to some amazing people. This is Brennan's project. I got to meet him, gotten to know him a bit. I look forward to getting to know him more. Obviously, I've gotten to know tons of other people in the fandom and become good friends with them. And, and call and text and video chat and hopefully see each other in person at hopefully Legends Con. But, just so many different things. And so I can't thank the EU enough for creating incredible memories, incredible stories, and incredible friendships. So to conclude all this, what do I want to see going forward for the EU? Well, I want to see it continue. Some people might not want to do that just, because they don't want it to go a certain way. They want to keep it the way it is. And I can see their perspective. But, for me, I'd like to see the old authors and such take a crack at it. To me, I want to see further adventures. And I want to get excited about buying new Star Wars content again. I haven't been able to do that since this, I want to be able to get excited to go. Marvel Star Wars 108 was a perfect example. I was so excited to go into a retail store and buy a Star Wars, something Star Wars again. It was exciting, something new. This wasn't just, like a hardback copy of a book that I wanted or something that I didn't yet have. This was a brand new story, and I got to go buy it. I want to do that again, and since 2019, I've not been able to. So I would love to be able to do that again, and I'd love to be able to do more. So that's what I want to see. I want to see the EU continued in preferably novels, but if we got comic books, that'd be great. Dark Horse is doing some Star Wars stuff again. Marvel has let them do it, or Disney has let them do it, so I'd love to see Dark Horse try their hand at it again. Obviously, Del Rey, we know, is interested, but they just have to be given the okay to go do it. So I'd love for them to do something with it. You know, and I think it would be really cool too to even get like a Disney Plus, you know, like mini series. I mean, we know that they're willing to do something that's not even a part of their canon. They did Star Wars Visions, which is, you know, not even part of the new canon or Legends. It's just what if stories, or just people being creative. I'd love to see something like that. Different animation or live action would be cool, but animation is fine too. I'd love to see a continuation. But we'll just have to wait and see. For me, though, the expanding universe just means so much to me, and I can't wait for the future. Whether that be getting new stories or celebrating what we already have, I don't care, man. I'm here for the long haul. So, thank you all. It's been an incredible 10 years since then to see all that's happened, and I look forward to the next 10. So, with that being said, may the Force be with you.
Hello there, I'm the Star Wars Bro. I got into the expanded universe in 2022 when I was 17, so about 2 years ago. The reason I got into it in the first place was I was upset about how Boba Fett was portrayed in his own show. I was also just sick and tired of Disney canon at that point, so I decided to give the expanded universe a chance. My favorite expanded universe character has got to be Revan, closely followed by Jaina Solo. I think Revan's just so cool, from his whole story to his novel to video games to his look. He's the best. My favorite expanded universe novel isn't just a novel, it's the Thrawn trilogy. I know that's 3 books, but it's my favorite by far. I also really like the Plagueis novel, the Darth Bane trilogy, Fate of the Jedi, Legacy of the Force, but if I had to narrow it down, it would be those 3 books. The expanded universe has really helped me as a Star Wars fan get to explore the characters beyond the movies. It's also made me less angry and upset, and I'm, more happy now as a person and as a Star Wars fan. I think back when I was a canon fan, I was always complaining about every show and movie and book that would come out, but now that I'm an EU fan, I'm less likely to do that. I would love it if the expanded universe could definitely continue in some way, shape, or form. I think more novels would be awesome. I think there's several characters whose stories aren't done, like Jaina Solo, for instance. I would also love to see some sort of streaming or movie or something with expanded universe. I think that could make a lot of money and would just be extremely cool to see, but yeah. Expanded universe.
Hello, this is Star Wars Fan Animations, and I was introduced to Star Wars prior to my earliest memories. I watched The Phantom Menace in theaters in 1999 before I could even remember it. Following that, I got into the original trilogy by watching it on DVD and watching Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith in theaters. During my elementary years, I had the opportunity to read at my school's library the Young Boba Fett books, the Jedi Quest series, and the Jedi Apprentice series. And at my local public library, whenever my parents would bring me there, I would always go to the comic section and read the Knights of the Old Republic comics and the Legacy comics. My favorite expanded universe character is Zane Carrick from the KOTOR comics. He really exemplifies what it means to be a Jedi and underwent a lot of hardship and came out stronger in the end. He's very relatable and always has a very optimistic view of the future regardless of whatever challenges he's facing. My favorite expanded universe book, comic, and game would have to be Shadows of the Empire. I enjoy this story so much that I've decided to adapt it into an animated fan film. Shadows of the Empire really is the lost Star Wars movie, and all we have left behind is this one story in these scattered mediums. Outside of the Shadows of the Empire multimedia project, my favorite book would probably have to be Outbound Flight. It's got such a great host of incredible characters, amazing setups and payoffs both in the book and in material outside of it. My favorite comic series is really 4 in 1. I really love the Vector storyline, which takes place in the Knights of the Old Republic comics, the Dark Times comics, the Rebellion comics, and the Legacy comics. Beyond just those 4, this story really builds off of a lot of other material too. The KOTOR comics build off of Tales of the Jedi, the Dark Times comics build off of Republic, and the Rebellion comics build off of Empire. So this one story spans 4,000 years and consists of 311 comic book issues. It contains some of the best characters and story that the EU has to offer. And for my favorite solo video game, that one hands down has to go to Bounty Hunter. In Bounty Hunter, you get to play as Jango Fett, and in addition to this story being incredibly consequential for the Star Wars galaxy, you also get to have fun using all the tools of the Bounty Hunter trade and getting to go and capture your own bounties. The Star Wars Expanded Universe has meant a lot to me over the years. These characters and stories reflect universal truths about life, good and evil, tyranny and liberty, while also being specific and having a great history and lore to dive into and explore. It is fun entertainment, but it's also more than that. The EU is full of cautionary tales, stories of perseverance, and is loaded with real-world wisdom which has affected me to this day. It's led to new and strengthened friendships and sparked a lot of great conversations. Something that I would like to see, so much so that I took it upon myself to help create is screen adaptations of the best expanded universe stories. For the EU, Lucasfilm had hired some of the best writers in the genre, who created stories that read like you're watching a movie and or a TV show. And seeing these exist, faithfully adapted, as animation or live action, official or fan-made, is something that I really want to see and have enjoyed seeing over the last few years from other fan creators. I myself have loved working on my Shadows of the Empire fan film, and I'm looking forward to adapting other great expanded universe stories in the future. When it comes to adaptations of expanded universe material, I say the more the better.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? I'm Stevie B, and I was invited to be a part of the 10-year video group project for Star Wars The Expanded Universe by Mr. Brennan, Quinlan Vos. And I want to say thanks for that, buddy. And also, thank you so much for everything that you've done and are doing for the community. It's incredible and impressive, and I've learned so much from you. You're going to be a star one day, pal. So I appreciate it. So I'm going to go over these lists here briefly. I don't want to take up too much time, as I know there's a lot of people involved in this, and I cannot wait to watch this. So the age or when you were discovered and got into the Star Wars expanded universe. So when I was a kid in elementary school, I remember there was somebody in my class that had a Star Wars shirt on, and I went up to him and we just started conversating about it. I can't remember much of the conversation because that was elementary school, and that was a little while ago for me now. But then after that, my aunt worked at a video store, and I'm like, hey, Star Wars, dude. And she brought home the VHS, and I just fell in love with it. I was just overwhelmed with everything going on screen. And as a kid, you were just, all the flashy things and these lightsabers and stormtroopers and this guy all in black and puppets all over and these droids. Like, it was just fun, right? George had mentioned he made it for kids. So I grasped that. But he also put underlying things inside there. As you got older, you start to realize, like the hero's journey with Luke. He was just a regular kid like us until, obviously, well, then we get the story. But now on the expanded universe side of things, I'm a post-decanonization learner, if you will. Now you're probably like, well, you didn't realize that growing up? Well, the internet really wasn't a big thing back when I was in school until high school. And there wasn't really a lot of talk of it, right? Like, I remember books. I've read some one-offs and two-offs throughout the years, but I didn't really grasp that there was this whole timeline of events that people created. So one day I got back into Star Wars a little more deeper, and I was just YouTubing, and I came across YouTubers, like Brennan, like yourself, and I learned from you guys. And I'm like, wow, what is this? So I started collecting the books, and then I realized that they actually put timelines in there of order. And then there's comic books. That's a whole other side of things. So it just, to this day, still blows my mind of how many people that were involved in creating this whole story outside of the films. Like, if you really just stop and think about that, it's impressive. And I got to give props to everyone that was involved, and not just the writers, right? You got the editors, you got artists and color artists and people keeping track of the timeline and trying to make sure everything falls in line. Obviously, there's going to be some hiccups along the way. I mean, come on. Then we got how many years of material here? And I haven't even read it all. Now I'm just starting to really want to get into the comic book side of things. And that's a whole other journey. But it's just so awesome that the story continues and they develop characters and planets and ships. And it's a whole world out there outside of the films, but it flows with them too, in a sense. And that's impressive. It's just great. I love it. There's no other stories in the world that I've read that I've been this connected with. And I just love it so much. I love talking about it. Let's see here. Get the next question up. Apologize for that little hiccup there. Name my favorite Star Wars EU character. Wow. You know, that's really tough. Okay, because there's a lot of really cool characters. Not just Jedi or Sith, you know, just regular people too. I gotta say though, right off the top, Luke is my number one. He's always gonna be my number one because as a kid, he was it for me. But Jacen Solo is just, ever since I got to the new Jedi Order series and finished that, like Jacen Solo has been very intriguing to me. Just the way his philosophy when it comes to the Force. Now I just started reading The Legacy of the Force, and I know what happens to him. I don't know how he gets there, so I'm excited to learn about that. But I really like Corran Horn too. Like Corran Horn is pretty cool in my book. But Luke, then Jacen. Name my favorite Star Wars EU book, comic, and or video game. Well, for the books, I gotta say Mall Lockdown, because that's what really got me started. I remember seeing that on the shelves walking through the store one day, and this is prior to me realizing that there was a whole expanding universe out there. And I was pushing the cart, and I kind of did like a double take because the cover is just so amazing. Maul all in chains. So I read that, and I've read that book probably 4 or 5 times. I just love it. Joe Schreiber is one of my favorite authors. It's incredible what he did with that story. You're kind of rooting for the bad guy, and it's just so cool. But I'm Destiny's Way in the new Jedi Order series. Phenomenal. Traitor, another one. Red Harvest. I like Red Harvest. I like Knight Errant. Obviously, the original Thrawn trilogy is incredible. Kevin J. Anderson's Jedi Academy trilogy is amazing. Like, there's a lot of amazing books out there. And the comics, I'm just starting to get into that. But my friend Marcel turned me on to Tales of the Jedi. I really love that. I haven't finished that yet. The Dark Empire comics, thanks to my friend Eddie, amazing. So I'm really starting to try to collect those and build myself up into that whole. So I can't, because sometimes it's nice to take a break too from reading a novel and just get some visual, get a story. And you know, one thing is it all kind of ties in, and it's so cool, man. I love it. Talk about what the Star Wars EU has meant to you and the effect that it's had as a fan or a person. It's helped me a lot. Really, really a lot. It takes me away. And I'm so appreciative for that. And it also has connected me with people like you watching this right now. I've made so many amazing friends because of Star Wars. And I'm so grateful for that. And I've talked to incredible people that I never thought I would talk to. The list goes on and on. And I love watching everyone's content. I do my best to try to keep up with it. Sometimes it's hard once you start to get a growing list of people that create content. But that, to me, is what's really made this worthwhile. That these stories have put us all on a path together, and we all connect in one way or another, even if we disagree about a book or a character or a comic for that matter. We still love to talk about it together, and we have a blast doing it. Talk about why you would like to see more Star Wars EU content continued. I haven't finished. Obviously, I mentioned that a little bit earlier, but I haven't finished all the stories, so I don't know what the outcome looks like. But from learning from you guys and reading these books and kind of the direction that has went now, even though I do pay attention to the new canon, I've read some of the new stuff, but I've reverted back to the original Legends timeline. And these stories just flow very well, like they fit, if that makes sense. And there's also a lot of material out there that was in the works of being put out and got canceled or shelved. For example, Heart of the Jedi, Supernatural Encounters, a story by John Dak Morton, Around Dak. The Star Wars Timeline.net is a phenomenal. It's just so resourceful, and there's a lot of lost EU content available out there for us to read. So we got to give it up to Mr. Joe Bongiorno for that. incredible guy, amazing. So I would like to see this be continued because of what it's done for me, not just on a emotional level, but just all around. It takes me to a galaxy far, far away that I love and I'm very passionate about. And I'm very, very grateful, I can't stress that, for all the friendships I made because of Star Wars in the expanded universe, or Legends, if you will. So there's a little bit of my thoughts. I'm really looking forward to seeing this video and what you all have to say. And until next time, we'll see you guys soon.
My name is Elise Scott, and I am a 19-year-old Star Wars fan and content creator. My Instagram is at JustThatStarWarsGirl, and my YouTube is at JustThatStarWarsGirl Elise. My EU origins. I first watched Star Wars around age 10, in around 2014 to 2015, and around the same time I began to play the Jedi game with my younger sister, which was my introduction to the EU, because we would borrow reference books considered to fit in the EU continuity, reading them and using the facts inside of them, often EU-related facts, so that I could create handwritten quizzes and tests on the facts and characters for my younger sister. Most important to note, I did not read any EU novels, only the Origami Yoda series, a Star Wars related spin-off, but I looked up online information about Obi-Wan Kenobi's time as a Padawan, and remember clearly reading about fellow Jedi Padawan Brooke Chun being Obi-Wan's enemy and rival, and also fellow Padawan Siritachi being his love interest. In later years I found out this information came from the EU chapter book series Jedi Apprentice by Jude Watson, which happened to be one of the first EU series I ever read. I started reading EU novels and series seriously around the age of 18 in 2023. Favorite characters. My favorite EU character is Tal, a female Nuri Jedi, with dark skin and hair, but known for her green and gold-striped eyes. She was a librarian of the Jedi Archives, trained as a Jedi Consular, specializing as a researcher and lore keeper, but still accepting missions from the Jedi Council. She was also a master to Obi-Wan Kenobi's Mon Calamari friend Ban Irin. During a mission on the planet Melida Dan, she was blinded while imprisoned, and later admirably learned how to live a new life with the lack of her sight. Qui-Gon Jinn and Tal had a significant romantic relationship in the EU, right up until her death due to extensive injuries on the planet of New Absalom. Her death greatly affected Qui-Gon in the remainder of the Jedi Apprentice series. The majority, if not all of Tal's life and story, are told throughout the Jedi Apprentice chapter book series by Jude Watson. I liked Tal's character mainly due to her romance with Qui-Gon Jinn, because he was my first ever favorite Star Wars character. Favorite book, comic, and video game. Well, I think we can all obviously guess by now that my favorite EU Legends book series is the Jedi Apprentice series by Jude Watson, with the first book being written by Dave Wolverton. I love that series because of the connection back to my childhood, when I first discovered the EU, realizing the facts were from these books, and the fact that Jedi Apprentice was some of, if not the very first EU material I've ever read. Also, as mentioned before, Qui-Gon Jinn is one of my all-time favorite characters, ever since I saw him in Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, so it was super cool for me reading these books about Qui-Gon training Obi-Wan. My favorite Star Wars EU novel is the unofficial Legends prequel novel to Star Wars Episode 2 Attack of the Clones, The Approaching Storm, by Alan Dean Foster. I really enjoyed the camping and wilderness scenes from the trekking in this novel, and the many different alien species that I haven't read about or seen before. Other EU novels I've read and enjoyed included The Wrath of Darth Maul by Ryder Wyndham, Star Wars Episode 1 Journal Anakin Skywalker by Todd Strasser, and The Cloak of Deception by James Luceno. The novelizations of the prequels are also considered Legends material, and I enjoyed each of these immensely. Mainly Episode 1. The books include Episode 1 The Phantom Menace by Terry Brooks, Episode 2 The Attack of the Clones by R.A. Salvatore. I especially love the scenes with Padme's home and parents. And Episode 3 The Revenge of the Sith by Matthew Stover. I found the origin story of Maul and the Wrath of Darth Maul quite interesting as well. I am, however, most excited and can't wait right now to read the newly released Supernatural Encounters, the trial and transformation of Arhul Hextraphon series. I got my copies from Amazon recently, and they have me the most excited I've been over a book in a long time. I own many EU comics, especially with the recent pickup of a haul including a lot of the Dark Horse Clone Wars graphic novels, the adventure books, and most of the Star Wars manga, but I haven't read any of them yet. If you can count it, Darth Vader and Son is a children's picture book that is non-canon and could be considered legends that I have read and enjoyed. I am also most excited to read the Star Wars Episode 1 The Phantom Menace manga, and 2 adventure books. As for my favorite EU video game, I have no way to play any Star Wars video games, but I do collect them, and the EU video game I have the most in my collection of is The Force Unleashed. I own both the first and second novelizations, a graphic novel, and some other books centering around that particular game. The EU's meaning to me. To me, the EU is just like any other part of Star Wars. It isn't worth more because it was first, but it also isn't worth less due to Disney's new canon. It is just another realm of Star Wars, like an alternate reality or alternate universe, that I am able to love just as well and as much as Disney's new canon. I appreciate aspects of both universes. I love characters from both universes and appreciate their differences in canon or EU. I love worlds and villains and rules and legacies from both the EU and Disney's canon. I'm not sure how I'll feel once I read more EU books. I plan to read every Star Wars book someday, or at least that's a dream of mine. With every book, trilogy, and series in the EU definitely included. I already have sets of reading copies for New Jedi Order, Legacy of the Force, Young Jedi Knights, Junior Jedi Knights, and I'm pretty sure I've compiled most if not all of the trilogies at some point or another. But I'm waiting to purchase Fate of the Jedi. It's been in my cart for ages. At this point I'm a little afraid to read canon Legends material that crosses over in timeline, due to me not being able to follow the storyline properly or getting confused. Mainly I'm worried about the fact that I read Jedi Apprentice before any of the canon Qui-Gon Obi-Wan training books, and the differences might suck, but I need to get over it and read everything eventually. I actually teared up a little flipping through a set of doubles I had just gotten of the complete Jedi Apprentice series. Seeing those familiar words on the page, remembering me reading them firsthand, bringing me that emotion truly made me understand why people were so upset about the EU becoming legends and non-canon. The EU visual dictionaries, encyclopedias, and information books are completely another subject in my mind, and I love them all very much. I love gleaning new facts from them that I didn't previously know. And in my mind, unless that fact is directly contested by an event or situation in canon, that fact is canon in my eyes, even if officially considered legends, or is stated in a Legends reference book. The EU is special to me in a way with the fact that it created an abstract point of collecting for me. As a 19-year-old, I didn't collect these books as a kid because I wasn't born until 2004, so when I often pick up a large haul of vintage EU books for a really great price, it feels special, because everybody raves over the fact that they don't have the Legends banner, when in reality I wouldn't have minded, but it feels nice to have something others think of as sought after. I love the feel, smell, and everything else in general that goes along with vintage books, and not just Star Wars EU books, so the EU trade paperbacks are some of my fondest to collect, with the yellowed pages. It's also extra nice when their spines are cracked to the breaking point, because I know they've been well loved and well read. And with me, I won't use them if they're damaged like that. I'll just keep them on the shelf to live out the rest of their bookly lives in peace and a good home. I basically give books a forever home. I honestly must have tons of Legends books, mainly trade paperbacks at this point, just waiting to be displayed on my shelves, or read if they're in good enough condition. So as I said before, as a Star Wars fan, to me I love both worlds of Star Wars, canon and Legends EU. I appreciate both for their many different aspects, in many different ways, and in my opinion it's hard for me to consider myself a Star Wars fan personally, not to judge anyone else, if I didn't at least check out both Legends and canon. Because both Legends and canon are a part of the history of Star Wars, whether one side or the other likes it or not. I'm proud to call myself a Star Wars fan overall, with both Legends EU and canon included. Why I'd love to see more EU content. I would love to see more EU content through abstract and minor details and facts in reference books and guides, as well as background novels or historical novels that do not upset current canon, or are so far off in the timeline that they do not affect events whether Legends or canon, so that in my mind they can be considered as canon unofficially. As I've stated, if something Legends does not directly affect a canon fact, situation, or event, I consider it canon unofficially. This is why I absolutely love the new novels released Supernatural Encounters. Although I haven't read them yet, I was extraordinarily thrilled to learn of their existence and eventual release to the public, and made certain to grab my copies right away. I was hooked from the first line to learn more about the abstract history of the Star Wars universe. I love the familiarity of just seeing the world Chandrila on the page, so more books like that would definitely be welcome in my mind, especially if they're placed on the timeline similar to how those novels were. I'd also love just more facts and information to learn from reference books and guides overall. They don't have to be completely canon, just something so I can learn more, glean more, and absorb more information and trivia from the Star Wars universe overall, as a whole.
Okay, so I'm Tuck West. I'm active on some of the EU Discords. Sometimes I join in podcasts that talk about the EU. What got me into the EU was 03 Clone Wars by Genndy Tartakovsky. When I was 3 years old, I watched it live on TV when it aired. I think from the first season to the last season, but I definitely watched the last season as it was airing before Revenge of the Sith. And the way that led into Revenge of the Sith was mind-blowing for me as a little kid. But yeah, it was early 2000s when I was getting into the EU at first, and then I discovered KOTOR 1 and 2 around 2009, and that really sort of opened my eyes to what stories could say, at least in video game form. And the Jedi Knight games, especially Jedi Academy, also helped. And then in 2011, I think I read Death Troopers, which was the first adult novel I ever read, which is a very interesting way to start. And that was how I got into it, and that's partly why I'm such a big fan of it today. My favorite EU character is Jacen Solo, specifically from Young Jedi Knights and New Jedi Order, especially the second half of New Jedi Order. He really turns into a very interesting character and one of my favorites. And my favorite book, let's see, my favorite book is Traitor. Obviously focused on Jacen Solo and his journey through the sort of Vong-formed Coruscant and the way that he discovers how everything's different and the way he grieves over the loss of a loved one, and his journey through sort of this new philosophy that he develops over the course of that book, and Destiny's Way and Unifying Force. It's all a very fascinating journey and highly entertaining. And let's see. As for comics, my favorite comic arc, it's tough to choose, but it's probably has to be Fire Carrier, the second to last Dark Times arc that follows Krook and the little group of Padawans that he has to shepherd through the Imperial sort of occupation of this planet and get them to safety. And the story takes a lot of twists and turns. You see a lot of people that you think, you don't know what's going to happen to them. Is it going to be a good ending, or is it going to be a tragedy like the rest of the Dark Time series? It has a really great ending that I think about a lot, and it's just really great. As for video games, I said it, KOTOR has a huge influence on me, especially the second one. Just the exploration that game has with philosophy, the depths that it goes, with showing all these different, damaged people as they heal, and sometimes as they don't heal. It's very, very deep. It touches on a lot of things that I think are relevant today in society. And, of course, you have Kreia, who is such an enigmatic character. It's either you're either very interested in what she has to say, or you're just like, come on, we got to get to the next scene. Let's hurry it up. So you have that as well. But yeah, the KOTOR games, Star Wars Battlefront 1 and 2, Jedi Knight games, there's just so many to pick from. Empire at War, the list just goes on and on. So as far as video games go, it's really tough to choose, but if I had to pick one, it would be Knights of the Old Republic 2, the Sith Lords, and let's see, what's the next one? So the Star Wars EU, it means a lot to me because I was ready to walk away from the whole franchise after Rise of Skywalker, really the sequel trilogy as a whole, but I was not a fan of the last installment. And I was especially not a fan of some of the TV shows that came afterwards. I was really let down, and I wanted to see if there was anything in Star Wars that even remotely interested me. So I picked up Vector Prime, read it, loved it, and I just dove headfirst into the rest of the EU, which has been a very fun journey, and I highly recommend it to any new fans. If the EU were to continue, which a big part of me wishes it would, I have some caveats, but I do wish that we would get to see more of, Jacen's journey after unifying Force, the Sojourn. I would love it to be written by Matthew Stover. That would be my favorite, my ideal choice for that story. I would love to see more of the Dawn of the Jedi era. I would love to see new Sith Wars, if they could, maybe talk to George about his ideas about that era. We could get something closer to that. More stories with, Darzana, Cognis. Let's see. An ending to the Dark Times comics, that would be up there. The Mara, Luke, and Ben sort of adventure that Zahn wanted to tell, that would be ideal as well. We can get Stackpole to write some more X-Wing books, that would be great. I'm trying to think what else. Some more Jude Watson books, that would be great too. And of course, if they could just write Lucino a blank check, have him write anything, I'd be absolutely down for that. More stories in the style of the Chewbacca comics, where we have characters maybe reminiscing about old days or filling in the gaps that maybe we didn't get to see with certain characters. Maybe someone like, Pelion or someone like that. Of course, I'd love to see more video games, more Jedi Knight games. I would love to see like a Jedi Knight game set during the Yuzon Vong War. That would be incredible. There's a lot. There's a lot you could see. Of course, it's dependent on who they would get for those projects, but there's quite a bit they could do, and I'd be excited for quite a bit. So, yeah.
Hello, I'm Von99. My youngest memory of Star Wars is probably when I was about 5, when I watched The Empire Strikes Back at the drive-in theater. I don't have a favorite EU character because I mainly collect Star Wars. So I've only seen the 6 movies, the 2 Clone Wars series, and the holiday special. But my main reason for collecting Star Wars came from playing the Star Wars role-playing game when I was in high school in the 90s, where when you got those new role-playing books, they had all this additional information, so much deep, extra, background for certain items. So it really caught my interest. There was this extra layer because in the 90s, as we all know, there wasn't much out there. You had a few books. Basically, it was a Star Wars role-playing game that was giving out new information. It wasn't until, Heir of the Empire came out that we had the explosion of the EU background. So I was kind of in the dark times, they call it. So I also collected in the late 90s the Star Wars role-play or collector's card game, which was fun with all the new tidbits and stuff like that you got from there. So it was also, a little extra. So I like collecting that. I always liked Star Wars. It was a great way to get away from things, a little different. And it always had in the back of your mind, it said it's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Like, it could really be happening as this moment, as we are here and now kind of deal. Do I want to see more Star Wars in the future? Yes, I do want to see more Star Wars, because I want to collect more Star Wars, of course, but with the current Disney administration and point of view and their political, point of view that they're putting behind everything, if they can remove all that and just tell a good old-fashioned Star Wars story again, I would love to see some of the stories that were left open-ended and completed for us in the future. Thank you very much. Talk to you guys later.
Hello, I am the Walrus Jedi, and expanded universe character right now would be Darth Bane. My favorite book right now would probably be Darth Bane, Path of Destruction, the first in the Bane trilogy. And then my favorite Star Wars video game would be Knights of the Old Republic, the first one. I got into the expanded universe in 2021 when I was about 22 years old, when I read Darth Bane and Darth Plagueis and enjoyed that and decided to do a chronological read through all of the EU novels. But I had previous experience with the EU in the Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars and the Clone Wars and several games, Battlefront 2, Force Unleashed. It should, and it would be awesome if the expanded universe were to come back and continue, because there are several storylines and series that are left incomplete, like the second Imperial Commando book. And there's other stories that they could tell. Plus, there are thousands of years that really haven't been touched in terms of books, comics, any of it really. There's still tons of stories that they could tell in the expanded universe in most of the eras. The Old Republic, obviously they could just continue going post Return of the Jedi. They could just keep going where they left off and just keep going and going and going and eventually go to Legacy and go past Legacy. Why not go hundreds of years after that and just continue exploring? So that's a little bit about me and why I think it should continue. So thanks.
Hello, my name is the Anonymous Gamer, or Maru Gamer to some of you. I first got into the EU in 2015 when I first discovered its existence through Matt Wilkins and various other EU lore YouTube channels. My favorite EU characters are Grand Admiral Thrawn and Prince Shizor. My favorite EU books are Shadows of the Empire and the Thrawn trilogy. For me, the EU has meant to me as a fan is an overall continuation of the original trilogy, especially covering the time period after Return of the Jedi. I would primarily like to see the EU continue because I find it both fun and interesting to engage with no matter the medium, and I would like to see any unresolved plot lines from the EU receive valid conclusion. Thank you.
Hello, my username online is ZenderFan1. I got into the Star Wars Expanded Universe when I was 10 and first watched the movies. I wanted to learn more about the universe, so I got on YouTube and watched videos about the universe. Eventually, when I was 11, I bought the Darth Plagueis book. My favorite character is my channel's namesake, Zender, because I love how his backstory as a sort of proto-Sith. My favorite media from the Expanded Universe would be the Revenge of the Sith novelization. Being an EU fan makes me a part of a community that is all positivity. For the last question, I would love to see a book that is like the Essential Guide to Warfare that could fill in all the blanks in the continuity and give a definitive end to this canon. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yanis and I'm a Star Wars Expanded Universe fan. I've known about the Star Wars Expanded Universe or Legends ever since I've known about Star Wars. In terms of my favorite Star Wars Expanded Universe pieces of media, my favorite book probably has to be Star Wars Labyrinth of Evil by James Luceno. When it comes to comic books, my favorite probably has to be the Republic comic series. I feel that the fact that it ties in so well with the rest of the Clone Wars multimedia project, and of course Labyrinth of Evil is famed for all its references to the entirety of the Clone Wars multimedia project, is, I feel, one of the greatest highlights of the Star Wars Expanded Universe, generally the whole interconnectivity of the timeline. When it comes to my favorite characters, my favorite probably has to be Jedi Master Krook. He's a member of the Whippet species, a unique species which we don't see that often in Star Wars, let alone the Star Wars Expanded Universe, as massive as it is. He's also famed for, living up to basically the end of the Star Wars Expanded Universe timeline in 141 ABY. He has over 270 years of life. I feel that the fact that he has all these different experiences, he's fought in all these different wars, handled all these different crises, and how he gets to teach those lessons and experiences to his younger Jedi students, and the Jedi that come after him, is the greatest highlight of his character for me. I feel the fact that he's also this, for the most part, of course, calm and tranquil Jedi Master, which passes down his wisdom, of course, as I previously mentioned, to other generations, is a very neat part of his character as well. If the Expanded Universe were to be continued, I would like to see basically all eras get a continuation, as I believe all Expanded Universe fans, no matter what your favorite era, have new content come out for them. For me personally, I would like to see the Dawn of the Jedi era get a continuation. I feel that since it was cut short by the cancellation of the Star Wars Expanded Universe, and I'd like to see new stories take place in that specific era. Now, with the Expanded Universe, when it comes to recommending it to other people, the reasons why I like it, I'll say, is that I feel that characters from the movies, I believe, get their character explored more deeply in said books, for example, Labyrinth of Evil. If you want to learn more about the Star Wars Expanded Universe, or generally Star Wars in general, and the universe, I would recommend the Star Wars Expanded Universe. Or if you just want to read something nice to pass the time, I would recommend the Star Wars Expanded Universe.
Hi, my name is Andrew. A lot of people know me as Yoda, and my channel is The Yodanist. So, I have been a fan of Star Wars as far as I can remember, and a fan of the extended universe for almost that long, though it wasn't until high school that I'd really seen it as something other than just random books. That's when I found out that, like, it was an entire continuity, and that there was all this stuff past the movies that people made. And I just thought that was amazing. And, like, I started reading them, and most of the books were amazing. There were a few, but the majority were amazing. And, you know, I started playing some of the video games. They were great. Knights Old Republic, amazing. Like, it's just been kind of meaningful just because, like, how well the writers write. And, you know, even when there's, like, problems with the continuity, they would figure out ways to make it so that they could pivot future stories so that it would work. There's so many great pieces of media. So honestly, each of these, there's not really one of them. But so for books, I have to decide between the Heir to the Empire trilogy, the Star Wars Episode 3 novelization, and Republic Commando books. Amazing. All of those are amazing. They're, to me, are the top, like, best Star Wars books. As for comics, either Knights Old Republic or the Republic series during the Clone Wars. So the original first Clone Wars comics before the Clone Wars was a thing and changed things. Some amazing stuff in that. And then I would have to say that probably the first Knights of the Republic is my favorite. It's kind of a toss-up between 1 and 2, and also the original Battlefronts 1 and 2, but I think it's that one. And my favorite character is actually from the Knights of the Republic comic series, which takes place before the video games. Zane Carrick. He is the most true Jedi ever, and he never actually becomes a Jedi because of the situation he's placed in. He's framed for stuff, and it's just it's an amazing story. I highly recommend it. The extended universe has been just a big thing for me, just because of like the kinds of stories that are in them and the morals that are in them. And I don't know, for me, I've just really connected with them. You know, great characters, great stories, but it's almost always about trying to do what's right. And, you know, reaching to become better. And to me, that's just what the best stories are all about.
Well, what does the Star Wars Expanded Universe mean to me? It basically means everything. You know, I'm about as old as the original trilogy. I can't remember a time when I wasn't a Star Wars Expanded Universe fan, because I wanted to know what happened in between and after the films. I wanted to know what happened next in this saga. And the EU was always there to do that. And for all of the talk about how the EU begins in some sense in 1991 with the Heir to the Empire trilogy, in reality, we had tons of things before then, in between the films and after. One of my favorite characters of all of the EU, for instance, is Plab O'Keefe from the West End role-playing games in the late 80s. Favorite comic series is probably Dark Empire. Favorite book is Yoda Dark Rendezvous. Favorite video game is either Force Unleashed or an adaptation of the Star Wars arcade game on Commodore 64, a very ancient computer system. But the EU means everything. And it means just as much today, 10 years after its untimely discontinuation, as it did prior to 2014. The Expanded Universe has grown from part of the Star Wars fandom into a wonderful community that has just engaged in a myriad of ways to carry the flame. And it seems that ever since 2014, we've continued to discover lots of obscure bits of seemingly lost EU, and have seen a huge influx of new fans even after the fact, even after it was again untimely ended. One thing that gives me hope about the future of the fandom and this community is that nothing in principle stands in the way of the EU continuing again along a parallel path to these new stories set out after 2014. The way it was all ended means that there's nothing in the way. There was a fork in the road, and there's new stuff now that goes in one direction. But the EU is just there waiting to be continued, because we want to know what happens next. In the same way, in between and after the original films, we wanted to know, and the EU was there to answer those questions and continue to do so for many years up till 2014, and in some ways even beyond. We still want to know what happens next. You know, imagine if Star Wars stopped after Empire Strikes Back. Imagine if people said, well, we've basically told all the story there is to tell. You'd be left with the impression that Star Wars is about Anakin Skywalker achieving great success by becoming Darth Vader and destroying the rebellion. We need to know what happens after those stories. And again, they could continue forever. And nothing in principle, in my opinion, stands in the way of them continuing. It's what gives me hope. Lots of people have lots of arguments about why it shouldn't continue, about how it can't continue. But again, in principle, nothing stands in the way. If you want to know what happens next, if you like anything about Star Wars prior to 2014 and have any interest in wondering what the heck happened later, the EU matters. It certainly matters to me. And based on the number of people that have joined the fandom after 2014, it seems to still matter to them. So as difficult as the last 10 years have been as an EU fan, they've been great too, because a great community has grown around the fandom. And I'm just as hopeful for the next 10 years as I was prior to 2014 about the EU continuing. Again, nothing in principle stands in the way of it continuing. And in the meantime, we've got a great community of fans and a great legacy of content to enjoy.
Hello again, everyone. I just want to give a huge shout out and thank you to everyone who participated in the Expanded Universe 10 years anniversary group project. It's really made me emotional over the last couple weeks to see all of these entries, to see this outpouring of love, to be editing these videos of these great testimonies, these great points from so many amazing people, just sharing this outpouring of what this universe collectively means to all of us. It's very, very impactful, so thank you to each of the 75 people who submitted a video. We had 75 entries. That's insane. I thought it came together really well. Everyone did an absolutely fantastic job, and I'll forever be grateful to everyone who helped to pull this off by contributing their voice, by lending their voice to the project. Absolutely invaluable, each and every one of them. And thank you to everyone who supported it all along the way. If you've been moved by what you've seen here with this Expanded Universe group project, if you've been touched by the love that you see here, and you're like, what can I do to help next? Go visit the channels of these people. Go visit their social medias. Go reach out and continue talking to these people. Continue to foster this community and continue to spread the Expanded Universe and awareness about it all over the internet. Keep telling Disney what we want. We want more Star Wars Expanded Universe stuff, right? And we think that we can get more of it. Another thing that you could do is go to Twin Suns. We had 2 members of the Twin Suns Foundation on the video project itself. They're doing a 10 donations to children's hospitals of Star Wars Expanded Universe books to celebrate 10 years. So 10 donations in this year for the 10-year anniversary is very, very ambitious. So linked below will be a link to their website. If you'd like to go ahead over there, donate or raise awareness about the Twin Suns Foundation and their really amazing, invaluable work to spread the Expanded Universe to the next generation of kids, please do so. Please go over there and check them out if you feel so inclined. So with that said, thank you to everyone who has supported and lent their voice to this project. Thank you to everyone who's shown love for the Star Wars Expanded Universe on this day. It's been really, really cool to see and moving to see. And I'm just very, very, very touched by the overall experience, by the project. And this is a wonderful community. Long live the Expanded Universe.